Chapter 3365. The only thing that made Yang Xiao a little dissatisfied was that this big sister Lu Yin seemed to be relatively taciturn. Even if he asked her 10 questions, he would only occasionally hear an answer. The rest of the time, he was basically ignored. In a valley full of blooming flowers, Lu Yin suddenly stopped. Yang Xiao also hurriedly stopped and turned his head to look at her. His eyes gradually bloomed with surprise. The valley scenery was beautiful, like a fairyland on earth. In the place full of blooming flowers, Lu Yin stood charmingly, like the most beautiful flower, making the whole world lose its brilliance. As the wind blew, thousands of white butterflies fluttered and turned into colorful light waves, making Lu Yin look more and more like a fairy in the world. Yang Xiao was dumbfounded. For the first time in his life, he really understood the meaning of the word beautiful. Suddenly, Lu Yin tilted her head and looked at him, saying lightly, "Now you should run away." Yang Xiao was looking at her in a daze. Hearing this, he was stunned and asked puzzledly, "Why should I run away?" Lu Yin slowly raised a hand and stretched out her index finger. With a whoosh, a flame bloomed on her fingertip. She said softly, "Because I will burn you with this thing." Yang Xiao was a little dumbfounded and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, "Sister Lu Yin, why do you want to burn me? Did I do something wrong?" Lu Yin didn't answer and just smiled at him. Then, under Yang Xiao's incredulous gaze, she gently pointed forward with her index finger. The flame on her fingertip suddenly turned into a fire snake as if it had a life of its own and wrapped around Yang Xiao. It happened so suddenly. Although Lu Yin had warned him, Yang Xiao didn't dare to believe that she would really burn him with fire. It wasn't until the fire snake came to his face that he woke up from a dream. He moved his body and rushed back more than 100 feet, shouting, "What are you doing? I didn't provoke you, did I? Why did you burn me with fire for no reason?" Yang Xiao even suspected that there was something wrong with Lu Yin's sister's brain. Lu Yin remained silent, still standing there elegantly, but with a single thought. The fire snake flew out and chased after Yang Xiao like it was an extension of her body. Yang Xiao's face changed as the heat wave hit him in the face. Although he felt that the fire snake did not have the power to kill him, if he was really burned, it would definitely not feel good. Although he hadn't been born for long and hadn't cultivated seriously, he was still a dragon after all, so he was able to dodge with great agility and agility. For a time, the fire snake couldn't do anything to him. Although the fire serpents were ferocious, under Lu Yin's control, they didn't hurt the plants at all. From this, it could be seen that Lu Yin had precise control over the flames. Yang Xiao shouted as he dodged, "Sister Lu Yin, what are you doing? Quickly stop." Lu Yin did not pay attention to him. With a devilish smile on her face, she controlled the fire snake to chase after Yang Xiao. After a few times, Yang Xiao was infuriated. He cursed, "Crazy woman. Are you crazy? We don't have any enmity between us." To a large extent, he inherited Yang Kai's character. Being teased by Lu Yin like this, he naturally became angry and became bold. So he spoke without thinking. "What did you call me?" Lu Yin narrowed her eyes, a pair of big eyes filled with cold air. Even her voice seemed to suddenly become the north wind blowing in the cold winter, which made Yang Xiao's hair stand on end when he heard it. "Crazy woman?" Lu Yin asked and answered herself. Suddenly, she nervously chuckled twice. Yang Xiao shouted in his heart. How could he dare to stay here? He saw an opportunity and flew to the side. Although he was a true dragon, he was born too recently. How could he be Lu Yin's opponent? The fire snake suddenly split and turned into a fire net to envelop him. Caught off guard, Yang Xiao was caught head-on by the fire net. Immediately, he screamed miserably and smoke rose from his body. The fire net was extremely hot. Although it did not have any lethality, it was still very uncomfortable to be burned by it. A high-pitched dragon roar sounded. Yang Xiao's body flashed with white light, and the dragon's breath filled the air, shattering the fire net. He flew away without looking back. He felt wronged. That sister Lu Yin is definitely crazy. I didn't provoke her, and I even politely called her, but she was actually willing to kill me. What kind of people are following foster father? I must run back and then expose this woman's true face in front of foster father. Foster father must be careful in the future. Run, run as fast as you can. I told you to run just now, but you didn't listen. Suddenly, a light voice came to his ears. Yang Zhao's little face suddenly turned green. He turned his head stiffly and saw the devil-like Lu Yin running side by side. She was obviously doing vicious things, but there was still a happy smile on her face, as if doing this could make her happy. This guy is really crazy. Yang Xiao screamed in horror. There was no longer any good impression of Lu Yin in his heart. All that was left was a strong fear. He just wanted to get as far away from her as possible. It would be best if they never met again in this life. While chasing and escaping, the two of them ran as fast as lightning, causing the disciples of the peaks to click their tongues in amazement. Yang Xiao asked for help, but the disciples of the peaks did not recognize him. When they saw that it was Lu Yin who was chasing him, how could they care about him? They only thought that this little fatty sneaked into the high heaven palace with bad intentions. From time to time, Lu Yin would release a fire snake. The fire snake was not enough to kill or even hurt people. It was just that the high temperature was unbearable. Yang Xiao was tortured to tears. He secretly hated that this crazy woman attacked at just the right time. Otherwise, he would have been injured and could have complained to foster father. He also wanted to escape back to Yangkai, but he was chased by Lu Yin all the way. How could he recognize the way back? The high heaven palace covered a vast area. He ran and ran and ran and did not know where he ran to. In accordance with the principle that a wise man does not fight when the odds are against him, Yang Xiao begged for mercy. Lu Yin turned a deaf ear to him, making him extremely sad and angry. They rushed all the way into a spiritual mountain, startling countless people in the mountain. In the end, they attracted the attention of a charming woman. Beside the woman was a little girl who looked like she was carved out of jade. She was about 3 or 4 years old, about the same age as Yang Xiao. What's wrong? What's wrong? The woman held the little girl's hand and walked out of a stilt house. At a glance, she saw the scene of Lu Yin chasing Yang Xiao. She immediately asked in surprise. Yang Xiao rushed straight to the woman as if he had seen his savior. With snot and tears, he said, "Help! Someone wants to kill me." Hearing this, the woman looked over and suddenly felt pain in her heart. The little fatty was in a very sorry state at the moment. His whole body was burnt black, and his hair was messy. He looked like a little beggar on the street. Behind him was a cold Lu Yin, and fire snakes were lingering around Lu Yin. Perhaps because the little fatty in front of her was about the same age as her daughter, the woman's motherly instinct was aroused. She protected him behind her and comforted him. "Don't be afraid. No one wants to kill you." She also saw that Lu Yin did not have any killing intent. She probably just wanted this little fatty to suffer a little. Otherwise, with Lu Yin's ability, how could this little brat still be alive? Looking at Lu Yin with some confusion, she asked, "What's going on?" Facing this woman whose cultivation was only in the first-order Dao source realm, Lu Yin behaved humbly and politely. She immediately withdrew her fire snakes and bowed gracefully. "Greetings, madam." In the entire High Heaven Palace, there was only one woman who could receive such courtesy from her, and that was Yang Kai's mother, Dong Suju. When Dong Suju was in Hung Luo Starfield, she was only an origin king, but after coming to the star boundary, with the support of the huge resources of the High Heaven Palace, she naturally broke through to the Dao Source realm easily. With the improvement of her realm, she also became much younger. Now, she looked only 26 or 27 years old, and standing next to Yang Kai, it was not an exaggeration to say that they were siblings. Dong Suju was here, and the little girl she was holding was naturally Yang Shui, who had just been born a few years ago. The little girl was too young and had not yet begun to cultivate, but she was currently tempering her body. When the age was right, she would choose a secret art and begin to cultivate. With the huge background of the High Heaven Palace, her future achievements would not be bad. What did this little guy do wrong? Dong Suju looked at Lu Yin and asked. Lu Yin said lightly, "Nothing serious. He just said the wrong thing." Yang Xiao expressed his dissatisfaction and poked his head out from behind Dong Suju and shouted, "What did I say wrong?" Lu Yin glanced over, and Yang Xiao suddenly shivered and quickly shrank his head back. He was really afraid of this guy, who would burn people as soon as they met. Was it just because he said the wrong thing? But after thinking about it, he felt that he did not say anything wrong. Dong Suju rebuked, "Children always make mistakes. Just scold them a little, and it will be fine. Look at how pitiful they are. If their parents see this, they will feel distressed." Putting herself in his shoes, if Yang Kai or Yang Shui were tortured like this, she would definitely not be able to accept it. Lu Yen lowered his head and said obediently, "Yes." Dong Suju squatted down and, regardless of the dirt on the little fatty's face, used her sleeve to wipe his face. Suddenly, a tender little face was revealed, causing her to smile happily. "Little guy, you're quite good-looking. Where are your parents?" She thought this little fatty was from one of the spiritual peaks. Although most of the people in the High Heaven Palace came from the territory of the lower plains, there were too many of them. It was impossible for Dong Suju to know every single one of them. It was reasonable for such a little guy to be from one of the spiritual peaks. "My parents are in a place very far away." Finally, Yang Xiao knew that he couldn't easily reveal his background, so he gave a vague answer. When he said this, he couldn't help but feel a little sad. He actually missed his parents a little. The main reason was that he was scared of being tortured by Lu Yin. If he stayed on the Dragon Island, he would definitely be doted on by everyone. How could he be chased to the heavens and have no door to enter the earth? Dong Suju misunderstood and quickly stopped this topic. She changed the topic and asked, "What is your name?" Yang Xiao sniffed and replied miserably, "My name is Yang Xiao, the sky of the 9 heavens." Chapter 3366. Dong Suju was amused when she heard this. "Yang Xiao, what a good name. You have the same surname as my son." Yang Xiao asked in surprise, "Your son's surname is also Yang?" "That's right. My son's name is Yang Kai. He is the palace master of the High Heaven Palace. Since you are a disciple of the High Heaven Palace, you should know about him, right?" Dong Suju proudly introduced him. Although every time she saw Yang Kai, she would grumble a little, but in her heart, she was very proud of Yang Kai. He came to the star boundary alone and worked hard to build such a huge foundation like the High Heaven Palace. He even returned to the Hung Luo star field and brought a large group of people here, letting 100,000 people enjoy the shade of his shadow. Such an achievement, not to mention that no one would be able to do it in the future, it was absolutely unprecedented. Yang Zhao's mouth opened so wide that an egg could be stuffed in. What? Did he hear wrongly? This woman was actually his adoptive father's mother? If it was just the same name, then it was fine, but the key was how many palace masters there were in the High Heaven Palace. No wonder that demon-like crazy woman was so polite to this woman. So that was the reason. "What's wrong?" Dong Suju observed his expression and looked at him curiously. She felt that there was something wrong with the little fatty in front of her. Yang Xiao hurriedly tidied up his clothes and casually wiped his face. He took a few steps back and respectfully bowed to Dong Suju, saying solemnly, "Grandson Yang Xiao greets grandmother." This time, it was Dong Suju's turn to be dumbfounded. Even Yang Shui, who was standing at the side, blinked her big eyes and looked at Yang Xiao in amazement. After a while, Dong Suju chuckled and rubbed Yang Xiao's head, saying, "Little guy, what are you shouting for?" Yang Xiao shook his head. "I didn't call you that. You are my grandmother. The palace master of the High Heaven Palace that you mentioned just now is my father." Dong Suju couldn't laugh anymore. Her expression twitched slightly. Yang Shui also showed a shocked expression. The little girl was young, but her mind was very agile. How could she not understand the meaning of these words? "What's going on?" Dong Suju turned his head and looked at Lu Yin. His divine sense surged as he quietly transmitted his voice. Is what he said true? His son actually had a son, but he didn't know about it. At this moment, Dong Suju was furious, but he couldn't show it in front of Yang Xiao, so he could only ask Lu Yin in private. "Master said he's an adopted son." Lu Yin replied. "He also brought him back from outside this time." "Adopted son?" Dong Suju couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "You scared me. I thought he was outside." Although Dong Suju also hoped that Yang Kai could find a few more wives and give her a few grandchildren or something, the 4 of them hadn't made any moves yet. If they really had a son outside, the 4 of them would be in chaos. Since it was an adopted son, there was no problem. Suddenly, Dong Suju seemed to think of something. He turned around and rushed into the stilted house and disappeared. Yang Xiao was confused. There were only 3 little figures left. They looked at each other. After what happened just now, Yang Xiao was really afraid of Lu Yin. He could only look at Yang Shui and give her a flattering smile. Yang Shui put one hand on her waist and said in a childish voice, "Are you Big Brother's son?" Big Brother? Yang Xiao was stunned and immediately understood. "Oh, you are foster father's sister, right?" "Humph." Yang Shui snorted childish syllables. "You are Big Brother's son, and I am his sister. Then what should you call me?" "Call you what?" Yang Xiao looked confused. "How would I know what you should call me? Hurry up and call me something nice. I have something good for you." Yang Shui's pair of big eyes lit up. Yang Xiao couldn't help but twitch. He always felt that there was no normal person around his age in the High Heaven Palace. Lu Yin was like this, and so was the sister of foster father in front of him. When he was thinking this, he suddenly felt a heat wave in front of him. When he looked carefully, he saw a fire snake floating in front of him, quietly staring at him. "You want to burn me again?" Yang Xiao was shocked. Lu Yin walked towards him step by step with a sweet smile on her face. Her voice was incomparably gentle. "Think carefully. What should you call her?" Yang Xiao scratched his ears and cheeks and looked at the stilt house for help. Unfortunately, his grandmother, Master, had just entered and didn't come out. He wanted to run away, but he knew that he couldn't escape from Lu Yan's evil clutches. He could only painstakingly think. Finally, a light flashed in his mind. He looked at Yang Shui excitedly and said, "Aunt." Yang Shui blinked her big eyes and turned to look at Lu Yin. Lu Yin nodded slightly, indicating that he was right. Yang Shui immediately clapped and said, "Haha, correct. Tell me, what reward do you want?" Yang Xiao said weakly, "I don't want any reward. I just want to go back to foster father's side. The outside world is too dangerous. Foster father, where are you?" "That won't do." Yang Shui shook her small head, her 2 braids swinging back and forth. She tilted her head and thought for a moment. Then, she walked to Yang Zhao's side, stood on tiptoe, and reached out her small hand to rub Yang Zhao's head. Her mouth was still softly muttering, "Yang Xiao is good. Yang Xiao is good. Yang Xiao is the best." The corners of Yang Zhao's mouth twitched as he looked at her. The little girl in front of him was not even as tall as him, but she dared to rub his head. He was a member of the dragon race. Who dared to rub his head? But thinking about it carefully, who told her to be his foster father's sister? His seniority was indeed lower than hers. He could only accept his fate. He smiled bitterly and said, "This is the reward." Yang Shui nodded seriously. "Yes, mother always rewards Shuer like this." Haha. Yang Zhao's temper was almost gone. "Auntie, you're really easy to satisfy." Yang Shui snorted and said angrily, "You should be happy." Yes, I'm very happy." Yang Xiao nodded repeatedly. Lu Yin smiled from the side and said, "Do you know what you said wrong now?" As soon as she opened her mouth, Yang Xiao couldn't help but shiver. He swallowed his saliva and said, "What did I say wrong?" Lu Yin didn't answer. She just stared at him quietly. Yang Xiao had a bad feeling. He faintly felt that he had reached a critical moment. He realized that if he couldn't answer, or if his answer didn't satisfy Lu Yin, his future would be very difficult. He immediately racked his brain, but he couldn't think of what he said wrong. He could only look at Lu Yin pitifully. "Can you give me a hint?" The corners of Lu Yan's mouth curled up as she looked at Yang Shui and said, "Shui, call me." Yang Shui immediately said crisply, "Sister Lu Yin, do you understand now?" Lu Yin continued to look at Yang Xiao. Yes. Yang Xiao nodded fiercely, but he was roaring in his heart. "What do I understand? I call you Sister Lu Yin. Why do you want me to be burned by your fire?" Wait. Yang Xiao suddenly seemed to realize something. He looked at Lu Yin timidly, and then carefully and tentatively said, "Lu Yin, aunt?" Lu Yin's face immediately bloomed with a smile like a spring breeze. She said to Yang Xiao, "From now on, I'm your elder aunt and Shui is your younger aunt. Do you remember?" Yang Xiao was dumbfounded. So that's what it was. It turned out that it was only because he called her elder aunt incorrectly at the beginning that he was chased by her fire. If that's the case, why didn't you say it earlier? Why did you have to let me understand it myself? How could I understand this kind of thing by myself? Yang Xiao was so angry that he wanted to bang his head on the ground and die. Yang Shui clapped her hands and said, Yes, yes, I'm your younger aunt, and Sister Lu Yin is your elder aunt. We're family. Only a ghost would want to be your family. Suddenly, hurried footsteps came from the stilt house. Yang Xiao turned his head and saw Dong Suju and a middle-aged man walking over. At first glance, the middle-aged man looked somewhat similar to his adoptive father. Then, thinking of the intimate manner between him and Dong Suju, Yang Xiao immediately realized that this man was most likely his adoptive father. Fourth Master Yang was cultivating when he heard Dong Suju run over to him, as if he was reporting good news. He was surprised that his son had adopted a white and chubby little boy. Naturally, he came out to see what was going on. Looking carefully, he found that it was indeed as Dong Suju said. The little boy's appearance was not bad, but he was a bit embarrassed. After looking at him for a while, he nodded and said, Is this the child? Yang Xiao? Yes, that's him. He said that he came back with our son this time. Dong Suju nodded. Fourth Master Yang smiled slightly. Just as he was about to speak, Yang Xiao bowed to the ground and said, Greetings to grandfather, master. This call of grandfather greatly comforted the fourth Master Yang. Although he was not his biological grandson, he was so sensible at such a young age. It could be seen that his upbringing was indeed good. He quickly raised his hand and said, Stand up, let me take a good look at you. Yang Xiao immediately straightened his posture and stood there meticulously, letting the fourth Master Yang examine him carefully. Fourth Master Yang smiled and nodded. Not bad, not bad. Child, since your ninth master's adopted son, why are you also surnamed Yang? Could it be that your family also has this surname? Yang Xiao respectfully replied, I was only able to be born because of Godfather's help, so I asked Godfather to give me a name as soon as I was born. That's why I took on Godfather's surname. Fourth Master Yang suddenly said, Then your parents don't have any objections? Yang Xiao smiled. No objections. That's good. Fourth Master Yang smiled and nodded. Suddenly, his eyes widened. You were born not long ago? Child, how old are you this year? Yang Xiao said shyly, I was born in January or February. January or February. Dong Suju and fourth Master Yang were stunned. Lu Yin said, He's not human. He seems to be of the dragon race. As a holy spirit, Lu Yin could naturally feel the dragon breath on Yang Xiao. Dragon race? Fourth Master Yang and his wife were shocked. As far as they knew, Yang Kai had an unclear relationship with a dragon race girl. Last time, he seemed to have gone to Dragon Island as well. This time, he came back with the adopted son of the dragon race who also had the surname Yang. Could it be, where's the little brat? Dong Suju asked with a straight face. Lu Yin said, He's talking to the head chief. Dong Suju scoffed. Tell him to come see me immediately. Chapter 3367. After being summoned, Yang Kai naturally hurriedly ran to the spirit peak where his parents lived to greet them. After much persuasion, he finally dispelled their misunderstanding and let them know that Yang Xiao was really just his adopted son, not his biological son. Dong Suju's expression became much better, and she earnestly advised, Old Nine, you're not young anymore. Now that you've established a firm foothold in the astral boundary, if you really want to have a child, Mother won't oppose it. In fact, I'm very supportive of it, but you can't mess around outside. There are 4 girls at home. You can have a child with any of them, understand? I know, I won't mess around. Yang Kai repeatedly nodded. When he said this, he couldn't help but think of Ji Yao, and inexplicably feel guilty. Dong Suju saw that he was being perfunctory and couldn't help but sigh. Forget it. I see that you don't have this idea in the short term. You've been running around outside all year round, and it's not suitable for Shower to follow you all the time. Let him live with me, and he can accompany Schwerer. What do you think? Yang Kai heard this and thought for a moment, then nodded. That's fine. With his mother taking care of Yang Xiao, he naturally didn't have anything to worry about. However, he had to ask for Yang Zhao's opinion on this matter. If he didn't agree, then there was nothing he could do. He called Yang Xiao in and told him about this matter. Yang Xiao naturally didn't have any objections and immediately agreed. He could see that if he stayed with his grandmother, he could enjoy her protection, but if he followed Yang Kai, then he might be tortured by Lu Yan's eldest aunt. She was simply a demon, and if she didn't agree with him, she would burn him with fire. Yang Kai was very surprised by this, and thought that it was difficult to understand a child's mind. After this matter was settled, Yang Xiao stayed with Dong Suzhu. Whether it was the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory or the Orthodoxy Palace in the Southern Territory, they were all peaceful recently. Yang Kai didn't plan to go out for a short time after returning this time. He was ready to go into seclusion and digest the harvest of the past few days. Since he came back from the astral boundary, he had been running around nonstop and didn't have much time to cultivate. On the path of a cultivator, he had to cut through all obstacles and bravely move forward. It was rare for him to have free time, so he naturally couldn't waste it. But before that, there were still some trivial matters to deal with. At the very least, he had to ask about his women. Yang Kai first went to Spirit Pill Peak to find Xianing Chong and accompanied her for a day and a night, which made Jiying very unhappy. Xianing Chong was now the last disciple of the wondrous Pill Great Emperors. Although they didn't have the status of master and disciple, Jiying was the one who taught her. Xianing Cheng's talent in alchemy was praised by the wondrous Pill Great Emperors. They once said that if she had the opportunity, her future achievements would definitely not be lower than Jiying's. This was the second of the wondrous Pill Great Emperors. Yang Kai came to waste Xianing Cheng's time, so it would be strange if Jiying was happy. Although he usually got along well with Yang Kai, when it came to the future achievements of his little junior sister, Jiying didn't dare to be careless. He was afraid that he would fail to live up to Xianing Cheng's talent. After Xianing Chong, it was Shui Yu's turn to accompany her for a day and a night. Then, he casually set off to Ice Heart Valley to find Su Yin and dual cultivate with her. Before leaving, he couldn't help but sneak around with Ji Yao, which was quite exciting. Returning to High Heaven Palace and standing in front of the space array, Yang Kai hesitated for a long time, but in the end, he sighed and decided not to go to the ancient wildlands. If he really went to find that dragon lady again, his body wouldn't be able to bear it. For the first time, he discovered that having more women wasn't necessarily a good thing. From today onwards, he announced that he would enter secluded retreat and was not to be disturbed unless something major happened. Inside High Heaven Peak's palace, Yang Kai sat cross-legged. With a wave of his hand, a large number of high-rank source crystals were scattered around. Circulating his Emperor Qi, the high-rank source crystals exploded one by one, and the world energy stored inside them dissipated, turning the entire room into a sea of world energy in an instant. As source crystals were constantly thrown out, world energy filled the room. The world energy in the room gradually turned into a mist, so thick that it was almost visible to the naked eye. Only then did Yang Kai silently circulate his secret art, cultivating while comprehending the various gains he had gained from Dragon Island. In the Dragon Temple, the dragon souls of the dragon race's great elders had imparted many dragon race secret techniques to him. Each secret technique had great power and had their own uses. However, even though Yang Kai had obtained these secret techniques, if he wanted to use them, he would need to have his own understanding and comprehension of each secret technique. This wasn't something that could be done overnight, and it required constant experimentation and experimentation. Spring passed and autumn came, and flowers bloomed and withered. When one's cultivation reached the Emperor realm, it was common for them to enter secluded retreat for a few years, or even 100 years, not to mention that Yang Kai had already reached the Second-Order Emperor realm. If he wanted to make another breakthrough, he would need the accumulation of time. During this period, he would occasionally come out of seclusion to check on the situation in the High Heaven Palace and see if anything major had happened. Fortunately, the High Heaven Palace was managed by Hua Qingxi, so everything was in order, giving him enough time to improve his cultivation and strength. One day, 2 years later, Yang Kai, who was swallowing world energy like a whale, suddenly frowned. He took a deep breath, slowly stopped cultivating, and opened the barrier around the room. Hua Qingxi quickly walked in from outside and cupped his fists. Palace Master, what's the matter? Before he entered seclusion, he had ordered that no one should disturb him unless there was something major. Now that Hua Qingxi had triggered the barrier outside, it was obvious that something had happened. Someone from the Southern Territory has come, saying that they have an urgent matter to discuss with Palace Master. Who? Elder Gao Shueting and Elder Xiao Yu Yang of Star Soul Palace. Yang Kai was surprised. They came together. If Gao Shueting came to look for him, Yang Kai might not be too surprised. After all, he was also a guest elder of Azure Sun Temple. What was Xiao Yu Yang doing here?
Yes.
Hua Qingxi nodded slightly with a complicated look on her face. Speaking of which, she was originally a disciple of Star Soul Palace, and her master was one of the elders of Star Soul Palace. However, her master, Tan Junhao, was not very reliable. For his own interests, he could even sacrifice his disciple. In the end, he was killed by Yang Kai. Since then, Hua Qingxi left Star Soul Palace and joined the High Heaven Palace. Now that she saw Xiao Yu Yang as the chief steward of the High Heaven Palace, she couldn't help but feel a little strange. Did he say anything? Yang Kai asked. Hua Qingxi shook her head. He didn't say anything. But it seems that the situation is not good. Invite them to the main hall. I will come later, Yang Kai ordered. Hua Qingxi accepted the order and left. Yang Kai sat on the ground and rubbed his chin for a while. He couldn't figure out the purpose of these two people's visit, so he simply got up and went to meet them directly. Inside the main hall, Gao Shueting and Xiao Yu Yang were sitting and standing. Gao Shueting's expression was cold and indifferent, but Xiao Yu Yang's expression was a little anxious, looking up from time to time to see if Yang Kai had come. It was difficult to see such a situation on someone of his cultivation. After all, Xiao Yu Yang was a third-layer Emperor Realm Master and was one of the elders of the Southern Territory's Overlord sect. Even if a mountain collapsed in front of him, he would not bat an eyelid. Seeing him so anxious showed that the situation was not optimistic. Fortunately, Yang Kai did not make them wait long and came to the main hall after a little tidying up. Seeing him appear, Gao Shueting just nodded lightly, but Xiao Yu Yang hurriedly greeted him. Yang Kai? Elder Xiao. Yang Kai cupped his fists and nodded to Gao Shueting as a greeting before asking, What is the matter with the two of you coming to my High Heaven Palace? Xiao Yu Yang got straight to the point and said, Please save someone. Who? Kai Yang furrowed his brow, thinking that it couldn't have been that little brat Xiao Chun who had met with an accident. If that smelly brat really had met with an accident, then Kai Yang wouldn't necessarily be in the mood to save him. That little brat had always disliked him, so of course Kai Yang also disliked him. However, since Xiao Yu Yang had personally come forward, shouldn't he give him some face? Just as he was thinking this, he heard Xiao Yu Yang say, Princess Lan Sun. Yang Kai was startled. What happened to Princess Lan Sun? Xiao Yu Yang said with a gloomy expression, Princess Lan Sun has been captured. Yang Kai was stunned when he heard this and looked at Xiao Yu Yang with a strange expression, as if he had not heard wrong. He then turned to look at Gao Shueting and saw her nod at him. Only then did he know that Xiao Yu Yang was telling the truth. Lan Sun had been captured? Who would be so bold as to capture Lan Sun? She was the pearl of the great emperor's Mingyu, and Lan Sun's cultivation was not low either. She had broken through to the emperor realm a long time ago, and although she was only a first order, she seemed to have inherited the special physique of the great emperor's Mingyu. Her true combat power was not something a first-order Emperor Realm cultivator could compare to. She definitely had a life-saving artifact given to her by the great Emperor's Mingyu. If someone wanted to capture her, they would need to be at least a third-order Emperor Realm cultivator. Which guy ate the heart of a bear or the heart of a leopard? Thinking about it, Yang Kai's heart suddenly jumped as he remembered something from 2 years ago. This sounds familiar. How could it be so coincidental? Faintly, Yang Kai smelled an ominous aura and hesitated for a moment before asking, Do you know who did it? Xiao Yu Yang said with a solemn expression, I have some guesses, but I'm not sure. Yang Kai said, Since you have some guesses, then just do it. What about the great emperors? Lan Sun was captured, so the great emperors can't just sit back and do nothing, right? Why are you looking for me for this? Although he was strong, he was still just a second-order Emperor Realm cultivator. Star Soul Palace was a big place. Not to mention the great emperors, they even had several third-order emperors, so it was impossible to rule out the existence of a hidden fake emperor. Yang Kai could not figure out why Xiao Yuyang wanted to go so far away. Xiao Yuyang pondered for a moment before asking, "Do you still remember what happened at Orthodoxy Temple?" Yang Kai said, "Of course I don't forget. It happened 3 years ago, so how could he not remember? But why bring it up all of a sudden?" Xiao Yuyang said, "What happened at Orthodoxy Temple back then could be said to be related to the safety of the entire Southern Territory. Logically speaking, the great emperors should have appeared, but in the end, the great emperors did not appear. Do you know why?" Hearing him say this, Yang Kai also found it strange. He had also found it strange back then. The incident at Orthodoxy Temple was so big, but the great emperors did not appear. Only a few elders from Star Soul Palace came to deal with it, which was obviously somewhat unreasonable. Chapter 3368. At that time, what Xiao Yuyang said was that the great emperors had already set off for Orthodoxy Temple, but after hearing that the matter had been resolved halfway, they returned home. No one questioned this statement, but now it seemed that the truth was not so. At that time, Princess Lan Sun had already disappeared. The great emperors have been tracking down the princess whereabouts, so the great emperors have no idea what happened in Orthodoxy Temple, Xiao Yuyang explained with a heavy expression. Princess Lan Sun disappeared at that time? Yang Kai was shocked, wondering why he hadn't seen Lan Sun at the Southern Territory's martial meet. Although it was a little strange at the time, he didn't think much about it. But now he understood the reason and frowned. So, the great emperors have not been in Star Soul Palace for the past few years? Otherwise, it would have been impossible for the great emperors not to have heard about Orthodoxy Temple after so long.
Yes.
Xiao Yuyang nodded. Her Highness the Princess is the only relative of the great emperors, so naturally, the great emperors are anxious about her disappearance, so they have been tracking down clues. This matter can only be done in secret and cannot be announced to the public. Yang Kai nodded in understanding. The daughter of the great emperors had been captured, so if they searched for her openly, it would give someone an opportunity to take advantage of the situation or anger the person who had captured her. If Lan Sun was killed to silence her, it would be over. It wasn't until a year ago that Star Soul Palace received a message from the great emperors, but the message was incomplete. It seemed that the great emperors had sent it back in a hurry, or it had been interfered with. We followed the map and found a suspicious place, but we couldn't enter. Why? Yang Kai asked curiously. Star Soul Palace's masters had all been dispatched, so where in this world could they not enter? It seems to be an independent world, and no one can enter without the corresponding method to open it. Yang Kai showed a look of understanding. So you came to me? Xiao Yuyang sighed. You are proficient in space principles, so maybe you have a way to enter. Yang Kai nodded, indicating that he understood. If that place was really an independent world, then finding him was definitely the best and only way. Where are the great emperors now? Yang Kai asked again. Xiao Yuyang slowly shook his head. After sending that message, the great emperors have not responded. Yang Kai was shocked. Even the great emperors did not respond? Could it be that the odds were against him? But that was impossible. Who in this world could threaten the great emperors? But if he used Lan Sun to threaten him? Yang Kai shook his head secretly. He was not sure if the great emperors of the Bright Moon Empire would surrender because of their love for their daughter if they were really threatened by Lan Sun. The key was, who could catch him? This matter was a little too big. As if seeing through his thoughts, Xiao Yuyang said, the great emperor's divine technique is vast, so you don't need to worry too much. The lack of response may be due to some delay, or perhaps he has already entered that independent world. Yang Kai, I heard that you have a good personal relationship with Her Highness, so this time, I must ask you to help her. At the very least, you must open that world and let my Star Soul Palace's people go in and search. Yang Kai nodded. I also owe Her Highness a debt of gratitude. Since she is in trouble, I naturally cannot stand by and do nothing. Hearing this, Xiao Yuyang was overjoyed. He was worried that Yang Kai would refuse, but now it seemed that he was a warm-hearted person. But there is one thing I am curious about. Yang Kai suddenly changed the topic. Speak. Perhaps because Yang Kai readily agreed. Xiao Yuyang's attitude towards him became much more cordial. As Elder Xiao said, Her Highness disappeared 3 years ago. The great emperors also began to investigate 3 years ago and sent back a message a year ago. Why did you only come to find me now? It was not a secret that he could arrange space arrays in the Southern Territory. Azure Sun Temple and High Heaven Palace were connected by space arrays, so there was no reason for it to take a year. Xiao Yuyang sighed. You may not know, but that place is very far from the Southern Territory. Even if we flew, it would take at least half a year. Half a year? Yang Kai's expression changed. In another territory? Western Territory, Xiao Yuyang said solemnly. Yang Kai suddenly understood. So that place was in the Western Territory. It would indeed take a lot of time to go back and forth. No wonder it took a year to find him. Speaking of the Western Territory, Yang Kai had some resentment. When he returned from the reincarnation world, he had been to the Western Territory and met the little girl Lin Yun-er. They had caused a big ruckus in a big sect in the Western Territory. Later, he arranged a space array to take her back to the High Heaven Palace, but who knew that the space array would be destroyed at the critical moment, causing him to be the only one to return while Lin Yun-er was left behind in the Western Territory. Although Yang Kai did not see the person who did it, he felt that it should be the Iron Blood Great Emperor. If not for this, it would have been convenient to go to the Western Territory. Now, if he wanted to go there, he would have to fly, which would waste a lot of time. There's no time to lose. Yang Kai, if you don't have anything else to deal with, let's go now, Xiao Yuyang said anxiously. Things had been delayed for too long, and he did not know if there were any changes over there, so he was eager to take Yang Kai to have a look. Yang Kai nodded and said, okay. While speaking, he took out his communication artifact and sent a message to Hua Qingxi, telling her that he was going out and that his return date was uncertain. Hua Qingxi was also used to his style of coming and going without a trace, so she naturally had nothing to say. The three of them immediately set off and teleported back to Azure Sun Temple through the space array. Then, Xiao Yuyang directly summoned a 2-story flying boat and invited Yang Kai to board before flying away. It seemed that he really did not want to delay for a moment. Gao Shueting did not follow. She was just taking Xiao Yuyang to the High Heaven Palace. Without her lead, Xiao Yuyang could not use the space array of Azure Sun Temple, so she had nothing to do with this trip to the Western Territory. The speed of the flying boat was very fast. Xiao Yuyang almost disregarded the consumption and hurried on with all his might. After all, this matter was related to the great emperors and Princess Lan Sun, so he was also eager to know the truth. On the deck, Yang Kai stood with his hands behind his back and carefully asked Xiao Yuyang about the ins and outs of this matter, but he did not get more information. He only knew that they followed the information sent back by the great emperors and found a place where a sealed world existed, but there was no way to open it, so they went to find Yang Kai. Hearing this, Yang Kai nodded, took out a jade slip from his space ring, and poured information into it. Immediately after, with a flick of his finger, the jade slip shook slightly and disappeared. Xiao Yuyang raised his brow. Space beacon? Yang Kai looked at him in surprise. Elder Xiao actually knows this little trick. Xiao Yuyang said, the great emperors used this method to communicate. I heard that this method was created by Spirit Beast Island's Li Wu Yi. Back then, the great emperors went to Spirit Beast Island and asked for something from Li Wu Yi. I didn't expect you to know it too. Yang Kai smiled. I also learned it from Senior Li. Xiao Yuyang was surprised. You met Li Wu Yi? Yang Kai nodded. 2 years ago, I went to the Eastern Territory and had the honor of discussing the Tao of Space with him. Xiao Yuyang suddenly understood. Yes, you can arrange a space array that can cross territory, so it's convenient for you to travel between different territories. In that case, you can freely travel between the Eastern, Southern, and Northern territories of the star boundaries 4 territories. What about the Western Territory? Yang Kai's mouth twitched. I could have, but the space array I arranged was destroyed. Xiao Yuyang was amused. Who would be so bored as to destroy your space array? Yang Kai smiled and did not answer. However, this time, he happened to be going to the Western Territory, so he could arrange a space array there. In the future, he could really travel between the 4 territories at will. Who did you send a message to just now? Xiao Yuyang asked curiously. Li Wu Yi, Senior Li. Yang Kai did not hide it from him. There is one thing that Elder Xiao may not know. 2 years ago, on the eastern sea of the Eastern Territory, Yao Lin, the daughter of the Serene Soul Great Emperors, was also captured. What? Xiao Yuyang was shocked when he heard this. The daughter of the Serene Soul Great Emperors was also captured? Lan Sun's incident happened about 3 years ago, while Yao Lin's incident happened 2 years ago. Although there was a difference of 1 year between them, it was not that long. Moreover, one was in the Eastern Territory, while the other was in the Southern Territory. If the difference in territory was taken into account, could it be the same person? Xiao Yuyang suddenly thought of a possibility. I'm not sure about that, but the person who captured Yao Lin at that time was a fake emperor. A fake emperor. Xiao Yuyang sucked in a breath of cold air. Although he was now a third-layer Emperor Realm Master, he was still no match for a fake emperor, so he calmly asked, "How do you know so much?" "HM? You just said that I went to the Eastern Territory 2 years ago, and Yao Lin was also captured 2 years ago. Could it be?" "Yes, I was also there when Yao Lin was captured." Yang Kai nodded, confirming his guess. "Now that 2 years have passed, I want to ask seniorly if there is any new information." Xiao Yuyang nodded. "I should ask. If it was the same person who did it, then this person is too bold. What does he want to do?" Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. "You'll have to ask that old man himself." As he spoke, the space spirit bead on his wrist released a spatial fluctuation, and a jade slip suddenly appeared in front of him. Yang Kai reached out and grabbed it, his divine sense surging as he immersed himself in it to investigate. After a while, his face became solemn. "How is it?" Xiao Yuyang asked anxiously. "Elder Xiao, take a look at it yourself." Yang Kai reached out and threw the jade slip to him. Xiao Yuyang took it and checked it, and after a while, his face changed drastically. How could this be? The disciples and descendants of many great emperors have disappeared? This, who could have done this? The great emperors had many connections with each other, and with the space beacons created by Li Wu Yi, it was convenient to send and receive information, so Spirit Beast Island had much more information than Star Soul Palace. According to Li Wu Yi's reply, after Yao Lin disappeared, Serene Soul Palace's cultivator went out in full force to search the Eastern Territory, but in the end, they found nothing. Yao Lin seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth. Since their daughter was missing, the Serene Soul Great Emperors were naturally very concerned, so they sent a message to several great emperors on good terms, asking them to keep an eye out. Chapter 3369. Who would have thought that this message would reveal a piece of horrifying news? Many of the descendants and disciples of the great emperors had gone missing, and all of them had happened in the past 2 to 3 years. This matter involved 4 or 5 great emperors. In addition to the Serene Soul and Bright Moon that Yang Kai already knew, there were also the great emperors of Heaven's Revelations, the great emperors of Flower Shadow, and the Iron Blood Great Emperor. Lin Yun was also missing. Whether the other great emperors had descendants or disciples that had gone missing, Spirit Beast Island did not know for the time being. After all, not every great emperors had space beacons to communicate with each other. However, judging from the current situation, it was likely that these 5 great emperors were not the only ones whose disciples or descendants had gone missing. There might be even more. The others were fine, but what worried Yang Kai the most was Lin Yun. He had not seen her since they parted ways in the Western Territory, but he did not expect to hear news of her again because of this. Exchanging a glance with Xiao Yuyang, they could see the shock in each other's eyes. Although they didn't know who did it, both of them had a vague feeling that an invisible black hand was covering the entire astral boundary. These missing descendants or disciples of the great emperors were scattered across the various territory of the star boundary, so anyone with such courage and ability was definitely not an ordinary person. It was very likely that this person was from some huge hidden organization. However, what Yang Kai could not understand was what the purpose of this person behind this was. The great emperors were the strongest existences in this world, so what good would it do to offend them? After a long silence, Yang Kai suddenly spoke. "Elder Xiao, you said before that you had some guesses about who had taken Princess Lan Sun away, but you are not sure. May I ask who you think is behind this?" Xiao Yuyang pondered for a moment before replying. "Originally, we guessed that it was the Shadow Kill Hall who had done something." "Assassin Hall." Yang Kai raised an eyebrow. Of course, he was no stranger to the name of the Assassin Hall. It was the overlord sect of the Western Territory, the force of the Night Shadow Great Emperors. However, this force was extremely mysterious, just like the Night Shadow Great Emperors themselves. Even the cultivator of the Western Territory had no idea where the Assassin Hall was located. All he knew was that there was such a behemoth in the Western Territory, but it was extremely difficult to pinpoint its exact location. Because the information sent back by the Great Emperors pointed to the Western Territory, Yang Kai asked. This was a reasonable guess. Daring to lay hands on the daughter of Great Emperors could only be done by another Great Emperor, and the message sent back by the Great Emperors Mingyu pointed to a certain place in the Western Territory, which made Xiao Yuyang and the others think of something. Hearing what he said, Xiao Yuyang shook his head and said, "This is only one of the reasons. There are other reasons." "Oh? I'd like to hear the details." Xiao Yuyang said, "You may not know, but the one in the Western Territory has always been at odds with our master. The two of them have been entangled with each other ever since they were young." Yang Kai asked in surprise, "Why is that?" "It's just a struggle for the great Tao." Since Xiao Yuyang had already spoken, he had no intention of hiding it anymore. "Think about the titles of these two master." Yang Kai frowned and muttered, "Mingyu, Night Shadow." After muttering a few times, a look of understanding suddenly appeared on his face. Under the bright moon, everything is revealed. Nothing can hide. How can there be a shadow of the night? These two lords are on opposite sides. If one represents light, then the other represents darkness. Yang Kai frowned. If there is no light, then how can there be darkness? Xiao Yuyang was startled when he heard this, but he soon burst out laughing. "You should tell this to the two master and see what they think." Yang Kai's expression twitched as he waved his hand. "I'm just speaking casually, but since Elder Xiao originally guessed that Her Highness' disappearance was caused by the Shadow Kill Hall, did you not go to the Shadow Kill Hall to ask for her?" Xiao Yuyang sighed. "In this world, I'm afraid that only the great emperors know the location of the Shadow Kill Hall, so how could I possibly know where it is? Besides, if it was really the Shadow Kill Hall who did it, then it means that they want to make a move against my Star Soul Palace. If we really went there, wouldn't we be walking right into a trap?" Although I originally had this guess, it was because of the relationship between the two master, but now, it seems that someone is deliberately trying to frame the Shadow Kill Hall. Yang Kai nodded slightly. If Lan Sun was the only one missing, then this guess might be true, but there were too many Great Emperors involved. Even if the Great Emperor's Night Shadow and Bright Moon Great Emperors were not on good terms, they would not involve others in this quarrel. Of course, a guess is still a guess, and we can't rule out this possibility. After all, the final clue is that it is in the Western Territory. As for the truth, perhaps we can only find out if we find Her Highness and the others. Yang Kai nodded, and the two fell silent for a while. Xiao Yuyang was worried about Lan Sun's safety and the whereabouts of the Great Emperors, while Yang Kai was worried about Lin Yuner. He did not know if the little girl was also on this trip. If she was, then things would be easy, and he could save her along the way. But if she was not, in this vast star boundary, where could he find her? The Iron Blood Great Emperor should know about this, so Yang Inflammation should also know about it. Would they make any moves? The flying boat moved as fast as lightning, and under Xiao Yuyang's urging, its speed reached its limit. However, even if he was a third-order Emperor Realm Master, he could not support such a long period of continuous operation. Fortunately, Yang Kai was helping him, and after he let go of the control of the flying boat, the two of them took turns to drive it forward. When one of them rested, the other would travel at full speed, so there was no delay. The journey was long, and Yang Kai took the opportunity to cultivate intermittently for a few days. In his spare time, he would discuss various cultivation experiences with Xiao Yuyang. Xiao Yuyang was a third-order Emperor Realm cultivator, and as the saying goes, a stone from a mountain can be used to polish jade, so the two of them had a lot to gain. 2 months later, the two arrived at the Western Territory, and it was no longer suitable to use the flying boat to fly with great fanfare. According to Xiao Yuyang, because the relationship between the Great Emperor's Bright Moon and Night Shadow Great Emperors was not good, Star Soul Palace and Shadow Killer Hall were like fire and water. Therefore, The people from Star Soul Palace entered the Western Territory stealthily to avoid being found out and causing trouble for no reason. After getting off the flying boat, the two of them disguised themselves before flying off. They did not speak a word along the way, flying and stopping, occasionally searching for mountains and rivers to rest for a while before continuing on. It was not until nearly 5 months later that Xiao Yuyang pointed to a sea of sand in front of them. "We've arrived. It's in that sea of sand." Yang Kai was shocked when he heard this. These past few months of nonstop travel had exhausted him. His body could still bear it, but the main thing was that he was mentally repulsed by it. Ever since he was able to arrange space arrays, he spent most of his time shuttling back and forth through them. Occasionally, he would have to travel, but he would not have to travel for several months at a time. This journey had been very torturous, but now that he heard that they had arrived at their destination, he felt inexplicably happy. "We've finally arrived." The two of them shot into the sea of sand one after the other, and in the blink of an eye, they were surrounded by sand and disappeared from sight. Compared to the other territories of the star boundary, the Western Territory's landscape was generally more desolate. Seas of sand and broken rocks could be seen almost everywhere, and there were very few spirit mountains or rivers. However, it was also because of this that the cultivator of the Western Territory was so valiant. In this vast sea of sand, one could not see the end of it at a glance. When the wind blew, sand and dust would fly everywhere, making it impossible to see anything within 3 meters. Moreover, the scenery within a 10,000-kilometer radius was the same, without a single point of reference. Even a cultivator with low cultivation could get lost and be trapped in this sea of sand. Not to mention that there were many unpredictable dangers in this sea of sand. Even those from the Emperor realm could lose their lives here if they were not careful. After Yang Kai entered this sea of sand with Xiao Yuyang, he immediately realized the ruthlessness of nature. When the wind blew, grains of sand the size of grains of sand would hit him head-on, slamming into his protective Emperor Qi and making a cracking sound. Sweeping the area with his divine sense, there was almost no aura of life within the range of his perception. There were only a few monster beasts that struggled to survive in this harsh environment. 2 days later, the two of them passed by an oasis-like place. Yang Kai called out to Xiao Yuyang and flew down with him. Xiao Yuyang looked travel-worn and asked suspiciously, "What's wrong?" Yang Kai glanced at him and said, "Elder Xiao, you haven't rested for a long time. You should rest." Xiao Yuyang frowned and said, "We're almost there. It won't be too late to rest after we get there." Yang Kai shook his head. "Let's rest. I'll take this opportunity to arrange a space array here. You don't want us to fly all the way back, do you?" Hearing this, Xiao Yuyang nodded and said, "All right, then I'll have to trouble you." Yang Kai waved his hand and began to observe the oasis. This was no longer an oasis, or rather, it used to be an oasis, but the water source had dried up and the trees had withered, leaving only a rudimentary oasis. However, compared to the sand-filled desert, this was Yang Kai's only choice to arrange a space array. After all, he couldn't arrange a space array in the middle of a desert. If he really did so, the space array would be buried by the sandstorm within a few days. Although the water source in this place had dried up, since it had existed for so long, it meant that it wouldn't disappear anytime soon, so it was best to use it to arrange a space array. This time, Yang Kai couldn't care less about hiding it. In any case, his space array could only be activated with the transmission token he had specially refined, so it wouldn't matter even if it was discovered. The only thing he had to worry about was that it would be destroyed. Choosing a place with a relatively solid foundation, Kai Yang began to work. After working for most of the day, a brand new space array was formed. After carefully inspecting it and confirming that it could connect to the various space arrays he had arranged before, Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief. On the other side, Xiao Yuyang noticed the movement and opened his eyes, asking, "Is it done?" Yang Kai nodded. Xiao Yuyang walked over and observed the space array for a while, praising, "You've done so much in just half a day." If this Xiao hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. Practice makes perfect. Yang Kai smiled lightly and tossed a transmission token to him. Chapter 3370. This is Xiao Yang looked at the transmission token in his hand suspiciously. After Yang Kai explained the purpose of this thing, Xiao Yang immediately put it away as if he had obtained a precious treasure. With this thing, it would be much more convenient for him to travel between places in the future. He could freely travel through any space array arranged by Yang Kai. When you have time, come to my Star Soul Palace and arrange a space array. Xiao Yang looked at him with a smile. Yang Kai nodded and said, "No problem." He had already planned to use space arrays to connect various places in the star boundary, so arranging one at Star Soul Palace would be a piece of cake. After this matter was agreed upon, the two set off again. After another 3 days, they finally arrived at their destination. As Xiao Yang landed in a desert, Yang Kai looked at a certain spot in front of him in amazement. 1,000 meters in front of him, a huge pit had appeared in the endless sea of sand. This pit was at least a dozen square meters in radius and several dozen meters deep. If one looked down from above, this pit looked like a huge funnel embedded in this sea of sand. The funnel was constantly rotating, and a large amount of sand rolled down to the bottom, disappearing without a trace. Yang Kai was amazed. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that such a strange sight could exist in this world. Yang Kai didn't know how this funnel was formed or how long it had been in existence, but he could feel traces of space force fluctuations coming from the bottom of this funnel. Focusing his vision, Yang Kai discovered that the bottom of this funnel seemed to be connected to an unknown location. Is this the independent entrance to the world that Xiao Yang mentioned? Yang Kai took a closer look and found that this was indeed the case. There should be a void corridor at the bottom of the funnel, and although he didn't know where it led to, it was obviously in a sealed state. If one didn't know how to open this void corridor, let alone enter it, it would be impossible to open it. If he used brute force rashly, it was very likely that he would destroy this void corridor, making it difficult to enter. No wonder Xiao Yang didn't hesitate to run back to the Southern Territory from the Western Territory and ask Gao Shueting to take him to High Heaven Palace to find me. With the current situation, it is indeed more appropriate for me to deal with it. Noticing the arrival of Yang Kai and Xiao Yang, the hidden figures gradually revealed themselves and gathered around. Yang Kai looked over and found that they were all familiar faces. Shuijingmao and Lei Hong, the two third-layer Emperor Realm Masters, were also present, and with the addition of Xiao Yang, the 3 great emperors of Star Soul Palace were all present. In addition, there were also a dozen or so cultivators from the Emperor Realm, all of whom were obviously high-level members of Star Soul Palace. Xiao Yang greeted them and asked a few simple questions. After confirming that there had been no abnormalities while he was away, he relaxed. Yang Kai also walked over and greeted everyone. Shuijingmao looked at him with a dignified expression. "Yang Kai, we can only rely on you. Although we can't be sure, the information sent back by the great emperors ultimately points to this place. We suspect that Princess Lan Sun is inside, so please help us." Yang Kai sternly said, "Great Elder is too serious. I am also a cultivator in the Southern Territory and have a good personal relationship with Her Highness. If Her Highness is in trouble, I am naturally duty-bound to help." Shuijingmao was relieved to hear this and nodded repeatedly. Good, good, good. If you can really rescue Her Highness, this old master and others will be extremely grateful. If you have any requests in the future, my Star Soul Palace will not refuse. This was a heavy promise, so it was obvious that Shuijingmao and the others were also at their wits' end. Otherwise, they would not have made such a promise so easily. "Great Elder, please don't worry. I will take a look first," Yang Kai said before flying towards the bottom of the funnel. Lei Hong shouted from the side, "Be careful. There seems to be something strange down there." Yang Kai nodded and soon approached the bottom of the funnel. Standing here and observing it, it was even more shocking than looking at it from above. The flowing sea of sand and the rotating funnel gave Yang Kai the illusion that the world was about to be swallowed up. Carefully releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai urged his space principles and silently probed the funnel for a long time. After coming up with a plan in his heart, he flew up. "How is it?" Shuijingmao asked anxiously. Yang Kai frowned and said, "The entrance has been sealed. You have been waiting here for so long. Haven't you found any trace of anyone?" Shuijingmao shook his head and said, "We haven't found anything. No one has been here for so long." Yang Kai said, There are traces of human activity here, indicating that all this was planned. Perhaps this is a conspiracy. If we really open the entrance, who knows what will happen? What will happen? Shui Jingmao's expression became serious. Yang Kai shrugged and said, I don't know. Maybe it will alarm someone, or maybe it will make Her Highness' situation more difficult. If that's the case, are you sure you want to open this entrance? Everyone looked at each other and was silent for a long time before Shui Jingmao quickly said, There is no news of the great emperors, and we don't know whether Her Highness is dead or alive. Now, this is the only clue. In that case, we can only open it. If she is alive, we must see her. If she is dead, we must see her corpse. The others nodded slightly, indicating that the great elder was right. Since there was a clue, they should explore it. No one would be willing to let it go just like that. What's more, what Yang Kai said was only a relatively bad situation. What if the situation was not so bad? Maybe they could find the great emperors and Lan Sun if they opened the entrance. Yang Kai nodded and said, Since you have decided, let's open it. However, this entrance seems to be a little unstable. If you want to go in, you must hurry. In addition, you must protect yourself as soon as you enter, so as not to give others a chance to take advantage of you. Shui Jingmao smiled slightly. We have lived for so long and are all afraid of death. Naturally, we will not be careless in doing things. Yang Kai nodded and said, In that case, come with me. Saying so, he turned around and flew down again. The group of people hurriedly followed and scattered around Yang Kai, their expressions tense, waiting for him to open the entrance so that they could enter one after another. Under the fluctuations of the space principles, Yang Kai carefully unlocked the seal of the entrance and opened the entrance that should have been there. The void rippled, as if a stone had been thrown into a calm lake, and ripples spread out. Not long after, at the bottom of the funnel, a dark corridor suddenly appeared. A void corridor. Everyone's expression brightened when they saw this, especially Xiao Yang. He felt that his efforts in inviting Yang Kai over had not been in vain. They had tried to open the entrance before, but they had been unable to do so. If they had really used brute force, they might have destroyed this place. The problem that had stumped them was solved in the blink of an eye by Yang Kai. Sure enough, there were specialists in every field. Pairs of eyes kept darting between Yang Kai and the void corridor, waiting for him to give the order so that they could enter. However, the void corridor had just been formed and was very unstable, constantly distorting and changing. Yang Kai could only urge his space principles to reinforce it so that it would be more convenient for everyone to travel. After a stick of incense worth of time, the void corridor that had been distorting and changing slowly stabilized. Yang Kai shouted, You can enter now. Everyone, be careful. Shui Jingmao, who had been waiting for him to say this, immediately rushed in, his figure flickering as he disappeared into the void corridor one after another, with Xiao Yang bringing up the rear. After waiting for Xiao Yang to enter the void corridor, Yang Kai set off and prepared to follow. But at that moment, his face suddenly changed as he looked up. Up above, a stream of light shot down towards the void corridor, and within this stream of light, a vague figure appeared. Even someone as strong as Yang Kai could not see the face of this person. Who is it? Yang Kai roared as he raised his palm and blasted upwards. Although this palm strike was hurried, he had been comprehending the dragon race's secret techniques recently, so he had unconsciously used it. A brilliant dragon pressure filled the air as the palm he stretched out seemed to transform into a dragon claw, capable of piercing a hole in the sky. However, the person who had just arrived did not dodge and continued to rush straight towards him. With a loud bang, Yang Kai's whole body shook violently as he fell straight down into the sand pit. His entire body had sunk into the sand pit, but he was unable to resist the rebound of his own strength. When he flew out of the sand pit again, his face covered in dust, there was no one in front of him. Turning his head to look at the void corridor that was about to disappear because he had lost control of himself, Yang Kai's expression became a little uncertain. In that instant of contact, he had not been able to sense the other party's strength, and he had not even been able to see what this person looked like. His palm strike was something that even a third-layer Emperor Realm Master would not be able to withstand, but this person had taken it head-on without being affected. In other words, This person's cultivation was definitely above the third-layer emperor realm. False emperors? Or great emperors? Only an existence with such a cultivation could withstand Yang Kai's blow and remain unaffected. However, there was one thing that Yang Kai was sure of, and that was that this person had no malicious intent towards him. Otherwise, he would not have just taken it head-on. Based on the other party's cultivation, if he had taken advantage of the situation to counterattack, Yang Kai would have been in big trouble. If this person was a false emperor, then who was it? If this person was a great emperor's, then who was it? Yang Kai was confused, but this person had coincidentally rushed into the void corridor at this time, so he had obviously been monitoring this place, but Shui Jingmao and the others had not been able to find him. Could it be the great emperors of the Bright Moon? But if it was really the great emperors of the Bright Moon, why did they not show up before? Who was it? Yang Kai was extremely depressed. Seeing that the void corridor was about to close up again, Yang Kai did not have time to think about it. His figure flickered as he rushed into the corridor. His vision blurred for a moment before he appeared in another world. His emperor chi surged as he protected himself in case of any unforeseen circumstances, but there was no sneak attack. Yang Kai turned his head to look around and could not help but frown, because as far as the eye could see, there was no one around. Shui Jingmao and the Emperor Realm of Star Soul Palace, who had entered before him, were nowhere to be seen. Even when he released his divine sense, he could not detect them. Where are they? Yang Kai was at a loss. Chapter 3371. The dozen or so Star Soul Palace members from the Emperor Realm had clearly entered this place before him, but he didn't see a single one of them, which was a bit strange. However, if the entrance had a random teleportation function, it could explain the current situation. Yang Kai had also entered a similar sealed world before. Although the entrance was the same, the people who entered would not appear in the same place. Judging from the current situation, this sealed world should be such an existence. That was why Yang Kai couldn't see anyone after everyone entered, and it was probably the same for everyone else. At this moment, they were probably in a situation where they were fighting alone. However, this also had its benefits. If everyone was spread out, there would be a higher chance of finding Lan Sun if she was really here. After confirming that there was no danger in his surroundings, Kai Yang began to examine his surroundings. This was a gray world, and the world energy here wasn't very rich. The entire world seemed somewhat dead and still. It was impossible for such a place to give birth to any kind of precious treasure. At first glance, the environment here was similar to some places in the Western Territory. The ground was full of sand, limestone, and some short plants. There was not the slightest sign of life in all directions. But for some reason, Yang Kai felt his heart palpitate as soon as he entered this place. He couldn't explain why, as if there was some great danger hidden here. Standing in place and pondering for a while, Yang Kai chose a direction at random and flew forward. This was indeed an independent small world. Although it had its own world principles, these principles were not complete. It was somewhat similar to the original small sealed world, and it was not small. Yang Kai flew forward for half a day, but he didn't see anything of note, nor did he find any trace of Xiaoyu Yang and the others. It was as if they had evaporated into thin air. There was no distinction between day and night in this sealed world. It was always gray, and the surrounding environment was very similar. Being alone in this kind of lonely environment, it was easy to feel tired. Another day later, Kai Yang, who was looking around, suddenly raised his eyebrows and looked in front of him. There was someone. More than a dozen kilometers ahead, there was a life aura. Yang Kai immediately focused his vision and looked in that direction. The person seemed to have noticed Yang Kai's gaze, and after a flash, he flew in a certain direction. It was not easy to find a living person in this damned place, so how could Yang Kai miss this opportunity? He immediately chased after him. But soon, Yang Kai discovered that this person's speed was incredibly fast. No matter how hard he tried, he was unable to close the distance between them. On top of that, this person's divine sense was extremely powerful, making it impossible for Yang Kai to see his true face or specific cultivation. Whenever his divine sense approached this person, it would be blocked by an invisible force. Yang Kai felt like he was being toyed with for no reason. Although he was annoyed, he also realized that the other party seemed to want to lead him somewhere. After making some guesses, Kaiyang deliberately slowed down a bit. Sure enough, the guy in front of him also slowed down. He sped up a bit, but the other side also sped up. Hateful. Yang Kai was furious and no longer hesitated, chasing after him with all his strength. Although he knew that there was likely to be some kind of trap waiting for him ahead, this was still a clue after all. So even though he knew that there was a tiger in the mountain, he had no choice but to follow it. One chased, one fled. After about an hour, Kaiyang's expression suddenly twitched, because in that instant, he actually lost track of the other person's aura. That person seemed to have disappeared from this world for no reason, and there was no trace of him at all. On the contrary, not far ahead, there were several life auras that obviously belonged to other people. Among them, 3 were familiar to Yang Kai. Thinking of this, Yang Kai raised his brow and hurriedly rushed in that direction. Not long after, he arrived at a high rocky slope. On the high slope, there were 5 figures sitting cross-legged, 4 women and 1 man. When Yang Kai's gaze swept over them, he couldn't help but look happy and quickly shouted, "Yun-er!" Among the 5 figures, one of them was actually Lin Yun-er. Although on the way here, he learned that Lin Yun-er had also disappeared, and Yang Kai also guessed that it might be the same group. He didn't expect to find her here. Looking at the others, he found that sure enough, Yao Lin, who was captured on the Eastern Sea, and Lan Sun, who had disappeared in the Southern Territory, were all here. Yang Kai didn't know the remaining man and woman, but with the previous information, he could guess that this man and woman were either related to the great emperors by blood or were direct disciples. One of the men had a fair complexion and looked handsome. He seemed to be around 30 years old. The other woman was covered with a layer of gauze, making it impossible to see her true appearance. However, judging from her exquisite and enchanting figure, this woman's appearance was definitely not ordinary. Yang Kai didn't rush over rashly. He had been led here by someone, otherwise, he wouldn't have found the missing children and disciples of the great emperors so quickly. Why did that person lead him here, and what kind of conspiracy was he up to? In this unfamiliar environment, how could Yang Kai not be on guard? Yun-er! Yang Kai called out again, but Lin Yun-er, who was sitting cross-legged opposite him, didn't respond at all, as if she had fallen into a deep sleep. Yang Kai's divine sense wandered back and forth, but he couldn't find the aura of the person who had led him here, nor did he find any traces of traps around Lin Yun-er and the others. The 5 of them seemed to have been subjected to a divine technique, falling into a deep sleep without any perception of the outside world. Of these 5 people, except for Yao Lin, who was from the 3rd Order Dao Source Realm, the remaining 4 were all Emperor Realm Masters, especially the Veiled Woman, whose cultivation was the highest, equal to Yang Kai's, at the level of a 2nd Order Emperor Realm Master. This woman should be a disciple of the great emperors, right? Sure enough, a famous teacher produces a brilliant disciple. Although he couldn't see her face clearly, Yang Kai was sure that she wasn't too old. Obviously, her aptitude was extremely good to have such a cultivation. However, thinking that the person who had captured Yao Lin was a fake emperor, Yang Kai was relieved. Although the strength of these 5 people was good, they were still far inferior to a fake emperor. If they were targeted by a fake emperor, none of them would be spared. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai strode towards Lin Yun-er and the others. Since he had found Lin Yun-er, Lan Sun, and the others, Yang Kai couldn't just sit back and watch. No matter what, he had to wake them up and ask them about the situation first. At the very least, he had to know who had attacked them, captured them here, and what their ultimate purpose was. Not long after, Yang Kai arrived in front of them. To his surprise, everything was as usual, without the slightest abnormality. He went straight to Lin Yun-er, stretched out a finger, and tapped her forehead, slightly urging his Emperor Qi and divine sense to check the situation in her body. There were no injuries, no abnormalities, and her life signs were very stable. But at this moment, Lin Yun-er seemed to have fallen into a strange state. Her knowledge sea was wide open and unguarded, as if she had fallen into an illusion, completely unaware of everything in the outside world. In other words, if someone wanted to harm her at this time, they could easily succeed. Perceiving this, Yang Kai couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He had been worried that Lin Yun and the others had been implanted with some kind of strange barrier, but if that was all, then he had a way to wake them up. Silently urging his golden divine dragon source, Yang Kai sent his divine sense into Lin Yun's knowledge sea, transforming into a giant dragon head that roared, Yun, wake up! Dragon roar. The most basic of the dragon race's many secret techniques and had the effect of clearing one's mind. The dragon's roar reverberated in Lin Yun's knowledge sea, creating layer after layer of ripples. When these ripples spread out, Lin Yun's knowledge sea was flooded with monstrous waves, and then her knowledge sea became clear. Faintly, there seemed to be the sound of something shattering. Lin Yun let out an unconscious whimper as her brow furrowed, and then she slowly opened her eyes. As her vision focused, Yang Kai's face appeared in front of her. Lin Yun blinked her big eyes, a blank look on her face. Yun, how do you feel? Yang Kai asked nervously. Although he had used the dragon race's secret technique to wake her up, using it in her knowledge sea could have injured Lin Yun's knowledge sea with the slightest carelessness. Uncle Yang? Lin Yun was obviously still a little out of it as she stared at Yang Kai in a daze. Why are you here? Yang Kai smiled slightly. I came to find you, so don't worry about me for now. What about you? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Hearing this, Lin Yun checked her condition and then laughed heartlessly. I don't feel uncomfortable. Suddenly, her brow furrowed. It's just that. Yang Kai's expression changed as he suddenly became nervous. Just what? A little hungry. Lin Yun reached out and rubbed her belly before sticking out her tongue at Yang Kai. The corners of Yang Kai's mouth twitched. Only then did he remember that this girl had somehow been raised to be a foodie by the Iron Blood Great Emperor's side. The last time he met her, she was like this. This time, she had just escaped danger and was already crying out that she was hungry. How careless. If you're hungry, find something to eat first. I'll wake them up, Yang Kai said and walked over to Lan Sun. What happened to them? Lin Yun seemed to have only just realized that there were other people around her, and her eyes widened in surprise. Don't you remember? Yang Kai turned to look at her. Lin Yun suddenly showed a thoughtful look, and after a while, she clapped her hands and said, Oh, I remember. I was caught by someone. That old man was so strong. I couldn't beat him. Old man? Yang Kai raised his brow. Was it an old man in a black robe? Lin Yun shook her head and said, He wasn't wearing a black robe. He had white hair, I don't know. White hair. Yang Kai was a little stunned. He remembered that the guy who caught Yao Lin last time did not have white hair. So, the person who caught Yao Lin and Lin Yun were not the same person. Chapter 3372. But if Yun sees him next time, I'll have to thank him properly. Lin Yun smiled sweetly again. Thank him for what? Yang Kai asked with a straight face. No matter who did it, it was obvious that they wanted to harm her, so why should she thank him? Lin Yun said matter-of-factly, if he hadn't brought Yun here, Yun wouldn't have been able to see Uncle Yang. Of course, I have to thank him properly. Yang Kai was speechless and smiled bitterly. Do as you wish. Uncle Yang, were you also brought here by him? Lin Yun asked again. Yang Kai shook his head. I came here to find you. As he spoke, he stretched out a finger and touched Lan Sun's forehead. Lin Yun chattered from the side, Uncle Yang, it wasn't that I didn't want to go to the Northern Territory with you last time. It was Master who brought me back and destroyed the thing you worked so hard to arrange. You're not angry, are you? Sure enough, it was the Iron Blood Great Emperor who did it. Yang Kai had already guessed this, and now that Lin Yun confirmed it, he knew that his guess was right. It was really the Iron Blood Great Emperor who destroyed his space array. Immediately, he shook his head and said, No, your master did it for your own good. Lin Yun suddenly laughed. When you see Master next time, I'll ask him to apologize to you. Yang Kai sweated profusely. I wouldn't dare. He then solemnly said, You can tell this to me, but you can't tell your master. If he did, he would be skinned alive by the Iron Blood Great Emperor. And Lin Yun nodded obediently. At this moment, Lan Sun also woke up, but she was obviously not as careless as Lin Yun. As soon as she woke up, She urged her Emperor Qi to protect her body and rushed out, staring at Yang Kai with a vigilant expression. After reacting, she asked in surprise, "Brother Yang?" "Junior sister Lan." Yang Kai smiled slightly. Lan soon stretched out her hand and rubbed her forehead, dispelling the hostility, and smiled awkwardly. "Excuse me?" "It's fine." Yang Kai slowly shook her head. Her reaction was a normal reaction, but Lin Yun was a little confused. "Where is this?" Lan Sun turned her head and looked around, asking blankly. Yang Kai said, "I'm not sure. I just came from a sea of sand in the Western Territory. It seems to be an independent secret realm. You should recover first. I'll wake the others up." Lan Sun glanced at the three people who were still in a deep sleep, nodded slightly, walked back, sat down cross-legged, and waited quietly. She had many things to ask, but now was obviously not the time. The third one that Yang Kai woke up was Yao Lin. This woman had the lowest cultivation, so Yang Kai was the most careful when dealing with her. However, what made Yang Kai speechless was that as soon as she woke up, she screamed in fear, "Don't kill me! Don't kill me! My father is the great emperors of the serene soul. He can give you a lot of good things. Don't kill me." Yang Kai looked at her fiercely. "Do I look like I want to kill you?" Yao Lin looked at Yang Kai's face seriously and quickly recovered. She pointed at him and said, "It's you." Yang Kai snorted. "So what if it's me? What do you think? You dared to leave me in the lurch? I'll definitely report this to my father and have him punish you severely." Yao Lin ground her teeth as she glared at Yang Kai. She clearly still remembered the scene of her being captured 2 years ago. Yang Kai looked at her coldly. "Are you sure you want to do this?" Yao Lin opened her mouth, obviously wanting to shout something. But when she met Yang Kai's cold eyes, her heart couldn't help but jump. She swallowed the words on the tip of her tongue and muttered, "Why are you so fierce? My father is the great emperors of the serene soul." Yang Kai reached out and pointed at Lan Sun. Guess who her father is? How could Yao Lin not know Lan Sun? After all, the 5 of them had been together for a while and knew each other very well. The identity of the daughter of the great emperors may be very deterrent to others, but it was meaningless to the others present. Yao Lin shrunk her neck in fear at his fierce look. Only then did she remember that this guy in front of her wanted to kill her back then, and she almost died at his hands. For a moment, she couldn't help but feel a little scared. "Well, Brother Yang, Sister Yao Lin is just a little ignorant of the world. Don't be angry with her." Lan Sun tried to smooth things over. Yang Kai snorted coldly. "I think she's spoiled." After meeting Yao Lin's mother, how could Yang Kai not understand how Yao Lin's arrogant personality had been nurtured? Like mother, like daughter. Yao Lin stopped talking and just hid behind Lan Sun. Yang Kai didn't bother to pay attention to her and walked straight to the man in his 30s and used the dragon roar secret technique again. After a while, the man's figure moved and he obviously woke up, but what surprised Yang Kai was that he kept his eyes closed. Although his eyes were closed, Yang Kai felt like he was being scrutinized, which made Yang Kai a little uncomfortable. This guy was too arrogant. So what if he was a disciple of the great emperors? This old man had saved his life, but he couldn't even open his eyes to look at his savior. "How should I address you?" The man suddenly spoke, his voice as gentle as jade, very pleasant to the ears. Yang Kai said indifferently, "Yang Kai." A look of surprise appeared on the man's face. "So it's Brother Yang." Yang Kai was surprised. "You know me?" The man smiled slightly. "I've been looking forward to meeting you for a long time. Seeing you today, you really deserve your reputation." Yang Kai said lightly, "You're flattering me." Seeming to feel his indifference, the man pondered for a moment before understanding the whole story and smiling slightly. "Brother Yang, please forgive me. This one didn't mean to be rude. It's just that it's inconvenient for me to show my true face." Saying so, he suddenly opened his eyes and their eyes met. Yang Kai was surprised because this guy was blind. His eyes were pure white, without the slightest trace of black. If anyone saw this appearance at first glance, they would definitely be a little scared. Yang Kai understood why he kept his eyes closed. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed, scratching his face and saying, sorry, I didn't know about this." He thought this man was putting on airs, so he closed his eyes, but he didn't expect it to be because he was disabled. However, this man's cultivation was the emperor realm, and his honored master was one of the great emperors. Yet he still couldn't see the light of day. It could be seen that his eyes were innate, so no matter how hard he tried, it would be difficult for him to recover. "How should I address you?" Yang Kai asked. "Gao Zhan." Lan Sun explained with a smile, "Brother Gao is the only disciple of the Master of Heaven's revelations. It is said that he has grasped 80% of the Master's teachings." Yang Kai was shocked. Brother Gao is amazing. Among the 10 great emperors, the great emperor of Heaven's revelations may not have been the strongest, but he was the most knowledgeable. It was rumored that the Heaven's revelations great emperors could see through the Heaven's secrets, see the past, and see the future. Gao Zhan was the only disciple of the great emperors of Heaven's revelations, so obviously his talent was outstanding, and he was suitable to inherit the mantle of the Heaven's revelations great emperors. Lan Sun saying that he had grasped 80% of the great emperor's teachings wasn't just a compliment, but a genuine ability. Gao Zhan smiled modestly. "Junior sister Lan is too kind. Honored master's strength is far above mine, and this Gao Zhan will never be able to reach honored master's height in this lifetime." Suddenly changing the topic, he stared at Yang Kai with his pale eyes and said, "Brother Yang, be careful." Yang Kai frowned. "Be careful of what?" Gao Zhan had already closed his mouth and was sitting there quietly, as if he had fallen asleep. Yang Kai looked at him blankly and turned to look at Lan Sun. Lan Sun's mouth moved a few times, indicating that she didn't understand either. As far as she knew, the great emperors of Heaven's revelations also seemed to be like this. They would often say some inexplicable words, but they could be completely verified afterwards. Several great emperors had received warnings from the great emperors of Heaven's revelations when they were young, so they were able to avoid disaster. Gao Zhan was the disciple of the great emperors of Heaven's revelations, so now that he suddenly said such words to Yang Kai, it was no doubt that Yang Kai might also be in danger. After thinking about it, he told Yang Kai about his concerns. Yang Kai grinned and replied, "Different situations call for different measures. After all, it was just a warning, so no one knew what the situation was. Yang Kai couldn't always be cautious in the future, so he could only wait for things to happen and then think of a solution." After this matter was over, Yang Kai turned to look at the last woman and said, "This should be the disciple of Master Huaring, right?" Lan Sun was surprised. "Brother Yang, how do you know? Have you seen Senior Sister Li before?" Yang Kai shook his head and said, "I haven't seen her before, but I received some news on the way here. I know that several of you have disappeared together. Now that everyone else is a match, it's not difficult to guess who the last one is." "So that's how it is." Lan Sun nodded and suddenly smiled mischievously. "Senior Sister Li is a great beauty. Brother Yang, do you want to see her true face? While Senior Sister Li is asleep, Brother Yang can feast his eyes on her. If you miss this chance, I'm afraid you won't have another chance in the future." Yang Kai laughed. "Junior sister is also a great beauty. If you want to see her, do you need to be so sneaky?" Lan Sun pursed her lips and said, "Brother Yang, don't say that. Although Sun-er is not bad, she can't compare to Senior Sister Li." Hearing her say this, Yang Kai was a little interested. Lan Sun was already a heavenly fragrance national beauty, but she said that this Senior Sister Li was even better. This naturally piqued his curiosity. However, he was just curious. He wouldn't really lift this woman's veil to take a look. If he really did that, wouldn't he be acting like a hooligan? There were still a few people watching from the side. Slowly shaking his head, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and pointed forward. Circulating his divine sense and emperor chi, Yang Kai's expression became solemn. After a short while, the woman in front of him trembled slightly, her long eyelashes trembling a few times, and then her pair of beautiful eyes suddenly opened. When their 4 eyes met, Yang Kai suddenly felt a very strange feeling. Those bright, star-like eyes seemed to have become the only thing in this world, attracting his attention and making him constantly sink into them, giving him a feeling that he would not hesitate even if it meant he would never be able to recover from it. Alarm bells rang in Kai Yang's heart. Just as he was feeling that something was wrong, the pair of eyes in front of him returned to their normal state. The invisible force that was pulling at his mind suddenly disappeared, allowing him to escape from that strange state. While he was secretly rejoicing, he also felt a sense of loss, as if he had missed something. Chapter 3373. Shurching thanks brother for saving me. How should I address you, brother? The woman opposite him suddenly spoke, her voice crisp and clear, like the tinkling of a mountain spring, extremely pleasant to the ear. Yang Kai. So it's brother Yang. Li Shurching nodded and expressed her gratitude again before getting up and looking around. Where is this place? Lan Sun explained to her, and Li Shurching gently nodded. Yang Kai frowned and stared at the side of her face, faintly feeling that something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Thinking about what happened just now, it seemed to be quite normal. The other party didn't show any signs of using a bewitching technique. The reason why he lost his composure for a moment should be due to her natural charm. Slowly shaking his head, Yang Kai didn't think about it anymore and clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention, saying, "This is a dangerous place. We shouldn't stay for long. Let's leave as soon as possible." He had been led here by someone before, and before he came in, there was a suspected false emperor or great emperors who had broken into this place. This damned place gave Yang Kai an inexplicable sense of palpitations, so of course he wanted to leave as soon as possible. Now that the missing children and disciples of the great emperors had been found, as long as they looked for the exit of this sealed world, they could leave this place. Lan Sun nodded and said, "Brother Yang is right, but we know nothing about this place, so we'll have to trouble brother to lead the way." Yang Kai smiled bitterly. "I don't have a clue. Let's take it one step at a time. It's best if we can find the elders of Star Soul Palace and then discuss with them. Maybe they'll find something." Naturally, no one had any objection to this, and after the discussion, Yang Kai led the way and rushed forward in a certain direction. Apart from Yang Kai, whose background was unknown, the remaining 5 were all existences with huge backgrounds. Such a luxurious lineup could be said to be rare even in 1,000 years. After all, these people were usually scattered throughout the various territory of the star boundary. If it weren't for the mastermind behind the scenes who caught them this time, it would be impossible for them to gather together. However, although everyone's backgrounds were not poor, they were actually quite easy to get along with. Except for Yao Lin's overly arrogant and domineering personality, whether it was Lan Sun or Lin Yun, none of them had ever done anything to bully others. As for Gao Zhan, although his eyes were crippled, he was still gentle and refined. Li Shurching's temperament was a bit colder, but fortunately, from the moment she opened her eyes and called Yang Kai senior brother, it could be seen that she would not look down on anyone because of her background. They didn't know how big this secret territory was, and the whole world was gray. After a day and a night, the group of 6 did not encounter any living creatures. What they saw seemed to be some repetitive scenes, making them involuntarily wonder if they had been going in circles in a certain place. However, under Yang Kai's perception, there was no trace of an illusion array, which made him very puzzled. "Uncle Yang, Yun is hungry," Lin Yun suddenly cried out. When she was awakened by Yang Kai, she was already saying that she was hungry. At this time, her stomach was already growling. Yang Kai was actually very curious. What kind of cultivation method did the Iron Blood Great Emperor teach her that she had to eat to replenish her energy in the Emperor realm? Under normal circumstances, the people in the Emperor realm had already gotten rid of the desire for food and could survive by simply absorbing world energy. But Lin Yun was obviously not like this. Although this girl's strength was amazing, whether she ate or not seemed to have some impact on her. At this moment, her spirit seemed to be a little sluggish. Yang Kai thought for a moment and said, "Then you eat something first. Let's also take the opportunity to rest." After the group woke up, they began to follow Yang Kai. It was obvious that they were also a little tired, so they could take advantage of this time to adjust. No one had any objections and immediately began to adjust their breathing. Lin Yun, on the other hand, directly took out her own large black wok and set up a small stove on the ground. Then, she poured some clear water into the wok and threw a strangely shaped demonic beast into it. She covered the wok with the lid, lit the fire, and began to cook happily. Yang Kai watched with the corner of his mouth twitching. He had seen how powerful this unassuming big black wok was with his own eyes. It seemed to be an emperor artifact given to Lin Yun by the Iron Blood Great Emperor, called Return to One. Its power was unfathomable. But in the hands of this girl, it was very good and was used to cook meat. Yang Kai wondered what the Iron Blood Great Emperor would think if he knew. But then again, the food cooked with this Return to One was indeed delicious. Yang Kai had tasted it last time and could not wait to swallow his tongue. Not only was it delicious, but it could also condense all the essence of the cooked food. After Lin Yun cooked like this, it was not long before a burst of meat fragrance wafted around, causing the few who were meditating to twitch their nostrils and open their eyes to look. Lin Yun no longer looked sluggish and instead stared at her black wok with sparkling eyes, smacking her lips constantly. Yang Kai could not bear to look straight at her and could not help reminding her, Yun your saliva. With a slurping sound, Lin Yun took a deep breath and then showed Yang Kai an embarrassed smile. But soon she said heroically, there's also a share for you. It's almost done, don't worry. Lan Sun could not help smiling. We're not in a hurry, aren't you? Yao Lin curled her lips and said, I don't want to eat these things. Having said that, her eyes could not help but look into the pot. Although she was the daughter of the serene soul great emperors and had been doted on since she was a child, she had never smelled such a fragrant smell. With such an interruption, the originally tense and dazed atmosphere relaxed a lot. After a while, there was a puffing sound from the pot and Lin Yun excitedly said, Okay, we can start now. While speaking, she opened the lid of the pot and suddenly a pot of yellow, amber-colored broth appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Lin Yun reached out and tore off the thigh of a monster beast from the pot and handed it to Yang Kai. Uncle Yang, this is for you. Yang Kai smiled and took it. Then I won't be polite. With the previous experience, he also knew that the things cooked by Gue were not only used to satisfy the appetite of the stomach, all the essence of the monster beast's body was cooked out. Long-term consumption would definitely have the effect of improving one's cultivation. Lin Yun's cultivation progress was so fast, it was estimated that it had something to do with her eating these things. In her space ring, there must be some monster beast corpses stored at all times. For example, the one being cooked now was at least a 9th-order existence. Lin Yun divided the meat one by one, leaving no one behind. Lan Sun held a large piece of meat and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She hadn't eaten these things for many years, but since Lin Yun was so enthusiastic, she couldn't refuse. Looking at Yang Kai eating with relish, she couldn't help but take a bite, her eyes suddenly lighting up. She felt that the meat in her hand was more delicious than any kind of pills. She had never eaten something so delicious before. How could she bear it? She tried her best to maintain her image and chewed slowly. Yao Lin had long forgotten what she had just said. At this time, she was wolfing down the food, even gnawing the bones clean. Gaozhan didn't say a word, but he ate no less than the others. At this time, any kind of divine strategy was nonsense, and the first would get the first prize. With meat in her mouth, Lin Yun said vaguely, There's also soup. Master said that soup is the best thing. As he ate, Yang Kai suddenly frowned. Where's Li Shiqing? Everyone's movements stopped at the same time. They looked at each other and suddenly realized a problem. Originally, there were 6 people, but now there were only 5 left. Li Shiqing had disappeared without them noticing. Although everyone's attention was attracted by what Lin Yun was cooking, there were several people from the Emperor realm present. Even if they didn't deliberately keep an eye on Li Shiqing, if she left, there was no reason for them not to notice. But it was not until Yang Kai reminded them that the others realized this problem. She seemed to have evaporated without a trace. For a moment, they couldn't help feeling a little creeped out. Lin Yun swallowed the meat in her mouth and said, She was here just now, but when I was dividing the meat, I didn't seem to see her. Yang Kai frowned and looked at the others. No one noticed? He also knew that he probably wouldn't get anything out of asking. Among the people present, his cultivation was the highest, but even he didn't notice anything, so it was impossible for the others to notice. Lan Sun shook her head solemnly, losing her appetite all of a sudden. Yao Lin asked nervously, was she caught by someone again? Probably because she remembered the scene of her being captured. She couldn't help shivering and leaning closer to Lan Sun, trying to find a sense of security. Who can take her away quietly under our noses? Yang Kai shook his head slowly. Even the great emperors couldn't do such a thing. Gaozhan didn't say a word, but suddenly turned his hand and took out 3 pieces of turtle shells, 1 big and 2 small. The big one was the size of an adult's palm, and the small one was the size of a baby's fist. But each turtle shell exuded an extremely ancient and desolate aura. Obviously, they had a long history. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and formed a seal, then threw the 3 turtle shells forward. When the turtle shells landed, Yang Kai reached out and touched the patterns on the 3 turtle shells, closed his eyes and pondered for a while, then pointed in a direction. Senior sister Li should be in that direction. You can calculate that? Yang Kai was surprised, but this hint was enough. Although he and Li Shiqing didn't know each other, since he had met her, he naturally had to rescue her together. Moreover, he didn't know why Li Shiqing suddenly disappeared, which made him a little upset and anxious to find her. I'll go over there and take a look. You wait for me here, Yang Kai said and stood up. Lan Sun said, let's go together. Yang Kai shook his head and said, I don't know whether that place is good or bad. I can deal with it alone, but if we go together, it won't be good if it turns out to be a trap. Hearing what he said, Lan Sun also nodded slightly. Yang Kai was proficient in the space principles. Unless the space around him was imprisoned, it would be really difficult for ordinary people to keep him here. Chapter 3374. He told the 4 of them to stay in place and wait for him. If he did not return after a long time, they were to find a way to find the people from Star Soul Palace and leave this place. After giving this order, Yang Kai flew in the direction Gaozhan had pointed. Searching all the way, he did not see any trace of Li Shiqing, but there seemed to be some remnants of her scent in the air. Gaozhan's direction was correct. He was really able to calculate where Li Shiqing had gone, which made Yang Kai admire him greatly. This so-called divine foresight was really a real thing. However, there was one thing that made him feel strange. He only smelled the scent of Li Shiqing's body and did not sense the aura of others. If this was the case, then Li Shiqing had left alone. But why would she leave alone? Why couldn't she inform everyone in advance? After a cup of tea's time, a lake suddenly appeared in front of him. Before he even got close, Yang Kai heard the sound of splashing water coming from that side. Feeling suspicious, he quietly concealed his aura and approached the lake. Not long after, he arrived at the lakeside and hid behind a tree, quietly looking in that direction. With just a glance, Yang Kai felt embarrassed. Because in the lake, a graceful and delicate figure was bathing. Although it was just a quick glance, Yang Kai's eyesight was amazing, and the lake water was extremely clear, so he could see everything that he should and should not see. This figure was so enchanting, it really made one's blood boil. Even though Yang Kai was a seasoned warrior, at this moment, he could not help but feel his heart skip a beat, and his heartbeat suddenly accelerated. The person bathing in the lake was none other than Li Shiqing, who had quietly disappeared. Yang Kai did not expect that he would see such an alluring scene on his way here, so he was both angry and amused. Now it seemed that Li Shiqing did not encounter any danger, nor was she taken away. She should have left on her own. But there was one thing that Yang Kai could not figure out. How did she leave without anyone noticing? Just as he was thinking this, Li Shiqing suddenly shouted, "Who is it?" Perhaps it was because Kai Yang's heartbeat had sped up a moment ago, causing her to notice some clues. She immediately turned her head and looked towards Kai Yang's hiding place. While she was shouting, she kicked up the sand at the bottom of the lake, covering the place where she was hiding and covering the seductive spring scenery. Yang Kai hesitated for a moment, but could only brace himself and say, "It's me, Yang Kai." He did not mean to see her bathing, but now that she found out, it would be difficult to explain himself, so he might as well admit it. "Brother Yang." Li Shiqing's voice was a little surprised. "Why are you here?" Hearing her ask, Yang Kai's a little angry. "Yang Kai, I want to ask you, why are you here? Do you know what kind of place this damned place? Running here without saying a word. Are you looking for death? Is there something wrong with your brain?" After saying this, he couldn't help but frown. He had nothing to do with this woman, so whether she lived or died had nothing to do with him. If she really wanted to die, no one could stop her, but he just couldn't help but curse her. After a moment of silence, Li Shiqing's voice came. Sorry, I just want to clean up. I haven't bathed in a long time, so I feel uncomfortable. Just now I saw that you were busy, so I thought I still had some time. Just as I was passing by, I saw a small lake here, so I came over. This reaction surprised Yang Kai. He scratched his face and said, If that's the case, you should tell us in advance. They are very worried about you. It won't happen again. Li Shiqing replied. There will be a next time? Kai Yang couldn't help but roll his eyes and made a decision in his heart. After leaving this place, he would immediately part ways with this woman. In the future, he would never see her again. Faintly, he had a feeling that if he stayed with her, nothing good would happen. Brother Yang, Li Shiqing shouted again, seeming to be a little embarrassed. Are you still there? Yes. Yang Kai responded in a deep voice. Can you please leave for a moment? I want to get dressed. These words could easily make one's imagination run wild. Yang Kai's mind involuntarily replayed the scene just now. He quickly shook his head and threw away the distracting thoughts in his heart, saying, Okay, I'll wait for you over there. Many thanks. Li Shiqing thanked him gently. Yang Kai's figure leapt up and flew away. But just as he was about to move, he suddenly heard Li Shiqing's cry of alarm from behind. He hurriedly stopped and turned his head to look, only to see that in the center of the lake, where Li Shiqing originally stood, a huge bubble appeared. A pure white arm struggled for a moment, then quickly sank to the bottom of the lake. What's going on? Yang Kai was dumbfounded. At this moment, without thinking about anything else, his figure flashed and flew in that direction, at the same time shouting, Li Shiqing. How could there be any response? The bottom of the lake was in chaos, and Yang Kai could not see any trace of Li Shiqing. When he swept out with his divine sense, he could detect her presence, but he did not know what kind of danger she was in. She was continuously sinking to the bottom of the lake and struggling. With no time to think about it, Yang Kai turned around and dove straight into the lake. With a splash of water, Yang Kai pushed his Emperor Qi, pushed away the surrounding water, and reached down to grab something. What touched his hand was tender and smooth, as if he had grabbed the most exquisite silk in the world. Yang Kai pulled again, and a naked, curvaceous, snow-white body was pulled in front of him. Her skin was so delicate that it seemed as if it would break if he blew on it, and it was enough to make any man in the world go crazy. But Yang Kai did not have the time to appreciate this, so he just looked down with a dignified expression and asked in a deep voice, What's wrong? Li Shiqing did not answer, but instead followed his strength and crashed into Yang Kai's arms. In an instant, Yang Kai felt an amazing bouncing force on his chest. Looking over, there was a face that could turn all living things upside down in front of him. The veil that had been covering her face had disappeared, revealing Li Shiqing's true appearance. As Lan Sun had said, she was indeed a great beauty, and her beauty was outrageous. The Creator seemed to want to gather all the beauty in her body, and this kind of beauty was enough to make one's soul tremble. Their eyes met, and Yang Kai felt a sense of danger, and at the same time, Li Shiqing's soft whisper reached his ears, Look at me. That voice seemed to have a magical power that made Yang Kai involuntarily look into her eyes. A strange light flashed in those beautiful gem-like eyes, like a star field at night, shining brightly with stars. Yang Kai seemed to have been cast a spell and stood there motionless. The invisible divine sense easily broke through the defenses of Yang Kai's knowledge and planted a brand in his mind. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly moved, and his vision refocused. Looking forward, he saw Li Shiqing in front of him showing a gentle smile, a smile that was enough to make all things in the world lose their color in an instant. That smile would only ever bloom for him. Yang Kai flew into a rage, grabbed Li Shiqing's slender neck, jumped out of the water, and floated to the shore, pressed her against the trunk of a big tree, stared at her coldly, and said, What did you just do to me? At this time, how could Yang Kai not understand that Li Shiqing's encounter was just a self-directed play? There was no danger under the lake at all. He was a little confused. The lake water was so clear that it was impossible to hide any monsters, and Li Shiqing was a second-order Emperor Realm Master and a disciple of the Flower Shadow Great Emperors. How could she be in danger so easily? Only now did he understand that everything was just a trick to lure him closer. It was laughable that he had really fallen for it. But who would have thought that Li Shiqing, a stranger he met by chance, would use such a method to scheme against him? Suddenly, he remembered Gao Zhan's warning. Could it be that it was Li Shiqing? But why? Why did she scheme against him? What did she do to him just now? Yang Kai didn't feel any discomfort, and there was no trace of injury on his body. His knowledge C was also normal. But what was that feeling just now? He clearly felt that Li Shiqing had done something to his knowledge C. If that was really the case, why didn't the seven-colored soul-warming lotus have any abnormalities? Yang Kai even suspected that Li Shiqing had come out alone to lure him over. At the edge of the small lake, a naked, enchanting beauty was being held by the neck by Kai Yang and pressed against a tree trunk. Kai Yang's face was filled with anger and murderous intent. No matter how one looked at it, this situation was extremely strange. Yang Kai flew into a rage out of humiliation after accidentally falling into her trap. Naturally, he didn't hold back. Although Li Shiqing's cultivation wasn't bad, with her neck pinned like this, she had difficulty breathing and her face was flushed red. But she didn't complain at all. She had a smile on her face that was enough to melt one's heart. She looked at Yang Kai quietly, as if she would have no complaints even if Yang Kai killed her. Yang Kai's heart clenched, and he couldn't help but loosen his grip a little. He shouted in a low voice, "Speak. From now on, let's never be separated again," Li Shiqing suddenly said. As soon as these words came out, Yang Kai felt sweetness in his heart, but he still frowned. "Are you crazy? If you keep talking nonsense, I'll really do it. Don't think I don't dare kill you." Li Shiqing looked at him with a smile, not knowing what fear was. She reached out her jade hands and grabbed Yang Kai's big hands, softly saying, "Are you willing?" Yang Kai sneered, "Why wouldn't I?" Damn, he really couldn't bear to. As soon as the idea of killing her appeared, he immediately rejected it. In front of him, this woman he had only known for a few days, yet she seemed to have become one of the most important existences in his life. It was as if they had known each other for a long time and had already left their brand in each other's lives. Chapter 3375. Bewitching Technique? Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he thought of a possibility. Only a bewitching technique could explain the current situation and explain his current mood. Otherwise, if a woman he had just met by chance had plotted against him, obviously harboring ill intentions, how could he be so worried about personal gains and losses? Li Shiqing just smiled and did not say anything. Yang Kai stared at her fiercely, as if he wanted to eat her alive. His murderous intent was so thick that it was almost tangible. If it were anyone else facing this situation, they would be terrified, but Li Shiqing did not feel fear at all. Even if Yang Kai was holding her by the neck and pressing her against the tree trunk, her smile never faded, but her slightly furrowed brow showed her pain. "I'll ask you one last time, what did you do to me?" Yang Kai's voice was cold and piercing, like a cold wind blowing from a snowy mountain. As if she could feel his impatience, Li Shiqing hesitated for a moment before finally pursing her lips and saying, "Heart seal." "What is a heart seal?" Yang Kai frowned. "Heart to heart, wings to wings." Li Shiqing smiled. Yang Kai's brow furrowed even deeper. "You mean to say that after you used this heart seal secret technique on me, I developed feelings for you? Is it because you can't understand it yourself?" Li Shiqing looked at him mischievously before saying, "And this feeling goes both ways. Whatever you feel right now, I also feel the same." Yang Kai glared at her. What kind of bullshit secret technique was this? It could actually force two people who had met by chance to be together, causing both of them to suffer. If it was one-sided, then it would be fine, but Li Shiqing was also restricted by this secret technique. No wonder this woman had been looking at him strangely from the beginning, so it was because of this. "Are you very happy?" Li Shiqing suddenly asked. Yang Kai said with a straight face, "Do you think I'm happy in the slightest?" The corners of your mouth just curled up. Li Shiqing stared at him with wide eyes. "Bullshit," Yang Kai immediately denied. Li Shiqing angrily said, "Can you not be so fierce? You're making me uncomfortable. Who are you flirting with? Yang Kai looked at her from the corner of his eyes. When he first woke her up, Yang Kai thought that this woman was really cold and arrogant. Now that he had a closer look at her, he realized that he had been blind. She was no longer cold and arrogant. Perhaps these words were a bit heavy. Li Shiqing hatefully glared at him, her beautiful eyes full of hidden bitterness. Kai Yang's hand that was choking her neck struggled a few times, but in the end, he couldn't get past this hurdle. He hated himself to no end. He clearly had the heart to kill her, but no matter what, he couldn't bear to do it. He let go of her hand and said, "Put on your clothes and talk." It wasn't a good idea to be naked all the time. Even if he didn't look at it intentionally, that white body would still affect his mind. Li Shiqing touched her neck and coughed a few times before taking out her clothes from her space ring and pushing them in front of Yang Kai. "What are you doing?" Yang Kai said impatiently. "Help me put it on." Li Shiqing looked at him with a smile. "Get lost." Yang Kai sneered. He was currently filled with anger. Yet this woman actually wanted him to help her put on her clothes? Dream on. "Are you going to put it on or not?" Li Shiqing stared at him stubbornly. Yang Kai snorted. "So what if I don't?" Could he force a cow to drink water? Li Shiqing stared at him seriously for a while before suddenly throwing the clothes in her hand to the ground, turning around and flying back the way she had come. Yang Kai was stunned on the spot and only reacted after a while. His figure flickered as his space principles fluctuated, and he appeared in front of Li Shiqing, gritting his teeth as he asked, "What are you doing?" "Going back. Aren't they very worried about me?" Li Shiqing replied matter-of-factly. Yang Kai's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he looked her up and down. "You're going to run back like this?" Li Shiqing smiled and said, "So what if I am?" "Are you crazy?" Yang Kai simply didn't know what to say to her. Although most of the people there were women, and the only man was blind, running around naked like this was unacceptable. Moreover, although Gao Zhan was blind, he had the cultivation level of the Emperor realm. With a sweep of his divine sense, he could see everything clearly. Thinking of this possibility, Yang Kai's heart felt stifled. "Then you help me put it on." Li Shiqing looked at him with a smug expression. Yang Kai's expression immediately changed. He gritted his teeth for a long time before cursing out loud, "You're a fucking lunatic." As he spoke, he flashed over and grabbed Li Shiqing's jade hand, pulling her towards the lakeside. Li Shiqing allowed him to hold her hand, her face filled with tenderness and sweetness. She smiled like a general who had just won a battle. Returning to the lakeside, Yang Kai picked up the clothes that she had thrown on the ground before. After fiddling with them for a while, he finally figured out how to put on a woman's clothes. When had he ever helped a woman put on her clothes? He was always only responsible for taking them off. During the process of putting on the clothes, Yang Kai resisted the throbbing in his heart. It was very difficult, but Li Shiqing still shamelessly said, "If you want to touch it, you can touch it. I don't mind." Yang Kai's psychological defense instantly collapsed. He didn't have so many scruples and intentionally or unintentionally took advantage of her, causing Li Shiqing to pant and her cheeks to turn red. After a long struggle, they finally put on the clothes. Yang Kai's heart was tired. He squinted at her and said, "Why did the great emperors accept a disciple like you? Isn't she afraid of ruining the reputation of the sect?" Li Shiqing pursed her lips and smiled, then hooked her finger at Yang Kai. "What now?" Yang Kai looked vigilant. "Come here. You first tell me what you want." Yang Kai was unmoved. Li Shiqing stomped her feet and took the initiative to walk over. Then, she leaned forward and pressed her red lips against Yang Kai's. Yang Kai stood in the same place like a wooden block. When their lips separated, he coldly said, "What is the meaning of this?" Li Shiqing smiled slightly. "Nothing. I just want to kiss you." Yang Kai's smile became even colder. "Do you think you can just pretend to be innocent and naive? I want to see how you will explain it to the great emperors when you go back." Li Shiqing said, "You don't have to worry about that." Yang Kai was surprised. "You are not afraid of your master?" Li Shiqing looked at him with a smile. "Are you trying to trick me? In fact, if you want to know something, you can ask me directly and I will tell you. Only a ghost would believe you." Yang Kai had many questions he wanted to ask her, such as why she had planted that heart-seal secret technique on him, making everyone feel uncomfortable, and whether she had deliberately led him here. But he knew that even if he asked, he wouldn't get any answers from Li Shiqing. The disappearance of the children and disciples of the great emperors still had no clue, and now that such a thing had happened, Yang Kai's mind was in a mess. Li Shiqing took out a veil and said while putting it on, "In fact, I came here specifically for you." "For me?" Yang Kai frowned. "How were you so sure I would come?" Li Shiqing took a deep breath, causing her full breasts to rise and fall as she explained. "This place is an independent sealed world. If you want to open the entrance, you must be proficient in space principles. In the entire star boundary, there are only two people who have the ability to do so. One is you and the other is Li Wuyi. Li Wuyi is in the Eastern Territory and this matter involves Lan Sun, so the people from Star Soul Palace will definitely come to you for help." Sure enough, they really did find you. Hearing this, Yang Kai frowned and asked suspiciously, "Don't tell me that everything here was done by the great emperors of the Flower Shadow Palace." Lan Sun and Yao Lin were all captured by the great emperors of the Flower Shadow Palace. Li Shiqing smiled lightly. "Of course not. This matter has nothing to do with her." "Nothing to do with her?" Yang Kai raised his brow. "It has nothing to do with her." Li Shiqing slowly shook her head and gave a definite answer. Yang Kai, on the other hand, felt his blood run cold. "You are not Li Shiqing. Who are you?" The great emperors of the Flower Shadow Palace were actually just her from her mouth, and Yang Kai didn't feel any sense of respect from Li Shiqing at all. If this Li Shiqing in front of him was really Li Shiqing, then as a disciple of the great emperors of the Flower Shadow Palace, how could she behave like this? At the very least, she should show the respect of a disciple to their honored master. Combined with the heart enchantment seal, Yang Kai could almost conclude that this Li Shiqing in front of him was a fake. 10,000 Flower Valley would never teach such a charming technique. Li Shiqing was stunned for a moment before smiling. "Did I reveal any flaws?" She had felt that Yang Kai was trying to trick her before, but she didn't want to reveal anything, so she had inadvertently exposed herself. "You really are not Li Shiqing." Yang Kai's heart filled with a chill, feeling that things were becoming more and more complicated. "Where is the real Li Shiqing? What did you do to her?" Li Shiqing frowned as she looked at Yang Kai. "Isn't it enough to have me? Why do you care about other women?" "Stop pestering me. Answer me. What did you do to her?" On the way here, he had received some information that the disciple of the great emperors of the Flower Shadow Palace, Li Shiqing, had indeed gone missing. Since the one in front of him was a fake, where was the real Li Shiqing? Li Shiqing helplessly sighed. "She's fine. She just went somewhere." "Where did she go?" Li Shiqing looked at him with a smile. "To a place I want to take you to. If you promise to come with me, I'll tell you." "Good. I promise you." Yang Kai readily agreed. Li Shiqing giggled. "I'm not a 3-year-old child. How could I be so easily fooled?" Yang Kai suddenly stepped forward and pulled her into his arms, staring at her affectionately. "Whether or not it's the effect of that secret technique, at this moment, I feel that I don't want to be separated from you. If you go somewhere, I will naturally go there." These words seemed to have a big impact on Li Shiqing, causing her body to soften and her whole body to fall into Yang Kai's embrace, a happy and sweet smile blossoming on her face as she whispered softly, "I believe you are sincere, but I also believe you have other intentions. Unless you come with me to that place, I won't tell you." Yang Kai immediately threw her away, abandoning her like a worn-out shoe. Chapter 3376. "You really don't want to come with me? I can accompany you for the rest of your life, never to be separated." Li Shiqing looked at him sincerely. Yang Kai said impatiently, "I hate it when people talk to me in riddles. First, tell me who you are, where you want me to go, and what you want me to do there." Li Shiqing hesitated for a moment before saying, "It's not convenient to say anything else for the time being. I can only tell you that something big will happen in the near future, and you, who are proficient in space principles, will play a big role in it. Otherwise, do you think I would come here in person? As for who I am, you will know in the future. My identity will not be a disgrace to you." Yang Kai sneered. "You might as well not have said anything." Rolling his eyes, he said, Rest for a moment. We'll go find them later. Saying so, he didn't bother to pay attention to her and sat down. With the help of the enough-ass heart seal secret technique, Yang Kai didn't have to be on guard against Li Shiqing trying to harm him. He had seen and touched every part of her body, so if she had any ill intentions, she would have already revealed them. So Yang Kai felt quite at ease in front of her. Seeing him sit down, Li Shiqing suddenly leaned over. What? Do you want to use my secret technique to find out my identity? This woman is really smart. The corner of Yang Kai's mouth twitched. Didn't they say that women with big breasts have no brains? He really did have this idea. He couldn't get any useful information from Li Shiqing, but today's matter wasn't completely untraceable. The best way to find out was the so-called heart seal secret technique. Yang Kai clearly felt that there was something extra in his knowledge see before, but he couldn't find it. Now that he thought about it, the extra thing should be the heart seal secret technique. As long as he could find the source of this secret technique and carefully identify it, he might be able to find some clues. Opening his eyes, Yang Kai looked at her. Are you going to stop me? Li Shiqing covered her mouth and giggled. Why would I stop you? If you want to investigate, feel free to do so, but I have to remind you that this technique is illusory and traceless, and anyone who is afflicted with it will be bound for life. There is no way to remove it. Not to mention that you are just a second-order Emperor Realm Master. Even the great emperors wouldn't be able to do anything about it. Yang Kai curled his lips and said, Bullshit. No matter who this Li Shiqing was, or where she came from, her cultivation was the same as his, a second-order Emperor Realm Master. Yet, she dared to make such a big claim? Yang Kai really wanted to spit on her face. Li Shiqing smiled and said, Then work hard. Big sister will wait for you. Yang Kai snorted. Speak properly. Li Shiqing fell silent. Yang Kai also closed his eyes and condensed his soul avatar in his knowledge sea, carefully searching the area. Half an hour later, Yang Kai opened his eyes with a gloomy face. Li Shiqing immediately asked, How is it? Yang Kai glared at her. Don't be so smug. We are in a hurry now, so I don't have the time to search carefully. I'll definitely teach you a lesson later. Then I'll be looking forward to it. Li Shiqing smiled, pausing for a moment before asking, Where are we going now? Kai Yang really wanted to say to her, You go your own way, I'll go mine. But when the words reached his mouth, he couldn't bring himself to say it. He could only mutter, Go back and find them. Suddenly, he warned her, If you dare to touch them, I won't forgive you. Li Shiqing said, Don't worry. I've already achieved the purpose of this trip. I just need to stay by your side in the future. Yang Kai frowned. Aren't you going back to 10,000 Flower Valley? Li Shiqing smiled. I'm not Li Shiqing. Why would I go back to 10,000 Flower Valley? Then how are we going to explain this to the great emperors? If she pursues this matter, your identity will definitely be exposed. Li Shiqing blinked. Are you worried about me? Don't think too highly of yourself. I'm worried that I will be implicated. Having said that, after we go out, even if the great emperors don't pursue this matter, I'll still have to tell her. Li Shiqing didn't comment. As long as you're happy. She looked as if she knew that Yang Kai wouldn't leak the secret, causing Yang Kai to grit his teeth in anger. With a look of dissatisfaction, he said, Let's not talk about other things for the time being. You should at least tell me your name, right? Li Shiqing was silent for a moment, then she smiled. Ruming, you Ruming? Yang Kai nodded slightly and said no more, taking the lead to return the way they came. Yu Ming naturally kept up with him, but after flying for a few miles, she suddenly heard a thunderous sound coming from the sky. The sound was like thunder, causing the world to shake. A terrifying pressure descended from the sky, causing Yang Kai's expression to change dramatically. He suddenly stopped and looked up at the gray sky, a look of surprise on his face. The thunderous sound was not real thunder, but someone fighting in the sky. What shocked Yang Kai the most was that the cultivation of the people fighting had reached the level of the great emperors. Just the aftermath alone was enough to cause his blood to boil, forcing him to circulate his emperor chi to protect his body and mind. Great emperors are actually fighting here. This battle couldn't be a one-man show. In other words, there were two great emperors fighting in this strange place. Who were they? Was the one who first broke into this place when he opened the entrance also involved? It's starting. Yu Ming's soft whisper suddenly reached his ears. Yang Kai turned his head and saw her looking up at the sky with a solemn face, and there was even a hint of excitement and expectation in her beautiful eyes. Looking at her, Yang Kai was slightly taken aback, because he found that Yu Ming did not circulate her Emperor Qi to protect herself. This made Yang Kai doubt his eyes. They were both second-order Emperor Realm Masters, so why was Yu Ming so calm? Was she not affected by the aftermath of the battle at all? Yang Kai did not believe that there was anyone in this world who was stronger than him in the second-order Emperor realm. If he used his full strength, he could even exchange blows with a fake emperor, but Yu Ming's performance was better than his at the moment, which naturally surprised him. After hesitating for a moment, he asked, "What's starting?" Yu Ming shook her head and did not answer. Another loud cracking sound rang out, and a pitch-black crack suddenly appeared in the sky. It was incomparably huge, as if an invisible beast had opened its mouth and was about to swallow the entire world. The space they were in became a little turbulent. Tiny cracks appeared and then disappeared. This small world could not bear the fierce battle between the two great emperors. In such a short period of time, such a strange phenomenon had already appeared. If this continued, this small world might very well be shattered. Thinking so, Yang Kai shouted, "Let's go." Saying so, he hurriedly flew forward. Yu Ming glanced at the sky again before following. After a while, several figures appeared in front of them, and when they met, Yang Kai found that they were Lan Sun, Lin Yun, and the others. "Senior Sisterly, are you okay?" Lan Sun glanced at Yu Ming, who was following behind Yang Kai, and asked. "She's fine." Yang Kai shook his head, but did not explain what Yu Ming had done or how she had disappeared under everyone's nose. In fact, he didn't understand either. "It's not good to stay here for a long time. Please follow me and find the exit as soon as possible." Lan Sun and the others nodded solemnly. As long as one was not blind, they could see that when immortals fought, mortals would suffer. If they didn't want to be implicated, it was best to leave this place. But where the exit was, or if there was even an exit in this small world, no one knew. So Yang Kai could only lead everyone forward while secretly praying for a way out. "Huh." As they walked, Lin Yun suddenly exclaimed, "It's Master's aura." Yang Kai turned to look at her and pointed to the sky. "Is the Iron Blood Master over there?" Lin Yun nodded and said, "Yes, it is indeed Master's aura." She was the only disciple of the Iron Blood Great Emperor, and had been with the Iron Blood Great Emperor for so many years, so she naturally could not be wrong. "So the Iron Blood Master is here," Gao Zhan suddenly said. "No wonder his attacks are so powerful." Lan Sun said, "Who is fighting the Iron Blood Master?" Everyone shook their heads when they heard this. Although they could sense that it must be another great emperor's, no one knew who that person was. At this moment, the gray world suddenly darkened, as if all the light had been covered, causing the world to enter the deepest night in an instant. Even people from the Emperor realm, like everyone else, could no longer see anything clearly. Not only was their vision blocked, even their divine sense seemed to have entered a dark space, unable to perceive the existence of anything. "The Night Shadow Great Emperors!" Lan Sun exclaimed in shock. Such an obvious sign allowed her to immediately lock onto the identity of the other great emperors fighting the Iron Blood Great Emperor. Only that person could have such magical means. The Night Shadow Great Emperors were the masters of darkness, so such a change could not be more obvious. Is it really him? Yang Kai frowned. On the way here, he had heard Xiao Yang mention that they had guessed that Lan Sun's disappearance might be related to the Night Shadow Great Emperors, but that was just a guess after all. Now, it seemed that this guess might be true. Gao Zhan was puzzled. Strange. Why are the Iron Blood Master and the Night Shadow Master fighting? Their vision was blurred, and their divine sense perception was also hazy, so everyone could only stop in place. Yang Kai said solemnly, "Star Soul Palace suspects that your capture is related to the Shadow Killer Temple. If this is true, then it's not surprising that the two of them are fighting. But how difficult would it be to determine a winner when two great emperors fought? No one knew when this battle would end, so Yang Kai was secretly anxious. In the current situation, everyone could neither advance nor retreat. Could they only wait in place? But if this world was shattered by the two great emperors, no one would have a good end. If they were not careful, they would be swallowed into the void. Just as he was thinking this, a bright light suddenly bloomed in the sky, dispelling the darkness that had obscured the light. Everyone looked up and saw a full moon hanging high in the sky, exuding a bright and soft light. "Father!" Lan Sun called out in surprise. Chapter 3377. As soon as Lan Sun spoke, everyone realized that the bright moon great emperors were also here. This was in line with the information Yang Kai had obtained before. Star Soul Palace had received a message from the great emperor's bright moon and had tracked them all the way here. They had also guessed that the great emperors had entered this world, and now it seemed that this was indeed the case. The bright moon great emperors had indeed entered this world. The full moon in the sky was the best proof. In other words, there were actually 3 emperor-level existences gathered in this strange world, and they were fighting fiercely. What was certain was that the great emperor's bright moon and the great emperor's night shadow were on opposite sides. As for which side the Iron Blood great emperor was on, it was not clear, but it was very likely that he had joined forces with the bright moon great emperors. Above the heavens, darkness swept out again, competing with the brilliance of the full moon. The collision of light and darkness was a battle of world principles between the two great emperors. If it were a one-on-one battle, it would be hard to say which of these two great emperors was stronger. They were like fire and water, but at this time, there was an additional Iron Blood great emperor, Zhan Wuhin. 2 against 1. There was no doubt that the great emperor's night shadow would suffer some losses. From the vision in the sky, it could be seen that although the darkness was powerful, it was obviously inferior to the brilliance of the light and was being suppressed bit by bit. Occasionally, a long roar would ring out, shaking the heavens and earth. Yang Kai and the others watched quietly. Except for the somewhat heartless Emo Shaoqi and the meaningful Yu Ruming, everyone else wore a dignified expression, because no one knew what had caused these 3 great emperors to fight here. If it was just because their disciples or descendants had been captured, it should not have caused such a ruckus. After all, a war between the great emperors was not a trivial matter. It was very likely that it would shake the entire star boundary. Lan Sun, Lin Yun and the others had not suffered any harm and were simply trapped in this world. The shockwaves spread to every corner of this world. Layers of ripples appeared in the space, and it became more and more unstable. Yang Kai took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "We should go." Lan Sun recovered, retracted her gaze, and looked at Yang Kai. But which direction should we go? How could Yang Kai know about this? He could only look at Gao Zhan. "Brother Gao, isn't it time for a divination?" Yang Kai had seen Gao Zhan's ability a moment ago. He could even calculate Yu Ruming's whereabouts. So, calculating the location of the exit shouldn't be difficult, right? Unexpectedly, Gao Zhan only shook his head slowly. "There's nothing I can do." Yang Kai then looked at Yu Ruming. If he couldn't count on Gao Zhan, then he could only count on this woman. She seemed to know something, but no matter how Yang Kai asked, she didn't answer anything substantial. Their eyes met, and Yu Ruming said indifferently, "Why is Brother Yang looking at me? Shiqing doesn't know about this either." Bitch. Yang Kai was sure that she definitely knew, but she pretended to be Li Shiqing and said such words. He was so angry that he really wanted to tear off her disguise here. He immediately said in a deep voice, "We may really die here. If you know anything, please tell me." Yu Ruming slowly shook her head. "Brother Yang is joking. Shiqing has been sleeping until you came and was awakened. She really knows nothing about this place." Lan Sun said, "Brother Yang, don't embarrass senior sister Li. She really doesn't know. You were deceived by her." Yang Kai roared in his heart. "This woman is not the Li Shiqing you know." But the matter had come to this. Yang Kai had no choice but to say, "Then it depends on our luck. If we are lucky, we may leave this place alive. If we are unlucky..." He paused and said, "We will all die here together." After speaking, he glared fiercely at Yu Ruming. Yu Ruming turned a deaf ear to him, but a mischievous light flashed in her eyes. The battle in the sky became more and more intense. The three great emperors seemed to be going all out from the beginning without holding back, making the world show more and more signs of collapse. No one dared to stay in place for long and could only move forward. Not long after, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed, and he looked up ahead. "What's wrong?" Lan Sun asked, noticing a trace of abnormality in Yang Kai. "There are people," Yang Kai replied, using his divine sense to explore. "It's the people from Star Soul Palace, Elder Shui and the others?" Lan Sun's expression brightened. Yang Kai nodded and sped up to meet them. The people on the other side obviously noticed the situation here and also rushed over. A moment later, the two sides met. "Your Highness." Shui Jingmao's face lit up after seeing Lan Sun, and he quickly stepped forward to check if she was injured. Only after confirming that she was safe and sound did he relax. Xiao Yuyang walked over to Yang Kai and asked, "How did you find them?" Yang Kai frowned. "I don't know who led me there. They must have been hit by some kind of secret technique before, so they have been unconscious." "Someone led you there?" Xiao Yuyang was stunned when he heard this. Yang Kai nodded. "Now that I think about it, the person who led me there was either the Bright Moon Great Master or the Iron Blood Master. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to find them so easily." Xiao Yuyang pondered for a moment before nodding. "That's reasonable. It should be either the Bright Moon Great Emperors or the Iron Blood Great Emperor who discovered the location of Lan Sun and the others, but had other important matters to attend to, so it wasn't convenient for him to bring these juniors with him, so he led Yang Kai over and left this matter to him." "Elder Xiao, there is another thing I need to tell you." Yang Kai's expression suddenly became solemn. "What?" Xiao Yuyang and the others from Star Soul Palace all turned to look at him. Yang Kai's lips squirmed a few times before he finally said, "We need to find a way to leave this place as soon as possible. If my guess is correct, if those masters continue fighting like this world will collapse." "So that's what he's talking about?" Xiao Yuyang laughed. Even if Yang Kai didn't mention it, they would have noticed it. Shui Jingmao said, "We have also been looking for an exit, but unfortunately, we have found nothing. Do you have any clues here?" Yang Kai slowly shook his head. This caused everyone's expression to darken. They hadn't found anything, and neither had Yang Kai. So how were they supposed to get out? Xiao Yuyang asked, "Since you are proficient in space principles, can't you tear space and open an exit?" Yang Kai shook his head and said, "I can't. After all, this is an independent small world with its own world principles and barriers. With my current attainments in the Tao of space, I can't tear the barriers of this world. Even if I tear space and open an exit, I can only go to another place in this world. I can't return to the star boundary." Shui Jingmao said, "In that case, we can only search slowly. Since we can come in, we can naturally leave." Looking up at the sky, he said in a dignified voice, "I hope we can make it in time." Waving his hand, he said, "Let's go." The group hurriedly followed. Whether it was intentional or not, Yu Ming fell behind and flew out side by side with Yang Kai. Suddenly, her voice came to his ear. "Did you want to expose me just now?" Yang Kai squinted at her. "So what if I did?" Yu Ming's eyes curved as she smiled. "Then why didn't you take action?" "It's none of your business," Yang Kai replied bitterly. "I knew you couldn't bear to." Yu Ming smiled even more happily. Yang Kai coldly snorted. "Now that we don't know if you're alive or dead, it's meaningless to expose you. If we can really find an exit, I will definitely reveal the truth to everyone. Just wait for your death." Yu Ming said, "Then don't be sad when the time comes." In your dreams, Yang Kai was furious and suddenly sped up, leaving her behind. Staring at his back, a smile flashed across Yu Ming's eyes as she followed behind him unhurriedly. Time passed by little. After one day and one night, everyone's mood became a little restless. After searching for so long, they still couldn't find the exit. The battle between the three great emperors lasted for an entire day and night, turning the whole world upside down. In the void, there were void cracks everywhere. Yang Kai was leading the way because without his guidance, no one would be able to fly in this environment. If they were not careful, they would rush into a void crack or be cut by one of the small and invisible void cracks, dying an unnatural death. At a certain moment, a dazzling light suddenly lit up between the heavens and earth. Everyone who was rushing forward couldn't help but stop and look up. Above the sky, a huge black curtain collided with the light of the full moon, eliminating each other. At the same time, a deafening rumbling sound rang out. The earth cracked open, and incomparably huge, abyss-like ravines appeared. At this moment, the void was like a shattered mirror, and cracks crazily spread in all directions. Rivers flowed in reverse, and mountains disintegrated. "Not good," Xiao Yuyang exclaimed. Their previous guess had come true. This world couldn't withstand the fierce confrontation between the three great emperors and was really about to collapse. All these strange phenomena were just a precursor to the collapse. "Everyone, come here," Shui Jingmao shouted. At this time, they didn't have the time to look for an exit. They could only stay in place and gather everyone's strength to resist the power of the heavens and earth. They might be able to survive for a while, otherwise, they would definitely die. Everyone also realized this and gathered around him. As their emperor chi surged, a dozen or so people worked together, trying to maintain the stability of the place they were in. They didn't want to let the area around them be affected by the collapse of the world. Yang Kai turned his head and looked at Yu Ming, his eyes spitting fire as he sent a message. "Will you only be happy if everyone dies here?" Yu Ming replied lightly, "What does the life or death of others have to do with me? As for you, you have the space principles. Will you die here?" "Bitch." Yang Kai cursed angrily. Yu Ming was stunned for a moment, then gritted her teeth and said, "What did you call me?" "You are cheap person." Kai Yang responded slowly, one word at a time. He had even cursed the dragon race's second elder. "So what did Yu Ming count for?" Chapter 3378. Yu Ming was obviously furious. She had never heard anyone scold her so viciously, especially when the person who scolded her was Yang Kai. She gritted her teeth and said, "I'll kill you." Yang Kai sneered, "Try it if you have the guts." He didn't believe that Yu Ming would really dare to attack him in front of everyone. If she really did so, her identity would definitely be exposed immediately. As long as she still had some ulterior motives, she would never waste her previous hard work. He thought it would be like this. Who would have thought that just as he spoke, he would see Yu Ming's beautiful eyes staring at him with a sneer. Immediately after, his knowledge suddenly tumbled, and a splitting headache assaulted him. Yang Kai couldn't help but let out a muffled groan as his body swayed. Not only him, but Yu Ming herself was also like this. It was obvious that when Yang Kai was suffering this pain, she herself seemed to be implicated. Her crystal-clear skin was a little pale and fine sweat appeared on her forehead. If it were normal times, the abnormalities of the two would certainly not be hidden from the perception of the people around them, but at this moment, everyone was working hard to maintain the stability of the area within a radius of more than 100 feet, not allowing this place to be affected by the aftermath of the battle between the great emperors. Who would have the time to care about others? Therefore, the abnormal reactions of the two were so quiet that no one noticed it. "What did you do?" Yang Kai was shocked. He didn't notice that Yu Ming had made a move at all, but his head felt like it was about to explode. What the hell was going on? "I'm going to die with you." Yu Ming gritted her teeth and replied. Her voice was intermittent. It was obvious that she was enduring great pain. "Are you crazy?" Yang Kai's face changed drastically. What kind of situation was this? And this woman was still playing like this. She was simply a madwoman. "Who told you to scold me?" Yu Ming stubbornly looked at Yang Kai, sweat appearing on her forehead. "I just scolded you. If you're not happy, you can scold me back." Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why hurt each other? "Apologize. Apologize, your mother. How dare you scold me?" Yu Ming trembled all over, either from anger or pain. Lan Sun finally noticed a trace of abnormality and asked with concern, "Senior Sisterly, are you okay?" Yu Ming slowly shook her head, not saying a word. Yang Kai transmitted his voice at the right time. "If there's anything, we can deal with it later. Don't mess around now." Yu Ming said coldly, "No one has ever scolded me like this. No one can scold me like this. Unless you apologize, I will die with you here." Yang Kai was speechless. His face twitched for a while, and he could only comfort her. Okay, okay, I was wrong just now. I won't scold you anymore. A real man knows when to yield and when to stand tall. What's the big deal about apologizing? You said it yourself. Yes, that's what I said. You heard me right. Only then did Ru Ming stop. After a moment of silence, she asked with concern, Does it hurt? What do you think? Yang Kai was furious. He felt that this woman changed her attitude faster than flipping a book. I was just angry. Don't provoke me like this next time. Perhaps because of the change in her mood, Ru Ming felt a little guilty about what she had done just now. Her tone was so gentle that it was enough to make a Vajra melt. Yang Kai rolled his eyes and asked, Was that also the power of your heart seal secret technique? Ru Ming didn't comment. Naturally, she realized that Yang Kai was just trying to get information out of her. Yang Kai wanted to ask a few more questions, but he didn't have the chance. After a short while, the world around them finally collapsed. The earth and space cracked open piece by piece, and then, under the influence of some unknown force, they gradually drifted away into the depths of the void. This was the first time that everyone had seen such a strange scene. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines as they watched. It's over. Shui Jingmao let out a long sigh. As the great elder of Star Soul Palace, a third-order Emperor Realm Master who had lived for so many years, he wasn't afraid of death, but Lan Sun was still here. If he died, then so be it. But what if Lan Sun died? Moreover, in addition to Lan Sun, there were also the descendants and disciples of the other 4 great emperors here. Everyone was a little worried for a while. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was calm. Although he had described the situation as very dangerous before, in fact, if it really came to that point, he could only take everyone here into the sealed world bead and then find a way to escape through the void. As long as he was safe, everyone else would be safe. If it were any other time, he would have had great confidence in escaping safely, but at this time, there were 3 great emperors fighting here, and the entire world was collapsing. He didn't know what kind of situation he would face when the time came, so he didn't dare to make any unnecessary promises to everyone. He was only prepared to take action when the situation became extremely bad. Kacha-kacha sounds rang out incessantly as the world collapsed faster and faster, pieces of earth drifting away and gradually disappearing. In less than 2 hours, the place where they were standing had already been reduced to nothingness. Only the place where they were standing was safe, because of the protection of everyone. However, it was only a radius of a few dozen feet, making everyone feel as if they were trapped on an island in the sea. And this island was still flowing in the cracks of space. There was no light, no path of origin, as if it had been forgotten by the entire world. Yang Kai suddenly raised his brow and fixed his eyes in a certain direction. What's wrong? Xiao Yang, who was standing next to him, heard his voice and asked. Yang Kai didn't answer and just silently sensed his surroundings. After a while, his expression brightened. There is an exit over there. Everyone was overjoyed when they heard this, and Lei Hong shouted, An exit into the star boundary? Yang Kai nodded and said, It's very likely. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go and take a look, Lei Hong shouted impatiently. Yang Kai gently nodded and was about to lead everyone in that direction when his figure suddenly froze. After carefully sensing for a while, his expression changed greatly. Not good, run. Saying so, he pushed his space principles to wrap everyone up and lead them in the opposite direction. Everyone was confused, but seeing Yang Kai's dignified expression, they knew that the situation was not good. In this damned place, only Yang Kai, who was proficient in space principles, had the authority to speak, so he must have noticed something and made such a choice. Shuttling through the void was extremely dangerous, and without Yang Kai's protection, it would have been impossible for these 12 or 20 people to stay together. Perhaps they would have scattered in the blink of an eye. Everyone also wanted to know what Yang Kai had noticed that caused him to act like he was facing a great enemy, but at this time it was obviously not convenient to ask. However, their doubts did not last long as soon a trace of abnormal movement came from behind them. Rumbling sounds resounded throughout the universe. It was as if something was rolling over in large quantities, wanting to fill up the entire void. Mao and the others hurriedly looked back, but could not see anything at all. Even when they released their divine senses, they could not spread too far. In this void, their strength was completely suppressed. After what seemed like an incense stick worth of time, or perhaps just a dozen breaths of time, a ray of light suddenly appeared in front of them. Seeing this light, everyone couldn't help feeling as if a window had been opened in a dark room. Even without Yang Kai's explanation, everyone knew that the source of this light was the location of an exit, causing them to feel overjoyed. As the saying goes, those who survive a great disaster are bound to have good fortune in the future. This narrow escape from death was a valuable experience for all of them. The group quickly followed behind Yang Kai and soon arrived at the source of the light and rushed out. Their field of vision blurred, and as soon as they arrived, all they saw was yellow sand and a strong wind blowing, filling the air with sand and dust. "We're back." Mao's expression brightened. Furthermore, they had returned to the place where they had first entered. This was clearly the sea of sand. Looking down, they saw the huge funnel beneath their feet. They had never expected that after the collapse of that world, they would actually find a way to survive. "Let's go." Yang Kai did not linger, and instead continued flying forward. Seeing him act like he was avoiding snakes and scorpions, everyone had no time to rejoice, suppressing the doubts in their hearts and quickly following. After flying 100 kilometers, Yang Kai stopped and turned around to look back, his expression extremely solemn. "Yang Kai, what did you notice?" Xiao Yang walked up to him and asked while also looking back. Yang Kai shook his head and said, "I hope my inference is wrong. If it is, the great calamity is about to begin." Gaozhan suddenly said out of the blue. At this moment, he also opened his white eyes. There was a strange light flowing in his eyes, piercing through the void as he stared at the funnel. Yang Kai turned his head and looked at him, feeling the urge to tear his mouth off. This guy was useless when he was needed, but when he was not, he would jinx things and be very effective. Before, he had warned him to be careful, but in the end, he had really been tricked by Yuru Ming. Now, he was saying that the great calamity was about to begin. This guy definitely has no friends, Yang Kai concluded in his heart. With a loud bang, sand and dust flew everywhere. A pitch-black aura suddenly rushed out from the sand funnel, straight into the sky, and then crazily spread in all directions. Wherever the pitch-black aura passed, everything changed, as if the world had lost its color. "That's..." Mao and the others stared with wide eyes as they stared in a daze, suddenly feeling a chill run down their spines. "Huh." Yang Kai sighed. He had been praying that his guess was wrong, but it had actually come true. However, what was going on here? "Demonic chi," Xiao Yang exclaimed. Even from 100 kilometers away, he could perceive the various evils contained in this dark aura. On top of that, a few years ago, the demon thought had broken out in Orthodoxy Temple in the Southern Territory. Xiao Yang was also present at that time, so he was naturally no stranger to demonic chi. However, the demonic chi in Orthodoxy Temple at that time was incomparable to what he was seeing now. Whether it was quality or quantity, it was obviously not on the same level. How could demonic chi be erupting from the sand funnel, and in such a continuous manner, as if the sand funnel was connected to a source of demonic chi? Chapter 3379. The boundless old demon chi gushed out from the sand funnel and crazily spread in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the demonic chi filled an area of more than 10 miles, and it was still spreading in all directions at an extremely fast speed. A few years ago, the demon thought broke out in the Southern Territory, and a few years later, demonic chi appeared in the Western Territory. This made people think of many things. Yang Kai even suspected that the invasion of the demon territory was about to begin again. In the Thousand Illusions dream world, he had personally experienced the invasion of the demon territory. Although it was just a dream, according to Xiao Dai, everything in the Thousand Illusions dream world was based on the real history. In other words, in ancient times, there really was such a great war between humans and demons. However, in the real history, there was no such person as Yang Kai. He only participated in the copy of that great war as a latecomer. In that war, although the demon race was defeated, it was not extinct. After hundreds of thousands of years, was the demon race really going to make a comeback? And in the Western Territory, was the breakthrough point of the demon race? If this was the case, then the demon thought in the Southern Territory could be explained. The demon thought was just the preliminary preparation of the demon race to invade this land. Think about it. If the plan of the demon soul at that time was really successful, then there would be countless demons lurking in all the major sects in the Southern Territory. When the incident in the Western Territory broke out, the countless demons in the Southern Territory could cooperate and completely occupy the Western Territory of the Southern Territory. In this way, it would be enough to compete with the creatures of the star boundary. Just thinking about it made him shudder. At this moment, Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at Ru Ming. His eyes were as sharp as a hawk, looking through those stars-like eyes, as if he wanted to see the depths of her heart. Ru Ming had obviously expected all of this, otherwise she would not have said those words before. Then, who was she? What role did she play in this drama? She also said that he, who was proficient in the law of space, would be of great use in a major event in the future. Suddenly, Yang Kai seemed to understand something. Why is there so much demonic qi? Shui Zhengmao looked at the scene 50 kilometers away in disbelief, and the beard on his chin trembled. Great calamity! Great calamity! The last time the demon thought broke out in the Southern Territory, the cultivator in the Southern Territory suffered heavy losses, and the entire Orthodoxy temple was destroyed. Now, the situation in the Western Territory was many times worse than before. What should they do? Gao Zhan's crow's beak came true once again, and the speed was so fast that it caught everyone off guard. What about the master? Someone asked. No one could give an answer. The three great emperors fought in the sealed world, shattering the entire world, and then disappeared without a trace. No one knew if they had fallen into the endless cracks of the void. Both Lan Sun and Lin Yun showed worried looks. Although the great emperors of the Bright Moon and Iron Blood Great Emperor were extremely powerful, if they really fell into the cracks of the void, they might lose their way. Unless they could find their way back, even if they had the ability to break the void, they would not be able to escape safely. Which sects in the Western Territory can take charge? Yang Kai turned and asked. Shui Jingmao pondered for a moment and said, there are 3 in total: Pointed Star Sect, 100 Barbarian Mountain, and Wind and Cloud Pavilion. Wind and Cloud Pavilion could not be counted on. Yang Kai and Lin Yun went to Wind and Cloud Pavilion last time and killed a lot of their masters. It was estimated that they had not recovered yet. Why do you ask this? Shui Zhengmao looked at him suspiciously. Yang Kai said, we need to inform the major sects in the Western Territory as soon as possible and let them send masters over as soon as possible. We need to work together to see if there is a way to contain the current situation. Otherwise, if this demonic qi spreads, I'm afraid that the Western Territory will be plunged into misery and suffering. After a pause, he said, this may not be a matter of the Western Territory alone. If the Western Territory is really flooded with demonic qi, then the entire star boundary will suffer. The other 3 territories will have to send people over. I can arrange a space array here and bring the masters of the other 3 territories here. Shui Jingmao's eyes lit up when he heard this and he nodded. You're right. When he saw so much demonic qi gushing out just now, he was a little confused. But now that he heard Yang Kai's words, his thoughts immediately became clear. He immediately arranged for several members of the Emperor Realm of Star Soul Palace to rush to the major sects in the Western Territory to inform them. Several figures immediately left as fast as lightning. While everyone was talking, the boundless demon qi had spread to a radius of several dozen kilometers. Moreover, it showed no signs of slowing down and continued to spread in all directions. Yang Kai's expression became dignified as he pondered for a long time before saying, I'll go over there and see if it's possible to destroy that funnel. If I'm not mistaken, it should be a void corridor that may be connected to the demon territory. The demon territory. Shui Jingmao and the others were shocked. Obviously, they also knew what kind of place the demon territory was. Although they had not experienced the great war between the human and demon in ancient times, Star Soul Palace was also an overlord sect with a long history, so they must have some ancient books related to it. They had only thought that the situation here was somewhat similar to the demon thought in the Southern Territory and that the sealed ancient demonic chi had broken out, but now that they heard Yang Kai say this, they realized the seriousness of the problem. If the void corridor where the funnel was located really connected to the demon territory, then the horror of this matter was far beyond their imagination. The demonic chi is so insidious. How can you enter it and maintain your consciousness? Xiao Yang asked worriedly. Yang Kai's proposal was indeed correct. If the funnel was really connected to the demon territory, then as long as the funnel was destroyed, the source of the demonic chi would naturally be cut off. However, where the funnel was located was where the demonic chi was the densest. So if Yang Kai really went in, he would lose his consciousness in an instant and turn into a demon. I have my own way. Elder Xiao doesn't need to worry. Yang Kai didn't explain too much and decisively said, I'll be right back. Without giving them time to react, Yang Kai's figure flickered and disappeared. In a flash, he rushed into the place where the demonic chi was pervasive. This demonic chi, which ordinary people would avoid like snakes and scorpions, had no effect on Yang Kai. After all, he now had a 3.5-meter dragon body, and his resistance was unparalleled. His Dantian also had the pure demonic chi of an ancient demon sealed inside him, so although he hated this kind of environment, he wouldn't be affected. Determining the direction, Yang Kai rushed towards the funnel. But before he could fly far, he suddenly turned his head and shouted, Who is it? The sound of clothes fluttering could be heard behind him. Obviously, someone was following him. A fragrant wind blew, and a graceful figure appeared in Yang Kai's field of vision. Yu Ming looked at him with a smile and stopped 3 inches away from him. Her towering breasts were about to touch his chest. Why are you here? Yang Kai frowned. Quickly get out. Yu Ming smiled sweetly. Didn't I say that from now on, I only need to guard you? Yang Kai said angrily. That was then and this is now. Why don't you take a look at where you are? How can you endure running in here? Huh. How come you're safe and sound? Yang Kai suddenly stared at her with wide eyes, unable to believe what he was seeing. The reason why he wasn't affected by the demonic chi was because of his strong physique and the Dantian seal. How could Yu Ming not be affected at all? Yang Kai didn't see any trace of her using her secret art to resist the demonic chi, but with her second-order Emperor realm cultivation, she was like a fish in water in this boundless demonic chi. Yu Ming's eyes curved into crescents. What can a trivial demonic chi do to me? I have my own plans, so don't worry about me. Who would worry about you? Yang Kai spat at her face, then hesitated for a moment before saying, You can follow me, as long as you don't disturb me. At this time, Yang Kai didn't have the time to argue with her. He just wanted to see if he could destroy the void corridor where the funnel was. Yu Ming nodded repeatedly. I won't disturb you. Yang Kai stared at her suspiciously for a while before continuing to move forward. After a while, they arrived at the funnel. Looking around, it really was a void corridor, and demonic chi was constantly spewing out from it. Yang Kai was suddenly at a loss. This funnel was originally the entrance to that independent sealed world, but he didn't notice the existence of demonic chi in that sealed world. What's more, that world had already collapsed. So where did this demonic chi come from? Could it be that that world was in between the demon territory and the star boundary? After the world was shattered, the demon territory and the star boundary were really connected. Thinking of this, Yang Kai's expression changed. If this was really the case, then the Iron Blood Great Emperor and the Bright Moon Great Emperors had done something wrong. His divine sense fluctuated, and the space principle fluctuated. Yang Kai reached out with a solemn face towards the funnel. Suddenly, his mind hurt as if it was about to explode, making him unable to continue. He turned his head and shouted angrily, What are you doing? Yu Ming stood next to him, her delicate body trembling. Obviously, she was enduring great pain. Her voice trembled as she said, Nothing, nothing. Do you really think I don't dare to kill you? Yang Kai's expression was ferocious, like a mad beast. Yu Ming didn't speak, just looking at him with a smile. I'll give you 3 breaths to stop, or you'll have to bear the consequences. Yang Kai stared straight at her, his eyes as if he wanted to eat her. Yu Ming slowly shook her head, her expression somewhat sorrowful. 3 breaths passed in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai's eyes flashed with determination as he shouted, "You court death." Saying so, he raised his hand and slapped towards her. Dragon pressure filled the air as his palm seemed to turn into a dragon's claw and fiercely imprinted itself on Yu Ming's chest. The sound of bones breaking could be clearly heard. Yu Ming's face turned pale. She opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood dyed the veil covering her face red. She flew out like a kite with a broken string. The pain in his mind disappeared at this moment, but Yang Kai felt as if his heart was being grasped by an invisible hand, almost suffocating him. Chapter 3380. Yu Ming's heart seal secret technique was undoubtedly very powerful, and those who had not been subjected to this secret technique would not be able to understand the helplessness of being manipulated. At that moment, the person he had slapped was not Yu Ming, but Su Yin or Xianing Chong. Resisting the urge to investigate her situation, Yang Kai turned around and continued to use his divine sense and space principles to investigate the situation inside the funnel. A rustling sound came from behind, and Yang Kai did not need to look to know that it was Yu Ming who had stood up again. Although his slap was fierce, he did not mean to kill her. He only wanted to injure her so that she could not interfere with him. "I just didn't want to see you hurt." Yu Ming's weak voice sounded in his ears. Before Yang Kai could react to what she was saying, though, his expression suddenly changed as he stared at the funnel with bulging eyes, quickly withdrawing his divine sense from it. But it was still a little too late, and the divine sense he had sent out was cut off in an instant, causing him to let out a muffled groan as his face suddenly turned pale. His divine sense was damaged, and such an injury could be described as extremely serious. Unless he had some kind of peerless pills, he would need to spend a lot of time slowly recuperating. Yang Kai had the soul-warming lotus, so he was not worried about this. Under the nourishment of the soul-warming lotus, such an injury could be quickly healed. What shocked Yang Kai the most was that there was someone guarding this funnel, and it was an existence he had to look up to. It was this person who had noticed Yang Kai's divine sense and had acted to cut it off. Not only that, but a wisp of murderous intent also spread out. How could Yang Kai dare to stay in place? His figure retreated quickly as he grabbed Yu Ming's waist, and under the fluctuations of his space principles, he disappeared. Only now did he understand what Yu Ming meant. She obviously knew that this would happen. Quickly retreating, he quickly left the demonic cheese range and rushed towards the Star Soul Palace's group. Looking down, Yu Ming's face was pale, and the veil covering her face was dark red. Although her life was not in danger, she looked dispirited. It was unknown whether she was injured by Yang Kai's palm or her heart was hurt. The latter was more likely. At this moment, her head was tilted and she was motionless, like a puppet. Yang Kai's mouth twitched as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he couldn't say anything. He could only flip his hand and take out a few pills. He handed them to her and said, "Eat them." Yu Ming remained indifferent as if she hadn't heard anything. Yang Kai could only reach out to pull off her veil, pinch open her mouth, and stuff the pills inside. Bah! Yu Ming turned her head and spat out the pill. The corner of Yang Kai's mouth twitched, and he said hatefully, "Forget it if you don't want to eat." Hee. Yu Ming squinted at him and let out a strange laugh. Then, she turned her head to the side. Hurrying over to Shuijing Mao and the others, everyone greeted him and asked about the situation. Yang Kai handed Yu Ming over to Lan Sun and shook his head. "There is someone guarding inside, and it seems to be the great Emperor's Yi Ying." He had just noticed a trace of the great Emperor's Yi Ying's aura. "What?" Shuijing Mao and the others' eyes widened. After a moment of silence, Xiao Yuyang asked, "Are the great Emperor's Yi Ying colluding with the demon territory?" "I don't know about that," Yang Kai shrugged. "It's possible," Shuijing Mao said thoughtfully. "What do you mean?" Yang Kai looked at him curiously. Shuijing Mao hesitated for a moment before saying, "Yang Kai, do you still remember the whole story of the Orthodoxy Temple incident a few years ago?" "Naturally, I remember. This incident was more or less related to the demon race, but what did it have to do with the great Emperor's Yi Ying? When the demon thought broke out, someone lured you out of the Orthodoxy Temple and then waited for an opportunity to assassinate you. At that time, that person acted without leaving a trace and almost killed you, right?"
Yes.
Yang Kai nodded. He had told many people about this matter later and wanted to ask them who the person who had attacked him was, but no one gave him an answer. Even now, he still felt some lingering fear. The person who had attacked him in the dark was so silent that if it weren't for his special constitution, he might have really been killed. However, that person who had attacked him had immediately fled after failing to kill him, making it impossible for him to find out the identity of the enemy. Startled, Yang Kai asked, "Someone from the Shadow Kill Hall?" Shui Zhengmao nodded. If that person's actions were really as you described, then only the Shadow Kill Hall would be able to nurture someone like that. However, although we had our guesses at the time, this matter involved a great emperor's, so we didn't dare to jump to conclusions. But now, it seems that the great emperors Yi Ying and the Shadow Kill Hall have really colluded with the demon territory. The shadow of the Shadow Kill Hall's assassin was present in the demon thought in the Southern Territory, and the great emperors Yi Ying had personally taken action in the Western Territory. This was enough to explain a lot of things. But why me? Yang Kai could not understand. Why did they have to lure him out to be assassinated? Shui Jingmao said, "If the demon territory really intends to invade the astral plane, then there will definitely be a great war in the near future. When that time comes, you, who are proficient in the law of space and can set up spatial arrays across territory, will be of great use. That's why they want to get rid of you." Great use. These words sounded familiar. Yang Kai thoughtfully looked at Yu Ru Ming, who was sitting cross-legged not far away. For example, right now, you can set up a spatial array and bring the powerhouses from the other 3 territory here as quickly as possible. Yang Kai nodded. All his doubts were cleared up at this moment. Shui Jingmao sighed. Of course, these are just guesses. No one knows if this is the truth. Yang Kai nodded. He collected his thoughts and said, "There's no time to lose. I'll send the message and gather everyone here first." The Void Corridor had the great emperor's Yi Ying, so it was no longer a problem that he could solve by himself. Now that the great emperor's Bright Moon and Iron Blood Great Emperor were nowhere to be seen, if he wanted to suppress the Night Shadow, he would have to invite the other great emperors. Spirit Beast Island. Fortunately, he had exchanged the Space Spirit Bead with Li Wui before, otherwise, he might not have been able to do anything at this time. There was no need to set up a new spatial array. There was already a spatial array in the deserted oasis 3 days away. What's more, he had other ways to get here. After spending some time, Yang Kai made a new space spirit bead and made it into a bracelet. He called Lin Yun over and handed the space spirit bead to her, solemnly saying, "Wear this on your wrist. Don't put it in your spatial ring." "I know." Lin Yun nodded and put on the bracelet. Yang Kai glanced at Yu Ru Ming, who was healing her wounds, and then urged the space principals to activate the space spirit bead given to him by Li Wui. After the ripples passed, Yang Kai disappeared. After a cup of tea's time, on Spirit Beast Island, Yang Kai met the martial beast Emo Huang under Li Wui's lead. Emo Huang asked with a strange expression, "Boy, why are you here again?" It had only been a few years, yet this brat had come to Spirit Beast Island again. Emo Huang was really worried. He didn't know how long his precious daughter could stay. "Master, something happened." Li Wui's expression was solemn. "What happened?" Emo Huang frowned. The last time Li Wui told him this, it was when Yao Lin was captured. This time, the situation was obviously more serious because Li Wui's expression was much more serious. Li Wui turned his head and looked at Yang Kai, motioning for him to answer. Kai Yang didn't beat around the bush and simply recounted the events that had transpired. Emo Huang was shocked and quickly asked, "Night Shadow actually colluded with the demon territory?" Yang Kai said, "It's just a guess and there's no way to confirm it. However, this boy is certain that there is a great emperor overseeing the Void Corridor. His aura is similar to the great Emperor Night Shadow's, and he has severed this boy's divine sense. Now that the Bright Moon Master and the Iron Blood Master are missing, and the demonic chi in the Western Territory has broken out, this boy has no choice but to come here and ask the Master to take action. This matter should not be delayed, so I asked the Master to act quickly. If you're late, I'm afraid the situation in the Western Territory will worsen." Emo Huang stood up and said, "If things are as you say, then this is indeed not a matter of the Western Territory alone. This king naturally can't stand idly by." After pondering for a moment, he looked at Li Wui and said, "Go to the Serene Soul Palace and bring Serene Soul here. His daughter is also there, so he can't stay out of this. There's no need to worry about him not coming." Yes. Li Wui received the order and immediately left. He must have left the space spirit bead in the Serene Soul Palace. Using this method, he could freely travel between Spirit Beast Island and the Serene Soul Palace. It wouldn't take long for him to go there and bring the great emperors of Serene Soul back. Yang Kai was a little surprised by this result. He originally came to Spirit Beast Island to ask Imo Huang for help, but he didn't expect that the great emperors of Serene Soul would also be pulled in by him. This made him feel a lot more at ease. He didn't need to mobilize any other people. If these two great emperors couldn't solve the problem, then it would be useless no matter how many people he had. While waiting, Imo Huang carefully asked about the situation on the other side. Yang Kai naturally told him everything he knew. After listening, Imo Huang's face turned gloomy. It seems that the demonic territory is really going to invade the star boundary. But why would Yi Ying collude with the demonic territory? What benefits can the demonic territory give him? Yang Kai looked at him and said, "Master, you can't guess the reason?" Imo Huang slowly shook his head. "Among the 10 of us, Yi Ying is the most mysterious. He doesn't have much contact with others. Speaking of which, I've only met him a few times and we haven't spoken more than 10 words. This king doesn't know anything about his temperament, so naturally, I can't guess." Yang Kai had a strange expression. "There are rumors in the world, such as Master and the others. I wonder if the great emperors of Yi Ying are male or female. Is this true?" Imo Huang laughed. "Of course Yi Ying is male. How can there be such a ridiculous rumor in the world?" As he laughed, he suddenly frowned. "It's hard to say. Actually, this king has never seen his true appearance." Hearing this, Kai Yang was dumbfounded. So the rumors were true. Imo Huang and the others really didn't know if the great emperors of Yi Ying were male or female. However, no matter what his gender was, Yi Ying was still a great emperor and stood at the peak of this world. Just as Imo Huang said, what could the demonic territory give him? He actually colluded with the demonic territory. Chapter 3381. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Li Wui returned. Naturally, the great emperors of Serene Soul also returned with him. This was the first time Yang Kai had seen the great emperors of Serene Soul in person. At first glance, he might have thought that they were just ordinary old men, but when he used his divine sense, he found that the place where the Serene Soul was located was empty, and he could not detect any aura at all. Each of the 10 great emperors had their own unique skills. For example, Imo Huang was proficient in beast taming. The great emperors of Wondrous Pill were proficient in alchemy, and the Serene Soul great emperors were the most proficient in soul magic in the world. Of course, there was also Tian Yin in this world. However, ever since Tian Yin reconstructed his body, he had gone out to travel, and no one knew where he was now. It was precisely because the great emperors of Serene Soul were proficient in soul magic that the Red Dust great emperors of Serene Soul went to him immediately after coming out of the Shattered Star Sea, hoping that he could help solve the problem of his and Wukong's souls sharing the same body. Unfortunately, in that situation, even the great emperors of Serene Soul were helpless. Yang Kai remembered that Imo Huang had mentioned that the great emperors of Serene Soul's real name was Yao Jun. As soon as the two sides met, Yao Jun looked at Yang Kai and asked, "Boy, is what you said true?" He had obviously heard about the situation in the Western Territory from Li Wui on the way here. So he also noticed the seriousness of the problem, and his expression was very serious. "Master, go take a look for yourself, and you'll know if what this boy said is true or not," Yang Kai replied in a deep voice. Yao Jun nodded slightly and raised his eyes to look at Imo Huang. Imo Huang said, "There's no time to lose. Let's set off now. This king wants to see what Yi Ying is up to." Yang Kai immediately activated the law of space to envelop them. Then, he communicated with the space spirit bead that he had given to Lin Yun-er. Ripples spread out, and the 4 of them disappeared. When they reappeared in the barren land of the Western Territory, Yang Kai discovered that everyone had changed their location. The place where they were now was obviously not where they were before. "Greetings to the two master," When the people of Star Soul Palace saw that Yang Kai had pulled the two great emperors over so quickly, all of them were overjoyed and cupped their fists in salute, their worried hearts finally calming down. In the previous situation, they were simply helpless. Now that they had such strong support from the two great emperors, they naturally had a backbone. Emo Huang and Yao Jun gently nodded and opened their eyes to look ahead. Both of them frowned. They found that the situation in front of them was even worse than what Yang Kai had told them. The area covered by the demonic qi had more than doubled in size. It was precisely because the demonic qi had spread too quickly that everyone kept retreating instead of waiting in place. Yao Lin, on the other hand, burst into tears the moment she saw her father. She threw herself into Yao Jun's arms and poured out her grievances, as if she wanted to vent all the fear and grievances she had suffered. Yao Jun kept comforting her. It was obvious that he also doted on his daughter. Master, the center of the demonic qi is the sand funnel that this kid mentioned to you before. There is a void corridor there, and the demonic qi is pouring out of that corridor. If we can destroy that corridor, I estimate that we can stop the current crisis. Yang Kai pointed to the front and said, "Did you escape from that tunnel as well? That funnel was previously connected to an independent small world?" Emo Huang asked. "That's right." Yang Kai nodded. Emo Huang understood. After a moment of silence, he looked at Yao Jun and said, "Shall we go and see?" Yao Jun nodded and said to Yao Lin, "Be a good girl and wait. Daddy and your Uncle Emo have something to do." "I don't want to." Yao Lin pouted. "Daddy, I want to go back to the Eastern Territory. I want to go back to the Serene Soul Palace. Take me back quickly. I won't run around alone anymore." In the past, she would always be taught a lesson by Yao Jun when she ran around, but she refused to change. Whenever she found a chance, she would sneak out. After suffering a great loss this time, she finally remembered the good things about her home. She secretly made up her mind that she would never leave the Serene Soul Palace again. The outside world was simply too dangerous. "Don't make trouble. Daddy has something to do." Yao Jun's face became serious. Yao Lin still wanted to pester him, but Yao Jun suddenly pointed at Yang Kai and said, "If you don't listen to me, I'll let him take care of you." Yang Kai couldn't help but roll his eyes. "You father and daughter love each other so much. It's none of my business." But he was very cooperative and smiled at Yao Lin, revealing his white fangs. Yao Lin's face turned pale. She quickly waved her hand and said, "No, no, I'll be obedient. Daddy, you go and come back early." Yao Jun nodded and exchanged a look with Emo Huang. The two of them immediately flew into the air and disappeared into the boundless demonic qi. Although the demonic qi was extremely corrosive and infectious, a cultivator could still resist it. And at the level of the great emperors, they could ignore the power of the demonic qi and enter and leave freely without any restrictions. With these two taking action, the others didn't need to do anything. They just needed to wait quietly. Yang Kai looked around and slowly walked to Yu Ruming's side. She had been healing, and Lan Sun was taking care of her. However, she was seriously injured by Yang Kai. Even now, her face was still pale, and the bright red blood on her lapel was very dazzling. "Is she okay?" Yang Kai asked. Lan Sun slowly shook her head. "It's not a big deal. She will recover after a few days of rest." Was Senior Sister Li injured by the great emperors of Night Shadow? Previously, Yu Ruming and Yang Kai went there together, and after returning, she became like this. Yang Kai also brought back the information that the great emperors of Night Shadow were guarding the Void Corridor. Naturally, this led her to guess. Yang Kai was embarrassed. He didn't know how to explain, so he could only be vague. He couldn't say that Yu Ruming was injured by him. There was no way he could justify it. Fortunately, Lan Sun didn't ask much. "Junior sister is also a little tired. Take a rest first. I will take care of this side." Yang Kai looked at her with concern. Perhaps because of the bright moon great emperors, Lan Sun had been a little absent-minded. Coupled with the previous encounter, she really looked very tired at the moment. Lan Sun nodded and said, "Then I will trouble Brother Yang." After speaking, she walked to the side and sat down cross-legged. Yang Kai looked around and found that everyone was adjusting their breathing. Those who were paying attention to demonic qi were paying attention to demonic qi, so he quietly sent a message to Yu Ruming. How do you feel? Yu Ruming opened her eyes, looked up at him, and then closed her eyes again without saying a word. Ahem. Yang Kai looked embarrassed and his tone was very soft. Are you angry? This was obvious. Yu Ruming was definitely angry, and if it were in her shoes, Yang Kai estimated that he would also be angry. However, at that time, he had no other choice. He only wanted to destroy the void corridor as soon as possible, but at that critical moment, Yu Ruming had used her heart seal secret technique to interfere with him. In a moment of desperation, he had no choice but to resort to this method. You should have made it clear to me. Yang Kai scratched his face. If you had made it clear in advance, I wouldn't have done it. If you are still angry, I will let you hit me once. No, 10 times. Don't be angry. It won't be good if people see through it. Speaking of which, how are you going to explain it to the great emperors of Flower Shadow? Li Shiqing is the disciple of the great emperors of Flower Shadow. It is impossible for her to ignore her disciple. She is the great emperor's and Li Shiqing's master. You can deceive others, but can you deceive her? What will you do if your identity is exposed? After rambling for a while, Yu Ruming completely ignored Yang Kai and didn't say a word. Kai Yang was also a bit scared, talking to himself like a crazy person. But in the end, he was in the wrong, so he could only grit his teeth and swallow it down. Finally, he said in a low voice, "Then you heal yourself first. Call me if you need anything." After saying this, he walked forward. "Come back." Yu Ruming's voice suddenly came to his ears. Yang Kai stopped and said, "Didn't you ignore me? Why are you going back?" "I told you to come back." Yu Ruming gnashed her teeth. Yang Kai said, "Tell me what you want to do first. Are you coming back or not?" Yang Kai was so angry that he laughed. "You are the one who ignored me, and now you are the one who told me to go back. What do you want? Why is this woman like a child?" He really had never met a woman with such a character. While it was a novelty, he also couldn't bear it. "You can do whatever you want, whether you are angry with me or ignore me. After this, you go your way and I will go mine. We will have nothing to do with each other, and we won't contact each other even if we die." Yang Kai made up his mind and said what he had always wanted to say. Suddenly, he was in a good mood and had a wonderful feeling of venting his anger. Yu Ruming was suddenly angry and trembled all over. "You actually said such things to me. You heartless, stinky man." Yang Kai sneered, "I am a stinky man. You and I just met by chance. It was you who used some kind of secret technique to force us together. How can feelings be forced, let alone that bullshit secret technique? You don't understand my character. This is my true face. If you can't stand it, you should remove the secret technique." Wishful thinking. Yu Ruming sneered. "Do as you like. After this, we will go our separate ways." "Okay, you said it. I will tell them now that I am the fake Li Shiqing. The real Li Shiqing was killed by me long ago." Yang Kai's eyes twitched, and he said stubbornly, "That is your own business. What does it have to do with me?" As soon as this was said, Yu Ruming fell silent. Kai Yang quietly turned his head to look back, only to see her quietly looking back at him with an expression that said, "There is no greater sorrow than death." He sneered in his heart, "Do you think I will be soft-hearted if you show such an expression? I will take this opportunity to cut off all ties with you." Thinking so, he involuntarily took a few steps back and stood next to Yu Ruming again, rubbing his chin and looking up at the sky. Yu Ruming smiled. "Sit next to me. That's enough. Don't push your luck." Yang Kai rolled his eyes. "Sit down." Yang Kai signaled to the front. "It will be bad if they find out." Yu Ruming curled her lips and didn't insist. Chapter 3382. After interacting with her several times, Yang Kai found that Yu Ruming was not difficult to get along with. It was just that she changed her attitude faster than flipping the pages of a book. Once there was a disagreement, it would immediately become like a completely different person. However, she was also very easy to coax. He just had to say some soft words and follow her wishes. Since there was nothing to do, Yang Kai asked, "Did you really kill Li Shiqing?" Yu Ruming said, "I was just casually talking about it. I didn't kill her." Yang Kai nodded, feeling a lot more relieved. If Li Shiqing was really killed, he would not be able to explain to the great emperors of Flower Shadow. Although the current situation was not easy to deal with, Li Shiqing was not dead. Even if the great emperors of Flower Shadow found out about Yu Ruming's disguise, they would not do anything to Yu Ruming. At most, they would use some means to interrogate her about Li Shiqing's whereabouts. Suddenly, Yu Ruming asked, "Do you want to see my real appearance?" Since she was pretending to be Li Shiqing, naturally she was using Li Shiqing's appearance. Her real appearance had been covered. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Whether you are beautiful or ugly, it makes no difference to me." These words were the truth. With the existence of the heart seal secret technique, no matter how Yu Ruming looked, Yang Kai would not be affected unless the secret technique was removed. Yu Ruming smiled sweetly. "Don't worry, it won't be worse than my current appearance. Don't be distracted. Heal your injuries first. If there is anything else, we can talk about it later." Yang Kai said again and then fell into silence. He was thinking about whether he should take this opportunity to find the great emperors of Serene Soul, to check his condition, and see if there was an opportunity to find the heart seal secret technique and remove it. Otherwise, with the existence of the secret technique, he would always be controlled by Yu Ruming. There was no feeling of rejection in his heart, but after all, it was the effect of the secret technique. But as soon as this idea appeared, Kai Yang rejected it. It was not because Yu Ruming said that even the great emperors could not break the secret technique. Yang Kai felt that she was obviously bragging. The heart seal secret technique was indeed strange, but after all, it was still within the scope of soul secret techniques. The great emperors of Serene Soul were proficient in this field. If they were to help, it might not be impossible to break it. Of course, if he asked the great emperors of Serene Soul, of the great emperors of Serene Soul, emperors, if they really let the wolf into the house, then there would be no way to clean up the mess. Perhaps he could ask Senior Tianyin for help. It was a pity that Yang Kai did not know where Tianyin was now. Everyone waited quietly as time slowly passed. The demonic qi continued to spread without slowing down. Over the next few days, everyone had been forced to retreat several times. If one were to look down from a bird's eye view, they would be able to see that the boundless sea of sand, with a radius of several tens of thousands of kilometers, had been covered in demonic qi, turning into a demonic land. Imo Huangyao Jun, who had left a few days ago, still had not responded. This made the people of Star Soul Palace, who had been very confident in them, worry. If even these two great emperors were lost, then the star boundary would be finished. But what was there that could make several great emperors successively fall into it? In the blink of an eye, another 10 days had passed. The area covered by the demon qi had expanded to a radius of more than 100,000 kilometers. Everyone had a worried look on their faces. If they didn't think of a way to contain this situation, then the entire Western Territory and even the star boundary would be filled with demon qi. At that time, hundreds of millions of cultivators might become existences like demons. At this time, the people who had left to report to the Western Territory's great sects returned. Several of them had left, but only one had returned. Moreover, he was covered in wounds and was on the verge of death. Everyone was shocked and hurriedly treated his injuries. Yang Kai also took out the emperor pill he had refined and fed it to him. This person was a protector of Star Soul Palace. His surname was Chu, but Yang Kai did not know his name. He only heard everyone call him Protector Chu. After stabilizing his injuries with great difficulty, the first thing Protector Chu said when he opened his eyes made everyone's expression change. Thousands of people in the Pointed Star sect have all become the demon race. What? Shui Jingmao was shocked. Protector Chu was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, one of the strongest in the entire star boundary. How could he be beaten black and blue just because he went to report the news? With the protection of Star Soul Palace, how could the sects of the Western Territory dare to act rashly? Now, after hearing what Protector Chu said, he suddenly understood. Thousands of people in the Pointed Star sect had all become the demon race. Xiao Yuyang said with a solemn expression, "Protector Chu, did you see it clearly? You can't speak carelessly about this kind of thing." Protector Chu smiled bitterly. "My injuries were given to me by the Pointed Star sect's sect master, Lian Zheng, and several elders. How could I be wrong?" Pointed Star sect was one of the top sects in the Western Territory. Its sect master, Lian Zheng, was naturally a third-order Emperor Realm Master. There were more than a dozen people in the sect in the Emperor realm. If it were any other second-order Emperor realm master, they would definitely die if they fell into that kind of danger. Protector Chu was from Star Soul Palace and had the heritage of an overlord sect, so he was able to escape with his life. Hearing this, everyone's expression turned ugly. Thousands of people in the Pointed Star sect had all become the demon race. This scene was somewhat familiar. It reminded everyone of the Orthodoxy Temple a few years ago. Several thousand people in the Orthodoxy Temple had also become the demon race. Even the temple master, Lei Gu, was no exception. Now, it seemed that those demon souls had not only set up traps in the Southern Territory, but also in the Western Territory. It was just that nothing had happened in the Western Territory until Protector Chu went to report the situation. Yang Kai's expression changed. Everyone, I suddenly remembered something. What? Xiao Yuyang looked at him. When I was chasing Lei Gu back then, he seemed to be running in the direction of the Western Territory. However, under my relentless pursuit, he could only escape to the southern swamp, where I killed him in the end. Shui Jingmao raised his brow. You mean, Lei Gu wanted to join up with the other demon souls? Yang Kai said. Now it seems that he did have this idea. Not good. Xiao Yuyang's expression suddenly changed. He turned his head to the Star Soul Palace members in the Emperor realm and said, Quickly contact the others and see if there is any reply. Hearing what he said, Shui Jingmao and the others obviously thought of something. The corners of their eyes twitched as they waited quietly. After a while, the group of Star Soul Palace members in the Emperor realm slowly shook their heads, indicating that they could not get in touch with their fellow disciples who had gone out to report the situation. The Western Territory is finished. I'm afraid that the others are also doomed, Xiao Yuyang said with an ugly expression. Xiao Yuyang said with an ugly expression. Protector Chu had managed to escape with his life, but the others might not have had such good luck. Not being able to contact them was the biggest problem. A strange look flashed in Yang Kai's eyes as he asked in shock, Elder Xiao means to say that the Western Territory has already been ruled by the demon race? Xiao Yuyang smiled bitterly. Think carefully about the deployment of Orthodoxy Temple back then. If you had not turned the tide back then, what would the Southern Territory be like now? Yang Kai felt a chill run down his spine as he said bitterly, The demon race wreaked havoc and plunged the people into misery and suffering. Xiao Yuyang said, Orthodoxy Temple's scheme was destroyed because of you, but how many people like you are in this world? In the Southern Territory, at the very least, my Star Soul Palace can still shoulder the burden. Even if Orthodoxy Temple's scheme had succeeded, we might not have been unable to fight back. However, in the Western Territory, even Shadow Kill Hall seems to have colluded with the demon race, so how can the other sects remain unaffected? Indeed, now that even Great Emperors Ying had personally guarded the Void Corridor, and a top sect like Pointed Star sect had all become the demon race, what was the situation with the other sects in the Western Territory? It was very likely that they had already fallen into the hands of the demon race. The situation in the Southern Territory and the Western Territory should have been similar, but Yang Kai had intervened and pulled in countless powerful reinforcements in a very short time, resolving that crisis. However, the Western Territory was not so lucky. At this moment, Yang Kai and Li Wuyi's expressions suddenly changed as they glanced at each other. Immediately after, the two of them flashed and disappeared from where they were standing. More than a dozen kilometers away, a figure was sneakily hiding under a sand dune, silently observing the gathering place in the Southern Territory. When he saw Yang Kai and Li Wuyi's figures mysteriously disappear, he knew that something was wrong and immediately leaped up and fled in a certain direction. However, he had only taken a few steps when he suddenly came to a halt. This was because there was a person standing in front of him, looking at him coldly. Li Wuyi. The person's expression changed as he shouted, recognizing Li Wuyi's identity at a glance. The person who was known as the strongest under the great emperors was indeed very intimidating. This person did not dare to face him head-on, so he hurriedly turned around and fled in another direction. You think you can escape? Yang Kai blocked his path as if he had foreseen this, his large hand reaching out and swatting at the person. Scram! The person shouted, his originally normal body suddenly erupting with rolling demonic chi as his aura soared. He threw out a punch, intending to kill Yang Kai with one blow. His cultivation was not weak, being at the second-order Emperor realm. Coupled with the eruption of demonic chi, even an ordinary third-order Emperor realm master would not be able to take his punch head-on. However, Yang Kai did not dodge and simply swatted down with his large hand. With a bang, the demonic chi collapsed. The person was dumbfounded, as if he did not expect that he would not be able to take a single blow from his opponent with the same cultivation. His eyes filled with disbelief. He directly smashed into the sand, suppressing the tumbling blood chi in his heart as he dove into the sand. He seemed to have cultivated some kind of secret technique and was like a fish in water in this sand. He dove down 1,000 meters and quickly fled into the distance. Li Wui stood in place without moving, but the space principles around him fluctuated. He slowly probed in the direction the person had fled and suddenly clenched his hand. 1,000 meters under the sand, a muffled groan sounded. "Get out here!" Li Wui shouted and raised his hand. As the sand and dust flew, a person was thrown out. Not giving him a chance to resist, Yang Kai had already stepped forward and pointed his finger like a sword at the person's chest, sealing his attempt to resist with space principles. Chapter 3383. It was only now that Yang Kai saw this person's face clearly. His face was sallow and emaciated, as if he was suffering from some kind of illness, but he was indeed a second-order Emperor Realm Master. However, the rolling demonic chi on his body showed that he was from another race, another demon soul. Even though Yang Kai had sealed his body with Space Force, he didn't panic at all. He just stared coldly at Yang Kai before a look of determination flashed across his eyes. The demon race is immortal. As soon as he said this, Yang Kai knew that things weren't going well. He hurriedly raised his hand to grab him, wanting to completely imprison him, but it was too late. The sound of something shattering suddenly came from this person's body. Then, this person's vitality quickly faded and the light in his eyes dimmed. Yang Kai froze in place, his face twitching. Li Wui walked over, looked at him, then at the person. "Is he dead?" Yang Kai quickly said. "He severed his own heart." Li Wui was horrified, so decisive. As the saying goes, it's better to live than to die. So neither Yang Kai nor Li Wui expected that this guy would choose to kill himself immediately after being captured. Obviously, he didn't want to fall into the hands of the enemy and suffer unnecessary torture and pain. This was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, not some random cat or dog. This was the first time Li Wui had encountered such a thing, but it wasn't the first time Yang Kai had encountered such a thing. Back when they chased Lei Gu to the southern swamp and lured him into the encirclement of Fanhua and the others, Lei Gu also said the same thing before he self-destructed. The demon race is immortal. What a similar scene. Yang Kai finally witnessed the ferocity of the demon race. Each one of them didn't take their lives seriously, casually blowing themselves up or severing their own life veins, as if they weren't courting death, but instead doing something glorious and noble. Since he was already dead, there was no way they could get anything out of him. The two of them carried the corpse all the way back and threw it on the ground. Protector Chu glanced at it and said, "I remember this person. He was an elder of the Point Star sect. He attacked me before, but I didn't expect him to come after me." Xiao Yuyang gazed into the distance and said meaningfully, "I'm afraid he's not the only one chasing after us." Although he could not detect the presence of any aura, since an elder of the Pointing Star sect had appeared, the other members of the Pointing Star sect might be hiding nearby. Even the demons from the other sects in the Western Territory would come to take a look after hearing the news. Although the Western Territory was desolate, the martial arts were not weak. The Emperor Realm was similar to the other three territories in terms of both quantity and quality. If the previous guess was true, and the entire Western Territory had silently fallen, then the current situation was not good. This was equivalent to making an enemy out of all the experts in the Western Territory. Even if there was an existence like Li Wui here, it wouldn't give them much sense of security. After all, they had a fake emperor like Li Wui on their side. So who could guarantee that the other side wouldn't have the same? The ones who captured Yao Lin and Lin Yun before were all fake emperor-level masters, and they hadn't shown up yet. Now, Everyone could only pray that the great emperors would return from the sand funnel as soon as possible. Only then would everyone have a backbone. While on guard, Yang Kai suddenly let out a soft cry of surprise and stared at the area covered by the demonic qi. You found it? Li Wui also looked forward. Yang Kai frowned. Since Senior said so, it seems that my perception is correct. Li Wui nodded. The demonic qi's spread has slowed down. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. It seems that the demonic qi gushing out of the tunnel is not endless. If this was the case, then the situation wasn't too critical. Previously, he had been worried about whether the Western Territory would be completely covered by the demonic qi. After all, if that were the case, the Western Territory would really be finished. However, judging from the current situation, it would be difficult for the demonic qi to cover the entire Western Territory. Although the area of hundreds of thousands of kilometers wasn't small, compared to the entire Western Territory, it was still a drop in the ocean. Xiao Yuyang, Shui Jingmao, and the others undoubtedly also noticed this and couldn't help but look excited. After waiting for so many days, there was finally a piece of good news. And as everyone had observed, the speed of the demonic qi's spread had indeed slowed down a lot. This sign became more and more obvious as time passed. It wasn't until 3 days later that the demonic qi finally stopped spreading and stabilized, covering an area of almost 200,000 kilometers. At that moment, some strange movement vaguely came from the demon land. Everyone's expression became solemn as they listened attentively. After a while, Shui Jingmao frowned and said, "Why does it feel like something is coming from that side?" Li Wuyi's expression became solemn. "It doesn't feel like it, it's really coming, and there are quite a few of them." Hearing what he said, everyone's expression became vigilant, but at the same time, they were also a little curious as to what it was that could travel so freely in such an environment. There was a rumbling sound, like muffled thunder rolling across the earth and countless running footsteps, one after another. After waiting for a while, everyone suddenly saw one short figure after another in the demonic qi. Each figure was only about 2 to 3 meters tall and had a round body, like a big rolling watermelon. However, these strangely shaped creatures were clearly a type of life. It was just that every single one of them was incomparably ugly. The reason why their bodies were round was because every single one of them had a round belly. Their exposed skin was pitch black in color, as if they were the convergence of evil and chaos. What are these? Lan Sun's beautiful eyes widened as she looked at this group of strange creatures in amazement. This was the first time she had seen such an existence. She only felt that they were a little ugly, but they were also quite interesting to look at. Especially when their numbers gathered to a certain extent, it was particularly funny to look at. Demon race. Yang Kai's eyes shrank. The chubby and short figure charged forward without any regard for his life. The scene in front of him awakened very unpleasant memories. However, the demon race in his memories were either red or green, but the ones in front of him were black. Regardless of whether they were red or green, they were all called exploding devils in the devil domain because their attacking method was to explode their own bodies. Their own cultivation was not enough to reach the apex, but after exploding, they could produce unimaginable power. When a red devil exploded, it could cause a huge amount of damage, and when a green devil exploded, it could release a highly toxic devil qi. Even the devil race themselves were not willing to be contaminated by the poison of a green devil. Red demons and green demons could self-destruct. So what about these similar black demons? Even if he thought with his toes, Yang Kai could guess what their attack method was. Is this also considered a demon race? Xiao Yuyang had a strange expression. If the demon race were all like this, he could flatten the entire demon territory with his sword alone. Yang Kai quickly said, "There are hundreds of races in the demon territory, and each race has its own special innate divine technique. These should be exploding demons, and they can self-destruct." Self-destruct? Shui Jingmao frowned. No one noticed, but Yu Meng suddenly glanced at Yang Kai in surprise. But she quickly withdrew her gaze and sat quietly in place, meditating to heal her wounds. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "Shui Changlao, don't underestimate these exploding demons. Since they can appear here, it means that the demon territory is really connected to the star boundary. That sand funnel may be the passage between the two worlds. They are just the vanguard. If they can't destroy that passage, then more demon race will come to the star boundary. Shui Jingmao's expression became solemn. It seems that we can only hope that the master will succeed and retreat. While they were talking, a series of rumbling noises suddenly came from below. The noises were endless and dense. Looking over, Yang Kai's words had come true. Those rolling black demons really did explode one after another. The power was not too great, but after they exploded, a large amount of demonic qi spread out from their flesh and blood, dyeing the ground black. The situation that was originally under control suddenly worsened. Li Wui's expression changed. The demon territory can't be thinking of using this method to invade the star boundary, right? The place where the black demons exploded became the demon land. If there were enough black demons in the demon territory, they would not even need to send out any experts. They could just keep sending black demons out. In any case, this demon race had a low status in the demon territory. No one cared about their survival. They existed for the sake of the final explosion. However, this was obviously impossible. No matter how many black demons there were, they could not possibly explode across the entire star boundary territory. Yang Kai secretly guessed that the demon territory wanted to seize a piece of land in the star boundary first and use it as a foundation to gradually encroach on the entire star boundary. The rumbling sounds continued, and no one knew how many black demons exploded. Everyone looked over and saw that the black demons continued to expand the demon land with their explosions. Yang Kai took a deep breath and slowly said, "Everyone, although it should not have much effect, I think we should take action to stop them. At the very least, we should slow them down." Everyone gently nodded. Yang Kai said, "Then everyone should be careful. Don't be corroded by the demonic qi. If you feel that something is wrong, retreat immediately." As soon as he finished speaking, he was the first to rush over. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai had arrived at the edge of the demon land. He stretched out his hand and grasped at the void, summoning the myriad sword. With a shake of the sword and a surge of Emperor Qi, the sword swept forward. The huge sword Qi cut into the crowd of black demons, and hundreds and thousands of black demons fell to the ground silently. However, even after these guys died, they exploded with a bang, releasing the demonic qi in their bodies. This situation was just as Yang Kai had said before. Even if they took action to stop it, it would not have much effect because killing these black demons would not solve the problem of the demonic qi. At most, it would slow down the expansion of the demon land. But at this moment, this was the only thing Yang Kai could do. Chapter 3384. The 100 races in the demon territory were also divided into different levels. Explosive demons were undoubtedly the lowest level of existence. They had low intelligence and were often the vassals of other demon race. However, it was precisely because of their low intelligence that they were so fearless and treated self-detonation as their mission. Even though Yang Kai wielded the myriad sword and cut down countless explosive demons like cutting vegetables, he still couldn't make them hesitate in the slightest. They continued to emerge from the center of the demon land, and they didn't even look at Yang Kai. They just kept charging forward and detonating their bodies at the right places. Everyone else was basically facing the same situation. Everyone present was basically from the Emperor realm, except for Yao Lin, so it was very easy to deal with these explosive demons. They would fall like straws with just a casual attack. 1,000, 10,000, 20,000, 30,000. Yang Kai didn't know how many explosive demons he had killed. He had already charged into the demon land and was closing in on the center. Everywhere he passed, the ground was littered with pieces of black demon corpses. What flowed out of them wasn't blood, but a pitch-black liquid. It was this liquid that turned the earth into the demon land. At this time, the difference in cultivation was quickly revealed. While First Order and Second Order Emperor Realm Masters could cut through the Gordian knot quickly, being surrounded by the demonic qi for a long time consumed a lot of energy. They had to be constantly on guard against the corrosion of the demonic qi, not daring to be contaminated by the demonic qi at all times. After 2 hours, the First Order Emperor Realm Masters had basically all retreated. Half a day later, the Second Order Emperor Realm Masters also retreated. After that, the Third Order Emperor Realm Masters also retreated. Only Yang Kai, and Li Wu were left to wreak havoc in the demon land. It wasn't surprising that Li Wu could hold on for so long. After all, he was a fake emperor, and the strongest person under the great emperors. It was surprising that Yang Kai could hold on for so long. What they didn't know was that Yang Kai wasn't afraid of the demonic cheese corrosion at all. He didn't even take any precautions and allowed himself to be exposed to the demonic qi. Yu Rumeng followed closely beside Yang Kai. Since the moment Yang Kai rushed in, she had been following him closely. However, she had no intention of killing those black devils. Yang Kai had only said a few words to her, and she had turned hostile. This made Yang Kai so angry that he almost killed her with his sword. The black demons seemed to be inexhaustible. After a full day and night, Yang Kai suddenly stopped swinging his sword. Looking around, there were broken corpses everywhere, and the air was filled with an unpleasant smell. At this moment, the entire world suddenly became extremely quiet. There were no more continuous sounds of explosions, nor were there any continuous sounds of running. It was so quiet that it made people feel a little uncomfortable. The explosions of the black demons finally stopped, and it could be said that there were no more black demons appearing. However, Yang Kai's expression suddenly became dignified. Holding the myriad sword at an angle, he turned his head and looked towards the center of the demon land. *tada. Strange sounds came from there. It seemed to be the sound of horse hooves, neither fast nor slow. There was also the sharp sound of sharp weapons scratching the sand on the ground. Be careful, Yu Rumeng suddenly warned. Yang Kai didn't say a word, as if he was facing a great enemy. He could perceive that a powerful aura was slowly approaching him. A moment later, two dark red lights appeared in his field of vision. Immediately after, a huge figure entered his field of vision. The figure was about 10 meters tall and was hazy. Only the dark red light was filled with a ferocious aura. It wasn't until the other party was close enough that Yang Kai was able to clearly see the appearance of this person. A burly man with bronze skin and bulging muscles was riding on the back of a ferocious-looking monster. This monster exuded a monstrous demonic qi and was covered in barbs. At first glance, it looked somewhat similar to a horse, but whether it was its appearance or aura, it was clearly a powerful demonic beast. The burly man riding this demon beast was emitting a terrifying pressure that didn't belong to a third-layer Emperor Realm Master. Demon King. Yang Kai raised his brow. Previously, when countless exploding demons appeared, it meant that the passage between the star boundary and the demon territory had been opened. Now, a Demon King had appeared, and one that was comparable to a third-layer Emperor Demon King at that. The situation was deteriorating too quickly. The appearance of a Demon King meant that more Demon Kings would appear, and even a Demon Saint-level Master would appear. That was an existence comparable to the great emperors. The Demon King held a halberd-like demonic artifact and dragged it across the ground. It was the friction between this demonic artifact and the sand that caused the ear-piercing sound. The Demon King, who had been moving forward, suddenly stopped 10 meters away from Yang Kai. The demon beast beneath him snorted, and the light in its crimson eyes became even more ferocious. Staring at each other, Yang Kai's expression became dignified, while the Demon King grinned and pointed his halberd at Yang Kai, laughing loudly, "Ha, human." As if he had discovered something novel, the Demon King's eyes filled with interest. Yang Kai looked at him coldly and asked, "How should I address you?" "This king is Meng Se, a trivial ant. Why haven't you knelt before this king?" As soon as this remark came out, Yu Rumeng, who had been standing quietly beside Yang Kai, suddenly glared at Meng Se with cold eyes. Meng Se frowned and looked at Yu Rumeng thoughtfully, a trace of suspicion flashing across his face. After pondering for a moment, he raised his hand and said, "Forget it. This king was just joking with you." Yang Kai said lightly, "That's not funny at all." Meng Se grinned and said, "Looking at you, boy, your strength is not bad. Your status in the human race should not be low. This king is in a good mood today, so I will let you go for now. When you go back, tell your human race's leaders to bow down to my demon territory as soon as possible. Otherwise, my demon territory's army will flatten this world. When that time comes, it will be too late for regrets." "Sure." Yang Kai nodded gently. "Beat me first, Meng Se leaned forward slightly, giving off a sense of oppression as he asked with a strange expression, "Are you challenging this king? You think too highly of yourself." Yang Kai curled the corners of his mouth and suddenly reached out. "I'm going to cut you down." Meng Se was a little stunned, as if he had not expected Yang Kai to dare take the initiative to attack him. After all, in his perception, Yang Kai's cultivation was lower than his own. Was the human race so fierce? Before he could finish his thoughts, he suddenly felt that the space around him seemed to be imprisoned, as if an invisible force had locked him in place. Before he could react, a pitch-black crescent-shaped attack had already struck him. Meng Se's expression changed. He had thought that Yang Kai was just a hothead, but who would have thought that he would be strong as soon as he saw him attack? The crescent-shaped attack seemed to be tearing through the void. If he was caught off guard and hit, even he would not be able to withstand it. Unable to break free from the shackles of space, Meng Se roared angrily and thrust the halberd in his hand forward. At the tip of the halberd, a fist-sized black ball of light suddenly appeared to meet the crescent-shaped attack. With a loud bang, the crescent-shaped attack disappeared, and Meng Se's entire body shook. The demonic beast mount he was riding let out a cry and was forced to retreat a few steps. Taking advantage of the fact that Meng Se had not yet recovered, Yang Kai rushed forward with his sword, pushing his Emperor Qi as he slashed towards Meng Se's neck. Meng Se's eyes narrowed as a look of horror appeared on his face. When Yang Kai attacked just now, he had felt that this boy was not ordinary, but now he realized that he had once again underestimated his opponent. The strange space shackles made it impossible for Meng Se to effectively dodge, so he could only roar as his bronze skin glowed with a golden light. Asterisk dang. Asterisk with a loud bang. Sparks flew as Yang Kai's sword struck Meng Se's neck, but it did not have the desired effect. Meng Se's neck was comparable to the toughest artifact in the world, so Yang Kai's sword only left a 3-inch mark on his neck. Stone Demon. Yang Kai raised his brow, finally recognizing which demon race this Meng Se belonged to. Stone Demon. No wonder he has such amazing defensive power. After this blow, Meng Se obviously did not sit still and swung his halberd, causing the wind to howl. Yang Kai's figure flickered as he disappeared. Meng Se's attack missed, but he also took the opportunity to break free from the space shackles and shook his head. So strong. You're not bad yourself. Yang Kai's expression was cold, his killing intent rising. A demon king comparable to a third-order Emperor Realm Master should be a rare talent in the demon territory. If he could kill him here, it would be of some help to the future situation. If he had not jumped out, it would have been fine, but now that he had, how could he retreat so easily? While speaking, Yang Kai had already secretly communicated with the sealed world bead, preparing to summon his embodiment at the critical moment to give him a big surprise and kill this Meng Se as quickly as possible. Meng Se chuckled, "Boy, you'd better hurry up and report this. You can't kill me." "Then you'd better be careful," Yang Kai sneered, suddenly putting away his myriad sword and quickly forming a seal with his hands. Meng Se frowned, instinctively realizing that Yang Kai's move was not trivial, so he naturally did not want to be entangled with him. He had only come to deliver a message. There was no need to fight to the death with a human race master, so he nodded lightly to Yang Kai and said, "This king will remember you. I hope to see you again in the future." As soon as he finished speaking, a vortex suddenly appeared below him. In the blink of an eye, Meng Se and his demonic beast mount were sucked into the vortex and disappeared. In Yang Kai's perception, Meng Se fled into the distance at an incredible speed. Sand Demon. Yang Kai furrowed his brow. Such a method was obviously the work of the Sand Demon. With the Sand Demon secretly assisting, Yang Kai could not stop Meng Se, so he could only disperse the power he had gathered and look towards the depths of the demon land with a worried expression. "Do you know a lot about the demon race?" Yuru Meng suddenly asked. When she heard Yang Kai mention the exploding demon, Yuru Meng felt a little strange. Now that Yang Kai recognized Meng Se's race at a glance and even mentioned the Sand Demon, Yuru Meng felt even more strange. If one didn't know a lot about the demon race, it would be impossible for them to know this. Chapter 3385. How could Yang Kai not know about the demon race? In the Thousand Illusions dream world, he had personally participated in the war between the two races and had been there for several decades. It could be said that in the entire star boundary, no one understood the nature and characteristics of the demon race better than him. A sect like Star Soul Palace might have some records about the demon race, but how could such records compare to personal experience? I know a little, Yang Kai responded lightly. A strange look flashed across Yu Ruming's eyes, but she didn't ask any more questions. Let's go back. The Demon King had appeared, and the demon race's army would arrive soon. He had to quickly inform Li Wu Yi and the others of this news. This matter was related to the survival of the entire star boundary and was not something he could intervene in at will. Not long after, Yang Kai returned to the group. Li Wu Yi had also returned and nodded slightly when he saw Yang Kai. Yang Kai looked at him and said, "I encountered a demon king." A demon king? Li Wu Yi was shocked when he heard this, and Shui Jingmao and the others also paled. Lan Sun frowned. "I have read some records about the demon race in ancient books. The demon king in the demon territory is comparable to the emperor realm." Yang Kai nodded. "That's right. That demon king had the strength of a third-layer emperor realm master, and he was also a demon king of the Stone Demon clan. His defense was incomparably tough. Although I wanted to kill him, I failed and he managed to escape." Li Wu Yi said with a dignified expression, "First, there were countless black demons, and now even the demon king has appeared. Could it be that the passage between the demon territory and the star boundary has really opened?" Yang Kai said, "I'm afraid there is no doubt about this. The demon king just said that the demon race's army will soon flatten the star boundary. If the passage hasn't opened, how could he be so confident? Moreover, the current situation proves what Brother Gao said earlier." He turned to look at Gao Zhan. "The great calamity is about to begin." Li Wui said solemnly, "If that's the case, then the situation here is no longer something we can handle. We need to inform the entire astral boundary and mobilize the cultivator in the other 3 territories to come here and stop the demon race." "I think so too. The war between the 2 races is no small matter. It concerns the entire star boundary. No one can stay out of it," Shui Jingmao said. "But the great emperors have yet to return. We don't know what's going on over there. If they can destroy the passage between the 2 worlds." Yang Kai said, "That would be for the best. But so many days have passed, and there has been no news from the master. We can only prepare for the worst." Shui Jingmao nodded lightly, thinking that what he said was not without reason. "There's no time to lose." Before Li Wui could finish speaking, he suddenly sensed something and looked up towards the center of the demon land. In the boundless darkness, several extremely terrifying auras suddenly appeared and shot straight towards the crowd. In the blink of an eye, 3 auras approached. Everyone only saw a blur before 3 people appeared out of thin air. Li Wui and the others all looked overjoyed and cupped their fists together. "Master." The 3 people who appeared were the 3 great emperors, Serene Soul, Iron Blood, and Beast Warrior. Everyone was overjoyed. Just a moment ago, everyone felt that they had no backbone, but now all 3 great emperors had appeared. However, there was no trace of the great emperors. Lan Sun glanced at the 3 people, and her face suddenly turned pale. Yang Kai's expression was also a little serious because the 3 great emperors were not in good condition at the moment. Their bodies were surrounded by demonic qi, and it was obvious that they had been somewhat eroded. Moreover, it could be seen that the 3 of them had experienced a great battle, and their auras were somewhat unstable. However, for existences like them, this demonic qi was nothing. They only needed to meditate and expel it, and it would soon be eliminated. What shocked Yang Kai was that there was a trace of dried blood at the corner of Martial Beast's mouth. It was obvious that he had been injured. Mo Huang was one of the great emperors who could hurt him. To be able to do this, one was undoubtedly a great emperor-level existence. Could it be the doing of the great emperors Ying? But it didn't make sense. The Night Shadow Emperor was only one person. There were 3 of them plus the Bright Moon Emperor. There were 4 of them. How could they be in such a difficult situation? After the 3 appeared, they did not say much. Iron Blood glanced at Lin Yuner, gently nodded, and quickly said, "Let's get out of here first." Saying so, he pushed his Emperor Qi, wrapped everyone up, and flew off into the distance. After a cup of tea's worth of time, the group of 100,000 people landed on a high slope full of rubble. The view was clear, and the surrounding scenery was unobstructed. The group of people looked at the three of them eagerly, wanting to know what had happened to them, but no one dared to ask. Seemingly aware of Lan Xun's inquiring gaze, Iron Blood raised his eyes and looked at her, a look of guilt flashing across his face. After hesitating for a long time, he finally said, "Your father fell over there in order to cover the three of us as we evacuated from the demon territory." Lan Xun's tender body swayed and she almost fell to the ground, but fortunately, Lin Yun was standing next to her and supported her. Yang Kai suddenly showed an incredulous expression. Although Iron Blood Great Emperor's words were brief, they revealed two crucial pieces of information. The passage between the star boundary and the demon territory had really opened, and the four great emperors had actually gone to the demon territory. It was likely that the four of them had fought with the masters of the demon territory in the demon territory, which was why they had been delayed for so many days, and Imo Huang had even suffered some minor injuries. No wonder the three of them had traces of demonic qi erosion on their bodies. Ordinary demonic qi naturally could not break through their defenses, but if it was a demon saint, the great emperors could not ignore it. Serene Soul said, "Don't worry, your father is still one of the great emperors. Although he has fallen over there, his life is not in danger. It's just that it will be difficult for him to come back. We will find a way to save him, so don't worry for the time being." Lan Xun pursed her red lips tightly and gently nodded without saying a word. The great emperors had fallen into the demon territory in order to protect the other three, so she was naturally worried and anxious. Although she knew that Serene Soul was only comforting her, there was nothing she could do. Li Wui looked at Imo Huang and said, "Master, has the passage between the two worlds really opened?" Imo Huang nodded heavily. "We miscalculated. The demon territory had been planning this for many years, but we did not notice. I'm afraid the star boundary is in trouble this time." "Then what about Yi Ying and the great emperors?" Li Wui asked again. Imo Huang slowly shook his head, obviously unwilling to say anything more about this matter. After all, they were all great emperors, and Yi Ying's actions had made him lose face. Seeing him like this, Li Wui did not ask any more questions. However, it was undeniable that Yi Ying and the great emperors had colluded with the demon territory. Otherwise, this incident would not have happened in the Western Territory. This time, the star boundary was facing both external and internal troubles, and the situation could not be worse. Iron Blood said, "The demon territory's army is on standby, sharpening their blades. The star boundary must organize as soon as possible to have a chance to resist. Otherwise, I'm afraid the Western Territory will soon fall." Yang Kai looked at him and said, "Master, I'm afraid you don't know, but the Western Territory has probably already fallen." Iron Blood frowned and looked at him. "Why do you say that?" Yang Kai sighed and briefly explained everything that had happened before, finally saying, "Several thousand people from the Point Star sect have become the demon race, and several Star Soul Palace members from the Emperor Realm who went to the various sects in the Western Territory to report the situation have disappeared. All of this indicates that the Western Territory has become the demon race's paradise. It's just that we have been kept in the dark all this time." Iron Blood's expression changed slightly. "The situation has become so bad." Imo Huang said, "Yi Ying and the Western Territory's situation is not surprising, but I don't think the Western Territory is full of demon race. If the demon race wants to invade our star boundary, they must expand the demon land. We only need to keep an eye on this point to stop their actions." Iron Blood and Serene Soul nodded slightly. Imo Huang said, "There's no time to lose. Let's begin the operation. I will stay here for the time being to monitor the situation and prevent it from getting worse." Serene Soul nodded. "Then I will return to the Eastern Territory and gather everyone in the Eastern Territory." She turned to Shui Jingmao and said, "Although Mingyue is not here, the Southern Territory is still ruled by the Star Soul Palace. You should return to the Southern Territory as soon as possible to deal with this matter." "Yes." Shui Jingmao nodded solemnly. Iron Blood said, "Then I will go find the other old men. I'm afraid they won't be able to rest easy this time." The old men he mentioned were probably the other great emperors. Imo Huang looked at Yang Kai and then at Li Wui. This time I will need the help of the two of you. So I'm afraid the two of you will be very busy in the coming days. If you have any private matters to attend to, take care of them first. Don't delay the important matter. Yang Kai and Li Wui looked at each other and cupped their fists. Yes. In order to gather people from the three territories, the space divine technique was naturally indispensable, especially the space array arranged by Yang Kai. It was simply a weapon of war. After the discussion, Yang Kai and Li Wui immediately got busy. The two of them worked together to arrange a huge space array nearby and refine many space spirit beads for everyone to wear so that it would be easier for them to communicate in the future. Half a day later, the space array was completed and everyone began to move as they had discussed. Li Wui took the great emperors of Serene Soul back to the Eastern Territory, the Star Soul Palace people returned to the Southern Territory, and Yang Kai returned to the Northern Territory. In this way, the three territories could move quickly. To Yang Kai's surprise, the Iron Blood Great Emperor Zhan Wuhen and Lin Yun actually wanted to go with him. It was not difficult for Yang Kai to understand why Lin Yun wanted to go with him. She had wanted to see her old friends in the Star Territory, but she had not been able to do so. Now that she finally had the opportunity, she naturally did not want to miss it. The Iron Blood Great Emperor wanted to follow him, but Yang Kai was a little puzzled. Wasn't he going to find the other great emperors? Why did he want to go with them to the Northern Territory? Could it be that he was worried about Lin Yuner? But this was obviously not the time to be concerned about his disciple. Yu Ruming naturally didn't leave either. Yang Kai really had to hand it to this woman. She was obviously a fake, but she was so bold that she didn't even flinch in front of the great emperor. What made Yang Kai feel even more strange was that Imo Huang and the others did not see anything wrong with Yu Ruming at all, as if she was really Li Shiqing. Chapter 3386. Yang Kai felt that he had really underestimated Yu Ruming's various methods. Leading the three into the space array, Yang Kai disappeared in a flash of light. When his vision returned, he had already appeared in the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory. The disciples guarding the array immediately stepped forward and saluted when they saw this. Yang Kai waved his hand to dismiss them before turning to Zhan Wuhen and saying, "Senior, this is my High Heaven Palace. What is Senior planning to do next?" Zhan Wuhen replied, "I'm going to look for Medicine Pill Valley and One Line Sky." Medicine Pill Valley was the place where the wondrous pill great emperors cultivated. Naturally, he was going to Medicine Pill Valley to inform the wondrous pill great emperors about the demon thought in the Western Territory. As for One Line Sky, Yang Kai was a little confused when he heard this and asked, "Where is One Line Sky?" Zhan Wuhen glanced at him and said lightly, "The Frost Feather Ascetic Cultivation Ground, the Frost Feather Great Emperors." Yang Kai suddenly understood. Currently, he knew about the 10 great emperors of the star boundary: Serene Soul, Bright Moon, Heaven's Revelations, Wondrous Pill, Iron Blood, Red Dust, Beast Warrior, Flower Shadow, Frost Feather, and Night Shadow. These 10 represented the most powerful existences in the entire star boundary. However, some of them had established their own sects, while others lived in seclusion. Ordinary people didn't even know where they were. This was also the first time Yang Kai learned that the Frost Feather Great Emperors were actually in the Northern Territory. However, thinking about it carefully, it wasn't surprising. The Great Emperors were titled Frost Feather, so they probably cultivated the ice principle. In the entire star boundary, the coldest place was only in the Northern Territory. It was only natural that they would cultivate in the Northern Territory. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Senior may not know, but the 5th disciple of the Wondrous Pill Great Emperors is the chief alchemist of my High Heaven Palace, so I can help you inform the Wondrous Pill Master." Zhan Wuhen raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at him in surprise. "The 5th disciple of Wondrous Pill is working for you?" This surprised him. Wondrous Pill didn't have many disciples, but every one of them was an alchemy emperor. How could such a person work under Yang Kai? What right did he have? However, this made things a lot more convenient for him. At the very least, he didn't need to go to the Medicine Pill Valley, saving him a lot of time. He only needed to go to the One Line Sky and find Bingyu. Nodding slightly, he said, "Since that's the case, you'll be responsible for notifying the Medicine Pill Valley." You'll also need to gather the cultivator in the Northern Territory and send them there as soon as possible. Yes. Yang Kai nodded. Zhan Wuhin glanced at Lin Yuan'er, patted her head gently, and said with a smile, Yuan'er, wait here for a few days. Master will be back soon. Lin Yuan'er nodded obediently. Understood, Master. Please come back soon. Zhan Wuhin smiled slightly and stepped forward, but after taking a few steps, he suddenly stopped and said, Boy, this king once had a good friend, known as Blue Lotus. Do you know him? Blue Lotus Great Emperors. Yang Kai had naturally heard of an existence from tens of thousands of years ago, but he died at the hands of Wukong during the War of Emperors. His life emperor artifact, the indestructible Blue Lotus, was lost in the shattered Star Sea, but it was said that it was later obtained by someone else. Today, there was a Blue Lotus Palace in the Eastern Territory, which seemed to have been founded by the person who obtained the indestructible Blue Lotus. However, he failed to carry forward the legacy of the Blue Lotus Great Emperors. The Blue Lotus Palace's strength and status in the Eastern Territory was almost the same as that of the Heavenly Wolf Valley. As for the indestructible Blue Lotus, Yang Kai did not know where it was now. Zhan Wuhin suddenly said such words without rhyme or reason. Yang Kai did not know what he meant, so he could only nod and say, I've heard of him. Zhan Wuhin said, Blue Lotus was killed by Wukong. This king thought that he had avenged his great enmity in the shattered Star Sea, but unfortunately, only in recent years did I learn that Wukong had come back from the dead. He suddenly turned his head and stared at Yang Kai, saying word by word, Wukong is this king's greatest enemy. One day, either he or I will die. Yang Kai looked puzzled, but he could only cup his fists and say, Then I wish Senior good luck in martial arts and success. Zhan Wuhin nodded slightly, then his figure shot out and swept across the sky. After he left, Yang Kai frowned and looked in the direction he left. What did he mean? Zhan Wuhin's words before he left made no sense, so Yang Kai was at a loss. After thinking about it carefully, Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. Zhan Wuhin's words were full of warning, as if he felt that he had something to do with Wukong, so he warned him. Yang Kai did not know whether to laugh or cry. What did he have to do with Wukong? Although they had indeed met a few times, and Yang Kai had consulted him on some matters in the ancestral territory, their relationship was one where Yang Kai wished he could kill Duan Hongchun. But now that Duan Hongchun's body was occupied, Yang Kai could do nothing about it. Wait. Yang Kai suddenly seemed to realize something, and his expression became dignified. He was afraid that he really had something to do with Wukong. At least, his Dharmakaya had practiced the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's tactics. This was an evil skill that was not tolerated in the entire astral world. Yang Yin had also reminded himself before that he must not expose this secret, otherwise, the Iron-Blood Great Emperor would not let it go. He regarded Wukong as his greatest enemy, so how could he tolerate the existence of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's tactics? Could it be that Zhan Wuhin knew about Dharmakaya, and that his Dharmakaya had practiced the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's tactics? Thinking of this, a figure suddenly appeared in Yang Kai's mind. Sangamo. When he was in the Lower Plane Star Territory, he had seen Dharmakaya. Previously, in the Eastern Territory, he had fought with Dharmakaya. At that time, Dharmakaya had indeed activated the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's territory. Sangamo was a fake emperor, so even if he had not seen the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's tactics before, he might be able to feel some clues after thinking about it. Moreover, he was a member of the Star Court, a subordinate of the Iron-Blood Great Emperor. If he informed the Iron-Blood Great Emperor, this son of a bitch, Yang Kai cursed in his heart. No wonder Zhan Wuhin had said such inexplicable words just now. It turned out that it was because of this. He should have known that Dharmakaya had practiced the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's tactics, so he deliberately reminded him. If he had known this, he would have killed Sangamo that day. However, looking back now, even if he had wanted to, he could not have done it. How could a fake emperor be so easy to kill? However, since Zhan Wuhin had pointed this out, he would not do anything to him, especially at such a critical time. Otherwise, he could have directly attacked him and asked him to hand over Dharmakaya. What are you thinking about? Yu Meng asked curiously when she saw his expression constantly changing. Yang Kai glanced at her and said with flagging interest, "Nothing." He turned to look at Lin Yuner and said, "I'll take you to see Sister Huang and the others first." "Okay." Lin Yuner nodded quickly. "How is Aunt Huang?" Yang Kai smiled and said, "She's fine. She just misses you very much." When Lin Yuner's parents died, it was Huang Wan who adopted her. They were like mother and daughter. Later, Lin Yuner went to the Star Territory because of young inflammation. They had not seen each other for so many years. "I miss her too, and Aunt Yi and the others." Most of the people who came from the Star Territory's High Heaven sect were arranged to stay at a spirit peak. Yang Kai sent Lin Yuner over, and when they saw each other, they were naturally overjoyed. Huang Wan was so excited that she could not stop crying. She kept looking at Lin Yuner, almost not daring to recognize her. When the little girl left, she was only 7 or 8 years old. Now that she had suddenly grown up, there were naturally many differences. However, after learning that Lin Yuner now had the cultivation of the Emperor realm and had a great emperors as her master, Huang Wan and the others were extremely gratified. Yang Kai did not stay long. After taking Lin Yuner to her destination, he went straight to Spirit Medicine Peak. The matter in the Western Territory was extremely urgent. He had to spread the news as soon as possible and then gather the cultivator in the Northern Territory. This time, not only the cultivator in the Northern Territory, but even the High Heaven Palace had to mobilize people. When he arrived at Spirit Medicine Peak, he did not care whether Ji Ying would get angry or not. He went straight to the pill room and told him about the matter in the Western Territory. Ji Ying was a little dumbfounded when he heard this. He also realized the seriousness of the problem and did not dare to delay at all. He immediately set off to return to Medicine Pill Valley, preparing to report the matter to the Wondrous Pill Great Emperors. After he left, Yang Kai took out his communication artifact and sent a message to Hua Qingxi, asking her to wait for him at Spirit Medicine Peak. On the side, little senior sister Xianing Chang and Yuru Ming looked at each other. They were both stunning beauties, but they were both wearing veils. Xianing Chang obviously realized something and gently nodded to Yuru Ming. Yuru Ming, however, snorted disdainfully. "What are you doing?" Yang Kai glared at her. "Nothing." Playing dumb had always been Yuru Ming's specialty. Yang Kai did not have the time to be entangled in this kind of trivial matter. He took Xianing Chang's small hand and patted it gently. "I have something to do now. You go do what you need to do. I'll accompany you next time." Xianing Chang said softly, "Go, be careful." Yang Kai nodded and patted her head before turning around and flying out. Yuru Ming followed closely behind him. She started later than him, yet she was the first to catch up with him. She even unscrupulously grabbed his arm and pressed her full breasts against his elbow. "What are you doing?" Yang Kai looked at her sideways. "Is that your woman?" Yuru Ming asked with a displeased expression. "Yes," Yang Kai readily admitted. Then, the sound of teeth gnashing could be heard. Yang Kai rolled his eyes and looked at her with a grin. "Did I make you uncomfortable?" Yuru Ming clenched her teeth even harder. Yang Kai laughed and said, "I'm not afraid to tell you. I have more than one woman." "How many?" Yuru Ming's beautiful eyes were cold. Yang Kai touched his chin and said, "About 70, 80 or 90. Are you trying to provoke me?" Yuru Ming looked at him coldly. "I'm just telling the truth, and you asked yourself." Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. "If you feel uncomfortable, just remove that secret technique for me. There's no need to make yourself suffer. In your dreams." Yuru Ming sneered. "Then you should watch your woman carefully in the future." Yang Kai frowned. "What do you mean?" "Nothing." Yuru Ming responded indifferently. "I just want to tell you that maybe one day I'll kill all of them if I'm in a bad mood." As soon as she said this, Yang Kai's figure suddenly stopped, turned around, and looked at her coldly. Yuru Ming didn't show any weakness and stared back at him with a hint of provocation. After a long time, Yang Kai said indifferently, "I'll pretend I didn't hear you this time. Don't do it again." He broke free from her grasp and flew straight forward, causing Yuru Ming to stomp her feet in anger. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.